Yeah, just created a logo. Come on.
Are you freaking kidding me? My God! Don't even think about it! Don't even think about it!
Blitz VIP.
I will go into the kitchen and leave the... Whoa! She's here! She's here!
No.
She's behind you, Christian.
The door!
Go! Go here! Into the office! Heartbeat. I hear heartbeats in the lobby. Kristen is dead.
It is. It's super important to know if you're playing with a girl. Shit.
Yeah, maybe they want the burp again.
Nice.
Just shut the...
Got it.
They don't have enough weapons.
God, please!
Sorry.
Get your voice down, woman!
Sorry. I didn't see anything, it was more the sound.
Oh, fuck off.
Sorry.
Fuck off.
Over that, tell me what's next. I'll show you what's next. Cause you ain't doing nothing unless you making them sweat. Unless you making them sweat. Watch this. Making them sweat. You ain't doing nothing unless you making them move. Turn up the beat and blow out the fuse. We too wild for somebody to snooze. Beat or you look who they gon' choose. I know who they choose. One that I got it. Kick the door down, we are not knocking. You a dollar bill up in my pocket. I can't see the future and it's looking like profit. So tune up the 808 baseline check. They stay complacent, me, I'm a threat. Big moves only how I connect. Living it large, no need to reflect. Came from the bottom, now I'm on deck. They get stuck.
back, baby! Finally! Oh my God!
Seen this, I know all your steps.
Well, teams have been eliminated, but here the eliminator card has been put into play. Today, you knock out a team if you win your match. And what does that mean? An extra bullet gets added to your tally regardless. The only caveat is, again, win.
And that's going to be the big issue for me, because everybody has been reloading extended mags all over the round. And if you look at this right now, one bullet could make the difference. And it's going to be all about finding these other cards, like the flawless card, for example, that gives you 2 extra bullets to make the difference between other teams.
7-0s are important. We are basically the the Siege brand Oprah Winfrey
Hi,
show.
guys.
You get a bullet,
So
you
we
get a bullet,
are
and you get a bullet. And
getting
everybody gets a
right
bullet
into this.
in
I
this
started late
rule
because I
set.
had some
7-0s are
difficulties today.
tough to pull off nowadays.
I mean, they're
But-
very difficult to pull off, but at the end of the day, it's not impossible.
Yeah,
There's
it's
a lot
going
of
to be
strategy
interesting.
that goes into the map that you want to play, especially the play styles. Obviously, you want to be able to flip-flop in the way that you're showing strats round after round. You want to keep things
put
the
in
other
my
team on their toes
update
so that they
here.
don't get a understanding for what you're doing.
Well, we're going to break things down and really get an understanding over our first matchup for the day. Again, best of one series all through it. We're down to only one stream, Cloud9. Now, this squad was kind of celebrating yesterday regardless, but we want to dig into why. Because it seems like the pressure is off, but why?
I think the pressure is completely off when you look at that lineup, right? You look at Silent coming from Luminosity, Packer from M80, Kobe from DZ. All of these guys, they had very short stint into Tier 1. GT, it's his first one for him. And like Dream, obviously coming in as a support. You know, all of these guys, they were not expected to make it to our quarterfinals. This whole event has been a gift, and it's been a gift to train, scrim against the best team in the world, and get better.
And C9 have gifted us some great games and good performance to watch. What have they loaded in for this matchup? Well, they've gone in with 4 bullets. The limiter of how many bullets you can load is not your own, but what
Yes.
your opponent has. The gist of it is this. That's the perspective. I look at you, Fox, and I say, I challenge you to 8 bullets that you have that I can beat you in this game. That is a perspective that you must have to understand the baseline of the format. And the maximum in this case is 4 that it can load. No extended mag. It's already been loaded up. It's already been used up. These boys, I mean, they're on the edge.
Yeah, I mean, C9's obviously in a position where they're going for information, they're going for practice, they're going for reps, and they're going to potentially ruin M80's chances at making it to the next phase. And that's what C9 obviously wants to go for. This team, we talked about it, it's a band of misfits, almost like a mini Beast Coast. Players that got dropped from all different teams that finally got onto the roster of C9 to potentially make something happen. And yeah, I would say that they should be happy about how far they were able to make it. Obviously now it's just about focusing on what's going forward for them.
Hi,
Well,
Foxy.
since they are technically out of the tournament at this point,
I'm
they
looking
cannot
very
progress
rough
into
today,
a
but
quarterfinals.
I had
What if we
a
had a
lot
bit
of
of a
things to do.
retrospective to
I
see
need to
what has
get
happened
my
against
hair
different
cut.
regions? What can we learn from this team?
Absolutely, and it's exactly about that. It's all about learning. If you look at their team history, they've been
I was
playing against
also
most of the
supposed to
APAC
take a
teams,
shower today,
and they've
but I have
actually
to
beat
take
them.
it
It
tomorrow.
was really tough, right? PSG Talent 7-5, Scars 8-7. As a reminder, guys, it's the 2 first teams that were eliminated, so quote-unquote the 2 weaker teams in the tournament, and even beating them was a little bit hard, but it's in this, you know, late round matchups with lots of rounds that you learn the most. And then they played against some really strong teams, Team Liquid and G2 from Brazil and EU, and you could see here the clear gap in level, but it's okay. It's a new team, they're here to learn, and it's exactly what they will do today in this matchup.
Absolutely, they're not in a rush to necessarily be top in the charts and beating some of these top teams. It's all about getting a footing, especially besides Dream, most of these
So the
players
match
and
between
Packer, it's their first
Cloud9
time
and
being at an event,
M80,
so
so
it's an experience that they have to
Cloud9
go through
only
to get
put
those
in
nerves shaken
4
off. Packer
points
is one
for
player
this
when we
match,
saw him at that
and
first event on
M80 put in
at SI in
14.
Boston. He
They
had
have
a pretty rough
6,
event, I think that's fair to say. But obviously,
they had
jumping back
mag
into
cards, so
things, you
they
can see
get
the
6
drastic
free
difference of
points. So if
how
you deduct that,
his first
it
event
leads
went
to
compared
8
to now.
points.
He's just so much
And the
more
8 points is
Honestly,
something
like,
that
I
you
was
can
super impressed
challenge with
by him
for
this whole event. He
Cloud9
was
that
one of
have
the best player,
12
best rated
points.
player as the AGL.
So
And that's,
there you
that's
have why
been the
it
crux
is
of this
14
entire
points.
tournament. We talked about it since day 1, and of course on the IGL summit that was hosted throughout the group stage. So their opponents, M80, on the other end. Now, they can qualify, of course, into the quarterfinals, but it is a rough fight for them. We'll talk about that in detail once we see all their bullets, but it seems like there's a lot that they can offer.
Oh, you mean the guy that I rated? I did not know that, Fox
in
8.
future events.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, so far in this event, yes, their future is going to be a little rough, but their past is just as rough.
I did not know. He
7-1
seemed like
loss
a
to
nice
Secret,
guy, though.
Only getting 1 opening kill out of 8 rounds. Obviously, when they play against more
You don't have to
aggressive teams that are
apologize.
able
It's
to
up to
match
you
against them
who
in the
you
gun skill
want to
department, that's where their
check
strategy
out or
kind of
anything.
loses focus. And
I
that's
just
one of the
chose
biggest
him
things
in the
that
last
they
minute
talked
because
about during the event.
Priest was going to go
Carries
off
them
stream,
is their
so there was
IGL,
like,
is their ideology of
and I
play,
had
getting
no
those
like
openings.
secondary.
So when they get a team that's as aggressive as them, they need to be able to play a little passive, learn a new style of play, adapt a little more, and that's what you're going to see when a team brings in a new IGL, a new coach, it's going to take time for them to find their fundamentals.
Well, they're going to need to put that all to the test right here, right now. An extended mag card has been played. They've been saving it until this moment. Fabian, that is in the background. Of course, you go in for the maximum 8 bullets that you can reload, depending on what your opponent has per day, plus your extended mag up to 14, plus a potential elimination bullet that they can have, plus the potential flawless card and an extra bullet on top to make it a 20 total.
Yeah. So that's just to make it simple, right? They're 18 right now if they win, okay? If they eliminate, they are 19. And if they win flawless, they are 21. So they would need 21 bullets. And even in this scenario, even if they win 7-0, they would need a whole loads of other teams to beat certain teams. They would need Secret to win. They would need VDS to win as well. So let's just say this. Right now, pressure is off the shoulders. Everything was taken on the Secret match and you lost it. It's okay.
Yeah.
You're here to learn. You're here to have fun. You have one chance to
We will see how fast the matches go today, because now everything is going to be broadcast on the same channel. And usually we'd have to wait about 5 minutes in between. Here I'm kind of worried that we have to wait 30 minutes in between. So instead of like setting up the other room for those that are going to be...
Fabian is trying to pull Kino out so he can play in his stead. That's what's going on, right?
I know Fabian's been itching, but it's just something where M80's all in good spirits. They obviously, it's going to be a difficult road nonetheless, but you can't be too unhappy with
But I was thinking like the next match that is going to be coming up is like SiegeX and BDS. So they could like set up in the other room that the DB stream had. They could set up their stuff and get ready everything there, for example.
Right here.
And wait when that match is over and then move on to that room. But they ain't going to do that. They're going to say like, you're going to wait here, you're going to wait 30 minutes in between. This is going to be making me so pissed.
It's the TDM map of Pro Siege, really, because the map is so small you have to go really aggressive and play into gunfights. Now, if I'm a viewer right now and I'm watching M80 lose the first round, I know that Cloud9 cannot qualify. I know M80 cannot qualify. At this point, it's all about having fun, right? It's all about having a good scrim, a good moment to share with everyone on the new SiegeX. What better map to do it than Border?
Well, you also think that, but I actually spoke with Fabian right as he was picking the map, and he said if there's any map where you can eliminate the cheese strats, so to say, to be able to steal a round away from you, it would be Border, because it always comes down to the individual gunplay. And arguably, if you look at both rosters, I think a lot of people would say that M80 is better suited to win those gunplay, just because C9 is set up as a team comprised of supportive, passive players that, you know, I know people make fun of Packers sometimes a little bit, but
who are those people?
I don't know. Could not be me. But obviously, it's a situation where M80 figured it out. It's not just to have fun, but obviously they want to have a good time, but they had a game plan going into it.
All I'm hearing here is, regardless of what happens, we're either going to get something that will have massive impact on the scoreboard.
Nope.
Or
it's winner
of a game where we just have a lot of fun between the two squads. And
it's win or lose.
I'll be happy with either result that we get at the end of it. The winners are always.
So here's the thing.
Let's have a chat with our casters for game number 1 for today.
If I'm going to show you quickly here.
Pengu and his co-caster.
So you see here, Cloud9 has 12 bullets. So if they win, they put in 4. So if they win, they will go to get 60. And now we're going to ask why 4 bullets. It's because M80 only had 4 bullets, so they can't bet on something more than 4 bullets. So if they win, they're going to be on 16 points, but it all depends on what the other teams are going to be having for score. So they need, for example, FaZe Clan to lose or Wildcard to lose for them to be able to get into the match, to playoffs. SiegeX is going all out, so they have 11 bullets and they bet all the 11 bullets plus the 6 ones. So that match is also win or lose.
And you need to play forward. It makes it so much more hard because now bit of a doubt in the back of his mind. Oh, in this round, if we lose it, it's over. We gotta maybe make a hero play. You overstep your welcome, you die, and they're playing Border, probably the most chaotic map in current map pool of Siege.
Yeah. Look, it's gonna be a bloodbath. Hopefully for M80 fans, it's a dominant bloodbath, a massacre, because Cloud9, of course, all they have to do is play spoils by winning a single round and M80 will not go
The
to
schedule
playoffs
is the
no matter
same
how
as
well
it
they
was
play. After
yesterday,
that, C9
but
of
it's
course
like
have nothing to
50%
play
less
for, no matter
matches, and I
how
don't
well they play
understand.
in this game. Even if they win a 7-0, even if
I
they
hope
win
that we
flawlessly
don't have to
every
wait
single
30
round, they
minutes,
still will
30
not have
minutes
enough
in
bullets to
between
qualify.
games. I just don't
And
get
you
it,
can
because
see
I
as a
have a
result
room
on
next to
M80
them
is
where
kind of laughing about
the other
this.
team can
Fabian
actually
was
put
saying
up their
to us
stuff.
yesterday,
I
this
just
is
don't
kind
get
of
it.
hilarious. We get to
Where
pick
would
who is
it
due.
wouldn't hurt doing
And
that. It
whoever
would
we
help
pick,
us as
they will
viewers
not be able to win
to stay
enough
engaged.
bullets to make it to the playoffs. Of course, let's see what you guys at home think
67
in favor of M80.
M80.
I
Damn.
mean, this is a North American grudge match in a way.
In a way, but it's like M80 and C9.
Right,
It's a
and
bit of
we did catch the shuttle queue with C9 this morning, and you were having a little bit of a chat to them. What was the attitude like in the C9 camp this morning?
So the C9 guys are like, Pinko, what happens if like we just play Caveira and just like run at them? I'm like, guys, make it competitive, like try, and then once you get that first round, then this game quote unquote doesn't matter for standings anymore, then you can go crazy.
That's right. Yeah, both teams are, in a way, allowed to go crazy and treat it like a scrim and play a little bit silly if Cloud9 have won a round. Of course, both teams have to try their hardest. They have to play their little hearts out.
Yeah, but
once
it's
C9
stupid.
does
So
win a
we
round, the
are
game is
forced to
essentially a
sit.
moot point, and then
So
we just get to
5
have some
games.
fun.
So we have
Then we just get to go a
13.
little bit crazy with
So
SiegeX,
they want us to
experiment with Border,
sit
have a little bit of a grudge match.
in the waiting room
One
for
thing that
2
I'm really
hours
loving, we're already
total
seeing
for
a
the
bit of banter
matches.
in the all chat. We're
Nah,
already
nah.
seeing these guys smiling in the face cams.
Also, I guess we gotta get this out of the
That's
way. I believe
stupid.
it's Gunner's
2
birthday
hours in
today.
total
Really?
for
I
waiting
believe
for
so.
the
You
game.
can double check,
Plus
but
they
I'm gonna
have
double check that 'cause I'm
talk
saying happy birthday and
before the
all.
game and after the game.
I didn't know. It's been almost a year since he
Excluded that.
became
That's
a
going
major
to be
champion.
at
I think
least
maybe just over a year
Just
now.
over,
in
yeah.
total 2.5 hours.
Fantastic.
Oh, wow, Border, such a chaotic map, glass band,
In between
multi-band, of course,
for the
those kind of
matches.
cheese
That is-
one-off strategies. That's
and
what I
this
think
is
for
best
M80,
of one.
Having to win every single round, 7th round Border will be difficult.
Yeah.
Do we have a birthday boy?
It
It's
is
stupid.
Gunner's birthday today.
I'm telling you, so fucking stupid.
21-year-old boy.
Birthday to Gunner. Hopefully he gets a victory. And if not, he will at least skip a Brazilian barbecue. Because the loser will fight for the winner.
Oh yeah, I sure hope that at Brazilian barbecue later tonight, whoever ends up fitting the bill, whether it's C9 or M80, does give Gunner a well-deserved happy birthday. Looks like with M80 starting on the attack, they're going to be lacking in both the Glaz and the Monty, so no double shield ban today.
No, this is the thing. I do think the one way that M80 they have a good shot at this is they are starting to set on the attack inside. That's where you want to beat Chippy on border, and you can control the pace. Fox and Leo was saying, when M80 they can outfrank their opponent, which if you look at the roster of M80 versus C9, I would give the aggressive advantage for M80 definitely. If they can just run over them and shut down the enemy's confidence, they can get themselves a good little round victory streak here. With that being said though, all C9 need is one clutch. One heroic play, one spawn peak that hits the right operator, and just like that, Enemy's chances will be almost guaranteed to 0.
While C9 have made it to the final day, the first phase of Reload, they haven't had many big victories. Their 2 wins have been over PSG Talon and Scars, both teams who were eliminated in the very first elimination round of this tournament. Both teams haven't had a lot of success on the international stage. Of course, this is C9's debut on the main stage at international events. Here comes the E1D from Diffuser. No significant movement as of yet from M80 Gunner. Birthday Boy almost takes the head clean off of that player hiding in break as C4 comes his way. Fortunately for him, Kobe's C4 does not land.
Just playing tucked in those corners, Cloud9, they're saying M80 problem solve this situation, get us out of these corners. One fire goes out, doesn't quite cover the entire area.
It's kind of terrible.
Silent is still safe. Kobe runs away though. In this round, M80 more map space to take east stairs, hallway, and start pushing security break room.
How on earth did Kobe get out alive there? Here comes the Tubarão though. It is going to freeze that wall for a brief moment.
There's the opening.
Angle isn't allowed. Pack of the Echo to go down first. It's a good pick from Gavin. M80 are just fishing, but guess what? They're the ones to get caught. Kobe finally finds a head. A good trade. M80 recomposed, but Cloud9, they got ants in their pants. They're keen to keep on peeking.
Maybe expecting it to hold those angles. Going a bit of chip damage with both Giddy and Silent now, but I will praise C9 right now. They recognize they need to fight back for that map space. If they fall back just all the way towards the bomb site, they've lost the Echo, they've lost the plant deny. If they can keep stalling by swinging aggressively and not dying, they do have that 1-4 dream, which late round could make or break it by shutting down a possible planter.
Of course, C9 cannot afford to just sit back and wait. Time is ticking away for M80 though. Boots in the building for Kino as he jumps into office. It's cleared. More smoke's going out. There's a deployable shield to contend with, but Giddy can't really play it. He is trapped here in the corner of Fountain, a common position. 20 seconds to play, and the final E1D will ring on out. A good swing there from Diffuser. He's got Giddy on the ground. Silent and Dream to try and stand up. Good spray here from the C1 from Silent, but Diffuser puts him to bed. Gavin to close, M80 off to a flying start.
A sigh of relief there. It made the time was getting very low, and they weren't really making a lot of progress in that 4 versus 3, but good cover of each other there, making sure that any gunfight becomes a 2 versus 1 effectively in favor, of course, of the attack. Gavin in chat says 6 more rounds, easy. But looking at how this very first round played out, maybe not so easy after all. M80 were not quite in control, and they need to become the team that controls this pace on border when you're in the attack. Because if Cloud9 sits back and doesn't go with those aggro swings, I don't know if they have enough time to actually get to a bomb site.
The nature of border, though, it does come down to those aggro swings. And if you win your 1v1, if you win your 50-50 fight, it can turn the table of an entire round. The thing is, let's make a little comparison here. Of course, Cloud9, huge organization, infamous in esports, but when they made this partner team, when they brought these 5 players together, let's be honest, they didn't recruit the most sought-after talent in North America. They recruited some real big hitters. I think Dream is the main name on this roster. You think, wow, that's a big pickup, of course, after a phenomenal showing at SI in Boston on Unwanted. But M80, like, infamously, they love cashing out for their players.
Yeah.
Like, they had Spoit for the longest time. Yeah, they've just picked up Fabian, a very well-regarded coach and player in his former life. He's, of course, he's all right, yeah. But you look at this stacked roster, right? Gunner, one of the most sought-after talent. Gavin as well, huge frag, hot and cold, one of the most experienced players in North America. Kino and Diffuser both really in their prime at the moment too. So in terms of winning those 50-50 fights, you're not going to back in the C9 players most of the time.
You shouldn't be. And that's why that first round was a bit of a surprise factor, because I thought M80 that, you know, they would go out bigger, badder in that opening round. But with the first round being won, maybe a little bit of a nerves is now released. You got the shield operator, got fire pop and flashbangs as well. Is there a kill?
Packer, he needs some support here. He overswings though, but Dream does support for one. I do feel like Packer could have played maybe a little bit more passively there. A 1-for-1 trade isn't the end of the world for C9, but it does give M80 this very valuable ground.
It does. CC as well as Armory, Kino's inside of Archives too, so the only office defenders have now in control is effectively office and the bomb site down below. And this time M80, they have so much more time to work with.
I'm definitely going to make a tweet out of this, because like sitting for 2+ hours in a waiting for a game, and you're not even, for us creators who is streaming this, we are not allowed to go in between to go in and play.
And now wallbang goes through as well.
Not looking too hot here for C9. A lot of time left, and Kobe, completely shut down. Tried to make a play from East Stairs and found nothing for it. Silent, trying to live up to his namesake on the site. Sneaky beaky like, but it's just a matter of time before M80 find him. Over a minute to play. This is a great start for the team that actually has a chance at making it to the playoffs. Kino, gotta be careful there. SMG-12 packs a punch. Eventually the headshot is found, but at immense cost for Silence HP. Oh, what a shot! That is gnarly. It is, of course, the Blackbeard peeking him. Silent wishes that was a proper 1v1. Gunner aims down sights and finishes him off. It is a 2-0 start.
That was nasty. That was nasty.
To keep their chances at reload alive.
And again, once they get that opening pick, they get the map space, they keep ramping up the speed, and they take a really fast pace for once. And that's what the Blackbeard allows you to do. The glass band is genius if, of course, maybe they were expecting to try and play the operator on the attack, or maybe if they were expecting a wardsman on defense to kind of.
Oh, by the way, my fucking doctors, or like my
you can play the Ying,
like
Tower,
clinic that I call to,
really just
I called them today to like see if I can get the X-ray appointment today again. And they're like, no, you have to wait till Friday. I'm like, what?
Being reasonably slow in the start of the
like I said, like wait till you talk to your doctor Friday, and I'm like, I have a lot of pain.
Is just lock down the floor. Just make
and it's
sure
like
that if you're gonna
unbearable,
trade
and they're like,
from then on,
oh,
it's
what
gonna be
pills do you
1-for-1.
take for
No
pain
one
relief? I
versus
take
one.
this and this and this. Okay,
And then
which
MAD
is
are guaranteed
standardized.
to win
You
that
can
round.
get over the
Border is
counter type of
historically
thing.
an attacker-sided
And it's
map
like,
most of the time.
oh, okay,
Very
then the
strong,
next
very
one is like
claustrophobic.
morphine
And
tablets
the
to
absence of
like
Izami
help
in the
you
mirror,
relieve
two
the
operators
pain,
that are
and I'm
probably
like,
the best on defense for creating
so
those
you're not
pocket
willing to
power
give me an
positions.
X-ray,
There's
but you're
not a
willing
lot
to
here
give me
for
a
Cena to do,
morphine
except try and have
meds
some
before you
semblance of a nice
actually
setup,
check
and
out
then
the
swing to win.
patient.
Yeah, I like this maybe again. Like you can play the castle as like
How
the,
does
which
that
they are
work?
Now, your third kind of deny those long lines of sight. The castle's a lot easier to deal with than a mirror on a Sami, arguably in a lot of ways. Curious though.
It's
And
so
maybe I
fucking
feel like they've been
stupid.
playing a lot of different operators every round, not doing Blackbeard 3 times in a row, saying, okay, on that final attacker ban, they can ban the Blackbeard, now we have nothing else. They've been stretching themselves with a different approach 3 times in a row, so when Cloud9 has to go for the final operator ban, they have to pick and choose now.
Yeah.
Which one do we like the least, or what do we think they're gonna do going forward? And then MAD, once that final attacker ban goes through, can show their real colors and play their real strats, if you will. Because now they know they can't get countered.
I do like that
Sets
Blackbeard, but like you said, there's clearly a set piece
Ooh.
cooking here for MAD. You've got
Dangerous.
multiple players repelling outside. Oh, Packer!
He knew, he
Punishes
knew.
Gunnar, who clearly did not adequately clear downstairs. A key opening pick now for Cloud9, and MAD cannot put a foot wrong. 1 round lost, and their chances of staying alive in the tournament are done.
Fire goes out, the sandwich repel inside Archives is Gavin looking for a kill. We see defender inside armor, you hold it down, C4 goes out, doesn't hit anybody. Red pings, but again, they're missing the buck down below to act off this information. So losing that verticality is gonna make this round that much more difficult. They're brute forcing Archives, Diffuser finds a kill, C9 overreacting perhaps.
There's another chance here for Diffuser. Packer is somewhat exposed. He's prone in the middle of Armory, right near that exposed wall that already has holes in it. But M80 don't seem to know about it. Dream is the main contender here on the bomb side. Gavin has to find this opening kill.
Frost
Packer's actually found his from that exposed position inside of Armory. And C9 hold on to the control. Gavin doesn't want to walk into this crossfire. Eventually Diffuser on his rappel finds his kill. But Dream, he's in prime position, sprays, but doesn't confirm as of yet. Packer looking for a little bit more. He's low on HP, as is Kino on his opposition side. It's going to come down to Dream and whether he can win this 1v1 in Archives. But at the moment, M80 are refusing to give him an opportunity.
Diffuser inside Armory bomb side, I think Packer knows, so again, maybe they have to fight it out. Good trade!
With that, Dream continues to hold on. It's all up to Kino now with 1 HP. Can't even walk through the barbed wire. M80's chances of staying alive and reload.
The crossfire.
Hinge on this 1 versus 2. And
That was really good.
Cloud9
That was really good
have
from
very early
Cloud9.
called the GG. They have disrupted M80's chances of making it further, and the game is dead weight.
So I'm saying about Border, it's such a risky one. I mean, you go for a sandwich, you know, repel, the Grim Beast, the fire, losing Buck early, and just like that, you have to go for broke, go for kills. And you lose those few 50-50s, like I said, James. All of a sudden, this is done and dusted. Orbiter bans.
The Kavera ban.
Yeah, it's unlocked. Okay.
No
So,
way.
came through, so.
No way, that
Very
went with a
upset about the
Kavera ban?
ban.
What?
So, like we've said, thank you. Unfortunately, the game is now dead rubber. Cloud9 never had a chance to make it. They have now played spoils, and M80, as they are not capable of winning the extra 2 bullets that come from winning flawlessly in a 7-0, there's no chance that they can make it to main stage. Thankfully, still in
Did
high
it really do
spirits.
a Kavera
And
ban?
now, essentially, what we're playing for is who's going to be covering the Brazilian steakhouse later tonight.
That's the one. And doing so in a much more fun fashion, most likely, compared to the rounds we just witnessed, because now there is nothing to
By the way,
lose,
yes, for those
so to
that
speak,
do
at the
not
high
know,
level of play, so
this
go fast,
like
go
tournament
crazy, give
based
us your
with the
best.
bullets and stuff
Yeah,
is
that
for
Kavera ban
this
from
tournament
M80 is really
only.
pissing
This
off
is
Cloud9.
more for
They
like
had a plan,
SiegeX
no? Yeah, they had a
celebration
plan.
stuff. So
When
this
things got unlocked,
format
when they're
is
allowed to
not
play a
going
little
to
bit
be in
so
any
the hope
major
was
or
to
stuff like
try and
that, so
leverage
you
some
can
of those
just
meme
rest.
operators.
This is just for the fun of it all.
Didn't you say earlier
So-
today it was in the shuttle
So
that they
that
actually
you know.
told you
So
not to play
when it comes to the
Yeah,
major,
and I
it's
just
going
wanna
to
point
be in
out, I
the
did not
same
leak
way.
that to
Group
Fabian.
stage and everything. Group plays is going to be regular and stuff.
Gavin said
So
Packer told me about the Kavera, so we're gonna go with that one. But no, in the shuttle they were like, we can play some Kavera, you know, we can just like 5v1, run at the last guy, and just like throw the round effectively, like just like not care about losing or winning.
What is Fabian doing right now? He's talking to the
He's
referees.
typing, I was gonna say he's drawing something.
That's some kind of
What's he
diagram.
doing?
Oh man,
He's
this
like,
is so fascinating.
he's like, this is what the rule book should have been like, guys. Okay, or like this is what the rule book is now. I'm changing the rules.
is he looking for some way that perhaps M80 is still capable
I feel like it's too late for
of
that now.
qualifying? Yeah, I mean, why would you do that after that round happens?
He's trying to rewrite history, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm fascinated by the fact that it was actually like he was trying to draw something. I thought I saw Cloud9 call a tactical timeout.
I thought
after
so
they won
first.
that round. Gavin's just sipping away. Fabian doesn't look like a happy chappy.
I think Fabian's ultimate goal for this event, I haven't spoken to him about it, but I assume so, to try and get into the playoffs without using extended mag or try and go for like a lower seeded team, etc. Because they saved everything for today. And it only happened because yesterday didn't go their way. They had that really big loss against Secret, I believe. And they actually reloaded, like, I think 5 bullets on it or something like that, like a significant portion. So had they gotten those 5 yesterday, and they gotten like a decent win today, they go through the playoffs as the only team this event, I believe, without extended mag, without going for like a quote-unquote really weak team by getting a lower seed, etc.
It's funny because they did beat PSG, but that was on day 2 when you could only reload 2 bullets.
Yeah, and PSG picked them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So M80 have not gone for like the weaker teams by weak-siding themselves, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in this case, they did have, I think it's second pick. I'm not sure. Maybe they had first pick last night. They were placed 15th.
Yeah, but there's only good teams left, right?
Exactly.
It's at that point.
Yeah, and that's why they picked the team with the most bullets that they thought would be the easiest target.
Blue Mir, I don't know who you are, and you're writing on stream. I'm sorry to say that I'm not going to add you on Discord because you don't add like that.
I've heard a lot of pretty blunt analysis here and saying, look, if you guys can't figure out the format and then like kind of abuse it, then that's on you.
You need to play the system. Like that's what the system is there for, right? You can't just play by your own rules.
I've heard a few people say this event, like the support staff, the coaches and the analysts, they are really earning their keep this event because to some degree it doesn't matter as much what's happening in the server. It matters about the out of game, the meta strategy. And for M80, I mean, you have a look at their progress so far. Their first game, they lost to W7M on the challenging. Sure, that's rough. And then they played PSG. They won.
Lol, for fuck's sake. Are they stupid?
They won 7-0.
Hi, Toxic, by the way. Hope everything is good.
And then they played Falcons.
Are you liking the tournament so far?
They actually beat Falcons, the second best team all of last year. And then, of course, losing quite dominantly to Secret yesterday leaves them in a position where they could get, in theory, their 3rd win of the tournament here and still not make it, despite other teams.
What the fuck is Fabian arguing about? He's like going to war.
Oh boy, we're juggling now. You're terrible, Kia. To be fair, I could do any better myself. If you're curious what they have in their hands there, in case you are new to esports, those are hand warmers. You gotta shake them and expose them to the air, and then they get warm. And even if you're in a hot country, of course, there's AC first of all. So when you're sitting still with, you know, air moving around you, your hands will just naturally get very, very cold, and it's not very fun to play with. So you got some hand warmers. Some players have like electronic ones you can like have your hands on. So like Fabian and I, like hand in pocket, you know, hands in your pants, so to speak. Did you hear that, hands in pants? What do you think that refers to?
Hands in pants?
Sorry, I was totally tuned out. I'm gonna be 100%.
I
was talking to our production while you were yapping, and then you look at me and say, "What do you think?" And I'm like, "Dude, I was not listening."
What do you think about the hands in the pants? No, it's hello there, birthday.
Okay.
Oh, look at that cheeky.
Just gonna do a quick recap for you because this has been a freaking wild tournament. So the teams that are eliminated, we have Talon, nothing new. Scars, nothing new, right? Then you have Fnatic. Okay. Then you have SSG got eliminated. And Team Liquid eliminated. And this is not the playoffs. This is the group stage play right now. And they have been eliminated.
Happened in that round that potentially could constitute a round replay. We're not sure as of yet.
So
we just have to have the referee call as they have a look into it. So that's why everyone's just chilling out. Can I just say?
I missed that.
That's what he was drawing probably.
Yes, he was probably explaining what happened, and then the referees were taking a look at it. And that's what they're doing right now. Obviously, they can go and look at the footage backstage. They can look at the replay file on one of the observer computers. But for now, what we get to do is we get to play this game called Dead Fish. Did you ever play Dead Fish as a kid?
No.
No, it's this great game. Whoever invented this was a genius.
Dead Fish.
Yeah, so smart. Like, you know, I used to go to after-school care, which is basically like for the kids whose parents were like too busy to pick them up after school.
Oh, you're abandoned?
Yes,
Oh,
you
that's
would
so sad.
you would like basically like stay at school until like 5 or 6 p.m.
Well, that was me as well with
Yeah.
my dad. Yeah.
There you go. So basically what happened is you play this game called Dead Fish. So the teachers are all around. They're like, all right, guys, we're going to play Dead Fish. You guys all have to lie down and not move. Pretend you're a dead fish. And if you move, you lose.
I bet teachers love that.
I know,
game.
it's just genius, isn't it?
Oh, no. Okay.
And like, imagine being like this 6-year-old kid and you're like, haha, I'm going to win this. All I have to do is be really quiet and really still. And the teachers are like, this is pure bliss.
It's like, oh, you're so good at this, Simon. Yeah.
That's exactly what M80 are doing right now. They're entering their Zen state.
And then there's Gavin. He's rocking back and forth. He's like, come on, guys. There's always that one kid in class, you know?
No, he's definitely a leg tapper, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, for sure a leg tapper.
I'm a leg tapper.
I'm a leg tapper as well.
Yeah,
sometimes.
I mean, especially when I've had 3 shots of
When
coffee
the caffeine kicks in.
before midday, which was me this
Hey,
morning.
it's evening somewhere.
It is. It's 1 a.m. back home right now.
Yeah, you need the caffeine then for sure.
Oh my God, Gunnar is so locked in.
Is that he's like, he doesn't know where he is maybe? Maybe he's locked out. He's like, what's happening, guys?
I kind of feel like he was staring into space. I want to know what is going on in there. There was something deep happening inside Gunner's mind. He's in another place, in another universe.
I think he's like, am I really having to spend my birthday with Fabian like this? Sitting in a chair, waiting for something to happen? Like,
Oh, shoot,
I
I
could
don't
be
have
anywhere
this
right
on.
Yeah.
I think talking to Fabian a little bit, Fabian is very happy about the M80, like the atmosphere, the vibes, the passion, of course, the motivation to become the best, essentially.
Yeah, I heard some blunt comments from him in relation to how his attitude is with M80 compared to some of the previous teams he's worked on.
Yeah, he's a lot happier now.
He's
let's say it
drawn
that
some
way.
comparisons.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, working with PSG Talon, fantastic team, as you would know. But
Oh yeah, great.
very challenging to work with a team that doesn't have, well, obviously, language barrier,
Yeah.
culture difference, and just blatantly, like, there's not as much talent to recruit in the Korean region.
Yeah.
So there's a lot fewer players that you could actually bring in. Whereas this is like a really stacked roster. This is 4/5 of the Manchester Major champions, and Kino, who's a very good and very experienced player. And I got to say, this roster seems to have really peak vibes. You never not see this team having a laugh.
There's this term that some people use where, they're a vibe player or a vibe team, where if you tilt, like, it's hard to get out of it, and, like, you're going to play worse.
Yeah.
If you're having a great time, whoa, we're showing strats.
Oh,
now.
come on, can we see the strat? I want to see that
No, bring
strat.
it back. Scope?
Basement Scopus Roam.
That can't be bought. There's no basement.
Damn.
So
Yeah,
it's gotta
which
be
is this a clubhouse strat? Can we see it on
I
screen?
think a clubhouse or bank would make them.
Come on, show us the strat.
I didn't see the paper. I was reading the name. So
Is Fabian going over like, oh, yeah. I worked for
Oh.
6 months on that strat. Don't you
He's
dare.
like, Gavin, what are you doing, man?
Show me the strat, Gavin. Show me the strat, you cheeky boy.
Oh
It's
my
funny,
god.
A lot of teams, if not all these days, they print out their strat book to have it next to them because you can't have notes.
Is this? Are they having a paper fight with their strats and then they're getting told
All the
off?
hand warmers.
Oh, the hand warmer.
The issue is you can rip the bag. There's a bunch of like little seats in there. So at DreamHack event back in like 2018 and 19, Kanto was sitting there flicking it around, like slamming it on the desk,
And it
it
exploded?
rips. It explodes all over my keyboard and my setup. And Kanto's just like, oh. And then we spent like an hour cleaning it up. And it's like,
Is that like silicon or something?
yeah, I'm not sure exactly what. I think they're pretty hard, I believe.
Okay.
But
is it
essentially-
toxic?
Yeah, you shouldn't eat them.
Yeah.
No, you shouldn't eat them.
Probably not good for your keyboard either.
I came back home and like we play a full stage of Pro League, and I gotta pack my keyboard to go to a future event, and there's still those small black balls coming out the keyboard months later.
Wow. All right,
It's
so
verdict.
I saw
Oh.
a big from Fabian.
Yeah, it's
so
head
perhaps
shaking.
the situation has been analyzed, and maybe Fabian didn't see something that explained what happened.
Yeah.
I can only assume, of course, we haven't had a call from production yet, but I can only assume that everything was fine based on his reaction there. I think
think
he's
so
kind
too.
of the tension's released from his shoulders, and he's realized, okay, we just doesn't want anyone talking. Are they doing no comms?
Yeah,
Is that
I
what
think
they're
right now
doing?
they're about to lock in for the future, maybe, or
Is that
I'm
the
not
rule
sure.
now? Like we're playing with no comms?
we're playing with no comms in time.
Oh, here we go.
Let's
Red is
see.
hard roam to fight. Green roam 30 seconds. Leave Scopus blue turtle. Ooh.
That's clubhouse for you right there. Yeah, I see Jim. I see
That's
yeah,
amazing.
Drake Tunnel.
Oh wow.
I like it. So there's timers. So a lot of pro teams will play around timers. So either at X seconds you're gonna fall back, or X amount of drones killed you fall back, etc.
Someone chat screenshot that. I want the Reddit analysts right onto it.
Yeah, how good is this strat? Can we rate it? Can we rate it?
Oh my god.
That's probably a 35 IQ strat, I reckon.
You reckon it's a 35 IQ strat?
I just wanted to update you guys. There's still no confirmation.
Oh, there isn't.
There's still no confirmation. Obviously, I was just assuming based on what
No, I
I
mean,
was
it
seeing
looked
on
like
the
it, to
screen.
be honest, yeah?
We're just we know the same information as you guys, so we're just kind of vibing.
Or do we?
Or do we?
Are we withholding information?
I would never withhold information from our illustrious viewers.
Illustrious,
I
you
believe
say?
Okay.
I'm vibing. I'm digging
okay,
it made it
I'm
more.
curious,
Like they
I
seem
heard,
way
like, a
happier
very,
than they
very
were in
small,
6th Invitational,
non-detailed
but of course you
what
had
I just heard the operator
situation.
impression where it could be about, but I haven't heard the details of it. I am very curious, like what it could be, because we saw the round play out, and the only thing that happened that was like really bad for Mady is like Bok died early, which was just a gunfight.
Yeah.
Well, everyone died.
That's the only thing that went wrong was that everybody died.
Okay, that's great analysis, James. Thank you very
That's
much.
why I'm the player.
And then Capital dies somehow on Sandwich Repel. And we did see a Repel issue yesterday with the CIG matchup against Liquid.
Okay.
That caused a rehost. However, I don't believe that is what happened here because Capital was inside the building when he died.
Yeah.
So I frankly
don't think
have no idea what happened.
I don't think that was the issue.
No, I don't think it's the issue.
We may as well just wait. I mean, you guys at home, you can speculate. I want full-blown arguments in the chat. I want some...
It was this, it was that.
Oh, yeah. I want some structured debates going on.
Structured? You're not going to get structured from Twitch chat. Are you kidding me? Comes up again, comes down.
Looks like there's still in-depth discussions. Maybe Kino is explaining what happened from his point of view.
That is not what's happening.
No,
there.
they're just having.
I don't know about that. Starting with the fish hook finger, whatever that means.
I don't know what that means.
Bobby and doing it.
Man, I gotta say,
That's
you
such a
guys are
Swedish
looking
thing.
schmick. I don't know what it is.
I'm not sure
They're
why,
just
but doing
feeling-
this is a
feeling
Swedish
balmy
thing for us.
in
Like we.
this, Brazilian weather. Maybe it's.
Oh
that
my
we've just
god,
got
it's
the
such a
greatest
cringy
cameras
thing.
in the history of esports, but everyone is looking bloody fine today. Of course, we're here in the middle of Cloud9 versus M80 on the final day of the Phase 1 of Reload. We're qualifying teams into the playoffs, and M80 need a 7-0 to book their spot further into the tournament, to play on the main stage here at the stadium this weekend. Cloud9, unfortunately, no matter how hard they play this match, there's no way that they can qualify for the playoffs. We've got 5 matches here on the A stream today. No B stream needed, and quite a few teams still yet to qualify for that main stage. We're just resolving a little bit of an issue that we had in one of the previous rounds. The scoreline we'll update you on very shortly. For now, we'll go to a quick break, but we'll be back before you know it to finish
No,
off
I want to
Cloud9
see this.
versus
It's
M80.
fun. Like it's fun. I want to see this. Aww.
My name is Alex Goes 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. You real ready for Reload?
Hey, gringo. Vamos. Vamos. Hello, Professor.
And we're back.
No,
into
because
it. Cloud9
Fabian called
versus
out for the
M80,
ref
and I'm
because
very
something
happy to
happened
tell you
during.
guys that- Guess what, Penguin?
What?
This game is still alive!
We're replaying the round?
We're replaying the round!
All right.
So, there was some kind of issue in that round. It's done and dusted. We don't have to get into it, but the round will be replayed. M80 are still alive. So, no Cav ban, no memeing just yet. M80 are still fighting tooth and nail for this 7-0. That will get them.
So the thing that they are not saying right now, but from my understanding, is that there was some of glitch in the game for M80 that happened on the rappel, and Fabian asked for a rematch because of that, because it was such a pivotal moment where it got disrupted. It's what I think. So the round is going to be replayed.
Sorry, the basement Scopos roam.
Oh boy.
And like they just get hard counter-stratted because of everything that
So, and I mean, M80 has been just playing around, waiting. They've been throwing stuff. They've been.
It's been quite a
playing
fantastic
around
event so far, a long one, but there's been so many twists and turns, and this is just the latest in many twists and turns that we've thrown your way. We hope you guys like excitement, because we've got plenty of it here. And C9 are still looking to play spoils. I think they'll be, if anything, even more determined after like all of that faff around. They're sitting there like, guys, we just want to play the game. M80 is like contesting this issue that happened in that round. Come on, guys. Imagine after all of that, M80 lose the round. Cloud9 would find that hilarious.
Oh man, we're getting red though. Oh, what is this game we're playing here?
Oh, you don't know chopsticks?
No. Is it like one guy's to move his hands, one guy's to like
No.
snap it, or-
So you both start with like one finger on each hand, and then when you tap the other person, however many fingers I just tapped you with, you have to add to that hand. So I tap your one with my one, now you have two.
Okay.
Right? And then you tap me back.
With two.
Yeah,
you
so
have
now I
three.
have three.
Yeah.
And when I use three on your two, you go to five, and then it gets knocked out.
Oh.
And then it dies.
Okay.
So it's kind of a bit of strategy involved. And you can also, instead of, like, let's say you have two and one, you can split your fingers between your two hands.
Okay.
And that takes your turn instead. It's a fun game. That was my childhood.
That and Dead Fish.
Dead Fish. Once we realized that Dead
Have
Fish was a
anyone
scam, we
played
started
Dead
playing
Fish
chopsticks.
before?
Nice. Well, we didn't do those things in my school. We're a little bit more simplistic. Playing with Lego a lot.
Oh, I love Lego.
I think we're gonna have a quick rehost, by the way.
Oh yeah, no.
Maybe.
Because I know you can see the player cams like they're playing something, but
No, they. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
I saw.
I'm just going to be putting out a TikTok video
Some of the
that I
beautiful
forgot.
players and they're not realizing what they're doing. That's.
Oh yeah. Beautiful players. Love seeing the
Oh
that's
yes.
the dream classic.
Dream is
I
sexy.
still think the unwanted run in Boston is gonna be like a top 20 experience that I've seen in esports and Siege.
Yeah.
Just a good storyline, the love for the players, going without an organization, making it very far in the tournament.
It's funny because it was kind of like the Beast Coast Manchester story V2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that, you know, the leftovers, the players from that Manchester Beast Coast roster that were left behind after the Stars, Gunner and Diffuser were picked up. The leftovers went and had their own great run. Meanwhile, M80 struggled massively at Six Invitational. And then, of course, they got picked up by M80, all of those leftover unwanted players, except for Dream. Oh, are we back in?
There's so much interaction today.
You know what would be hilarious?
What?
Can you just like, can you like dub this over? Like, what are they saying? What are they saying?
That's the issue. I ain't got no clue.
All right, guys. I just wanted to let you know that I had the pork sausage for breakfast today. Highly recommend the pork sausage at the hotel. Very good.
That's what you were saying. You love.
Hey guys, I want to pose devil's advocate. The pork sausage is not as good. The couscous is where it's at. Have that with a little bit of the Greek yogurt. And honest thing, dude, I just had 3 servings of chocolate cake.
Guys,
that was breakfast.
they
at
had
the hotel.
pancakes this morning with chocolate sauce.
Hot and Cold's like, I haven't eaten in 2 weeks. You know, it's like, wait, you guys have a hotel?
Pancakes. Devin's the pancake.
Pancakes?
Sure.
Who said
Oh, yeah, I love
pancakes?
I had the pancakes this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Is that
for
the
the
ones
first
that
time.
they make for you?
No, they were
Where are they?
pre-made.
What the hell?
They were right next to the cheese bread. It was a new addition because it's like, I don't know, a certain day, I guess.
No, I'm a pork sausage kind of guy. That
You are a lover of the pork sausage.
and the omelet
sauce.
The omelet was good. Oh, that sauce on the pork sausage. I'm gonna be honest though. I walked down to breakfast this morning wearing this.
Or the white
which is
shirt.
white.
Yeah.
And then I just had flashbacks to yesterday when I was wearing my other white shirt and I had my first little bit of food and it splashed all over me.
Is that the tech? Okay, that's the tech.
That is not the optimal way to open up these cups, by the way.
He's gonna spill.
What is he doing?
He's making a little hole so you can drink it. Look.
Yeah, but this is actually not the right way
Water.
to do
It takes water.
So, do you know how physics works, Pengu?
I mean, I did drop out of school.
Okay,
so
well,
technically,
in order to drink from that cup, right, the water has to come out, which means that something has to fill that space that the water was in because of pressure, right?
Okay.
So if you put your mouth over the entire hole, then the water isn't going to be able to come
That's
out.
why I leave it
without
small.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
you leave it
okay.
small. Or what you can do is you can pierce a hole on the other side of the film and it'll come out faster.
What I would
Physics.
do, I would put the cup on an elevated position, and then I would just keep putting stuff inside the cup to fill that space, and it overflows and drips into my mouth.
What I personally do is I don't actually pierce the film
Wow,
at all.
what is this
What you do is
conversation
you
right
hold the
now?
cup above your head, the aluminium foil still on. Then you get a screwdriver and you shove it up the bottom of the cup through the plastic.
You
shotgun like- it?
You shotgun it, and then you just and then you unlock the foil, and then it all just drips
Okay.
into your mouth.
Yeah.
That's how you're meant to drink
Optimal
water
hydration.
in Brazil. Yeah, I've traveled to a lot of places in the world. I've never seen cups of water like this.
No, it's just here.
It's
I
literally
swear.
the only country I've ever seen where you have these water with the little aluminium foil bit over the top. Isn't aluminium really expensive, by the way?
I couldn't tell you. I'm not that kind of
I
guy.
thought it was pretty expensive. Like, why would you? I mean, I guess it's probably better for the environment than plastic, which is cool. But like, why are you using aluminium foil?
Okay, they're getting into the game finally.
I guess.
Sure.
Isn't everything about efficiency these days?
Sure.
You know what pisses me off?
What pisses you off?
The new caps we have in Europe where they can't go off the bottom.
Oh, yes!
They wiggle. No, because they like scratch you on the side of your face as you're drinking a water bottle and stuff. And you can't tear them off very easily. And it's like, who throws them into like the wild? You put them back on the thing.
Yeah, well,
like let me have freedom by choosing where to put it. You know.
So my dear friend Brandon, who works for Ubisoft, he's from Australia, but he's been living in Paris for a few years, and he's just visiting Australia right now. And I saw him post the other day. He said, "You can tell that I've been living in Europe too long because he was in Australia and he'd had a cap of water and the cap had just fallen off on the ground because he wasn't expecting it not to be stuck on."
Oh no! We're back.
We are back.
We're so back.
We are so damn back. That's right, guys. You heard it here first. It's Cloud9 versus M80 in a historic matchup that matters absolutely not at all for Cloud9, but matters quite a damn lot for M80. They need a 7-0. We had a little bit of drama. We had a round that is now being replayed. M80 do have another chance, but they're going to have to make it 5 rounds in a row. A flawless attack off, and then their first round of defense. And after all of this anticipation, I tell you what, they better win this bloody round.
They do. There is no way they're gonna go back to losing after that big pause. Let's see the kind of different operators now. Hacker, C9, playing to like more time denial with the Ella traps, the Goyo canisters, a great pick from Kino on the Twitch to counteract.
Oh, it actually works for that as well. I did not know that.
But M80, the big thing for them, get the opening pick, or at the very least, trade it. When, you know, the one round that they did lose, it was Gunner dying early. They played the round 4 versus 5, and that's exactly where they do not want to be. So a slow early round here from M80, set things up, play together, and then don't die alone. That's the big thing to look out for here.
Twitch drone goes in. What's it looking for in the archive site? At the moment, there's no castle. In the absence of the Azami in the mirror, it's very hard to find anything that creates fortified positions on water. Are we going to see a bit of Vertigan? Last time, remember, the Buck tried to play below. We don't have Buck this time, but we do have Gunner entering downstairs.
Yeah, if they're going to play more like on the same side of the map, push on over, don't have those, again, isolated pieces that can die off on their own. Some diffuser CC window, cutting off one portion.
2 people playing in CC,
Make a break room a not very fun place to be if you are a defender. But we see the idea from Cloud9. They're playing the corner in, we call this Ninja Wall where I'm from, instead of Office.
Really?
Yeah, they're playing 90, they're playing the rotate in CCTV itself, and they're playing that by the bomb side. Cloud9 are trying just to not leave any gaps in the few areas where they do want to contest, and then they're waiting for it to approach those areas, then to pick where the fight is going to happen.
A lot of Vulcan canisters there on the bookcase.
Oh no, you can still vault up there, okay. So they did not take it
Of
away.
course, that will deny a late round entry and a plant on that Archives door. In control of these stairs. Diffuser's job now is to cut off that Ella of Silent. He's already low on HP. Single bullet from that DMR will pack a serious punch. Out comes the fire. Ooh, what a great shot on the gunner, but immediately traded on back. M80 recomposed.
That's
However,
evil.
Packer is fighting tooth and nail as the Vector comes to life. Diffuser misses
so
his chance
evil.
to swing to win on that player in Office, and Cloud9 have the advantage.
Giddy right now playing a masterful position game right now in the Office, hiding Kobe 2 gets
no.
the kill, and just like that, maybe 2 versus 4, their hopes and dreams
Oh my God.
vanishing in front of their eyes.
Another Vulcan canister to detonate. There'll only be 4 seconds left in the round by the time Diffuser can run into Armory. A jammer in the way. Hot and Cold sends out his own smokes. Running through the fire. Diffuser sprayed on down. It's all up to Hot and Cold now to stave off Cloud9 to keep his team alive. He's being flanked by 2 players. And C9 win the round once again. M80's chances of staying alive at reload are officially done and dusted.
No!
I would rather take the round before the
They
rehost because that was not a
eliminated.
pretty one for M80. They didn't progress the map, didn't find the kills. They found 1 trade early on, and then nothing really happened after that position. Cloud9, they're the kings of that 3rd round, and they will call a tactical timeout.
Wow, very tactical. Like we said before, so both teams have permission from the admins to play this a little bit less seriously than usual. Let's listen to what they're going to say.
Yeah, I want us to get our reps in, and I want to get like our fundamentals. I mean, don't do that.
Second time
Yeah, play more to the track and then
okay. No.
Okay.
We didn't really do much,
So for
but they
those
start playing fast.
who do not know, is M80 is officially out of the tournament because of the round difference. So they have lost 2 rounds. Lost a round, and that round difference is not enough to keep them alive. They need to have a flawless to
That was hectic. I'm pretty sure
both teams.
I think that was both teams coming to the same time.
I was like, there's no way that's one team.
How the hell are they talking that much at once? Oh my God.
Oh my Jesus. Okay.
There was a lot going on there. I thought I heard C9 at the start saying they wanted to work on fundamentals, so they actually do want to take this.
Oh, did you hear that?
That's what I heard.
I didn't hear a
Both
damn
say
word.
Straight at the start, I said, okay, guys, we want to work on our fundamentals. I was thinking that it would be very different to that. I thought the players were just going to have a bit of a meme game, which I know Kino would be tempted to do. He is the meme king.
I feel like M80, they might go for it. Right now, they're trying to figure out what operators are banned in the chat, because players have forgotten. Okay, so Asami, Mira, Lord, and last one to go.
No.
You take yourself a chance to interrogate it.
This is the worst map for Cat. This is the worst
You guys decide if you want to run them over, if you guys want to troll them. I think it would be really fun if you start playing all the shit up right.
Wait, they banned George playing site. No, George, play go your side, bro. Put it on the window, play it on the window. So this entire round, man. I don't give a fuck. We need to go for the just react to the rusher, okay? React to the rusher, that's it. Bring it in. Let's get it, baby. Take this shit serious. Take it serious. What else is going on? I'm already knowing.
Wow.
My brain is so fried right now.
So I'm hearing M80 try and go fast, go all the bad operators, Fabian said. Then I hear Cloud9, guys, let's be serious.
Really? Is that what they said?
Yeah, they was like, guys, let's take it serious in the background.
I heard Fabian say, look, I think it would be really funny if you trolled them by playing all the bad operators, but it's up to you.
That's what I heard as well.
Yeah, if C9 are trying to play serious, it's kind of a shame because, of course, they want good practice, but if M80 are going to meme, then don't get a
Hey,
chance to.
good practice is still a thing because there is gonna be a world that you're gonna be run over by a blitz, Ying blind, will be whatever.
Totally,
you know?
totally. I think you need to be able to play against that kind of stuff because who knows, you might be versing Spirits or Anderton.
Very much so.
It does look like
Fuck, I lost
Singapore
another
more or less
point.
serious.
I'm
It seems
not
like a pretty
happy.
legit setup.
Yeah.
And in contrast,
He's hacking on the exterior cams. Go out and go!
is the most useless information that you would hack as a Bravo.
No, you can watch the flanks in case they do like a crazy run out, you know?
Oh, here we go, live droning in the
Live
Ash.
droning. Get in there, Gunner! Take the fight!
Kill him.
They're running away, they're not wanting that smoke. I think they're right. Oh, the wall bang!
That's nasty from Silent. Gunner's gonna be tilted at that.
You see him turn his head and yell towards M8 on the other side, basically going, get on, you know?
I think you could say, get shut up. I think you could
Really
say
shit. Get shit on, Gunner!
There we go. Giddy's still on a roam downstairs. Silent as well. Not sure he'll be able to get up safely. Oh, Diffuser to jump straight inside. He went way too early. That smoke had not activated yet.
What is this?
Oh, that's a lot of flashbangs. Oh, I like this.
Go!
Gavin's got to get in and help him at the same time. Goes straight on through. Full blinded. Giddy somehow C4s Kino. And Gavin immediately falls. It's all up to hot and cold. There he is. 1 kill, but Dream refrags in Cloud9. Tying the scoreline. It's 2 rounds apiece.
Blade and Kino Troll, they're team flashing, 2 different team members, you know, basically selling Gavin on the blitz right there.
That is classic.
Not my Ying player, honestly. I was seeing Kino on the Kali in the attacker repick phase, and Kino's one of the few players in the world that actually has a soft spot for that operator.
Well,
He loves
it's
the Kali
okay, that's
side.
fun, I'm guessing, since they can't qualify, no matter what, so...
3 shields, that's what I want to see.
Well, Monty's banned. Well, Fuse Shield, I guess, could replace.
Monty's banned, so you use Blackbeard Blitz.
Blitz. You can totally do that.
You Osa. Osa's a shield.
Osa is like half a shield. It's like not really a shield operator. It's like a shield operator if nothing else is left.
I guess.
Right?
I think Blackbeard's more of a shield operator than Osa.
Yes,
I guess
100%.
I guess he does function more like a shield.
He always has the shield out. Osa has optionally the shield out. So I think it's like Monty Blitz, Blackbeard Fuse, then Osa.
I never thought about this. Can you put the shield away as Blackbeard?
Yes.
On Monty and Blitz, you can put it away. So yeah, Blackbeard can just run the rifle if he wants.
Yep. I was shocked when I found out when I accidentally did it. It's like, why would you?
Well, I think M80 should just run shield operators and then put the shields on their back.
Oh. So they're playing Caveira
And then
and Deimos.
Get up.
the Deimos then put on that.
Yeah, the thing is, technically the Caveira is banned.
No, they didn't ban it, did they?
Well, technically, I assume they're going off the last game, maybe not.
Yeah, she is technically banned, so Pegasus right.
Planting the diffuser. And there is no pressure as of yet. Packer, oh, nice shot there, but he's not going to be able to deny the plant in time. Far too late. Diffuser takes a lot of damage. Kobe hunting him down outside. Surely Diffuser wins it. No, but a trade means that Gunner and Kino have a post plan. It's shotgun for Kino on the sledge. C9 try their best to make this retake happen, and they're looking pretty solid. It's 1 shotgun versus the world, and Giddy will make that retake happen to perfection.
That was actually pretty good, though.
Oh boy. I mean, the shotgun hands of Kino, though, it's not really fair because he's just a better shotgun player, but they played smart. They hold a long range angle to DMR, force him in the door, and that's it. Dream said, you all are rude for playing Deimos against the Caveira. It was the instant track, hunt down the Caveira while they were planting. Poor Dream. No fun allowed.
I like the idea. Let's go back. That was actually a pretty gnarly shot.
I know Burning Time spot though. This could have been a great pick for Kobe, but...
That's what you say right after you get deleted.
Yeah, and you like barely hit him.
Yeah.
Dude, every rank
Dude, he's 1
player
HP.
He's 1 HP, swing him!
I think he was...
You swing, you shoot, and the guy's literally like 80%. It's like, my guy, he was not 1 HP. I start asking, literal 1 or 1 HP?
So all the bans are gone. Like, they obviously ban. So Caveira is actually banned, but since they can't qualify either way, M80 if they win, it's going to be a free game, basically.
Dream's also going to keep sticking this cav.
Didn't think it was going to be Dream on the
Did they
Kibera,
have
to
it
be
on?
honest. Kind of thought somebody else was going to play it.
Thought so.
No.
I'm not on cav, I
He's
swear.
lying. He's blatantly lying.
Alright,
I'm not
Doki
Gav, I
Gav.
swear.
Dokubi's
Man,
on
I
ban,
swear I'm not Gav.
At this point, I don't know what's banned.
I think Dokubi's unbanned.
Like the third ban, I don't know.
If I'm not wrong. Oh wow, is it?
Oh,
Diffuser. Excuse me, can we check the Moss files? Nice, Boss G.
Shooting it again, honestly.
Oh, damn.
Hello. I got you.
Thankfully, Kino is there to catch him.
And bonk bonk. Let's see this Kino action. Rappel one up, and Akasuna get posted. Long line of sight, little one tap Aroni here.
Oh, here
Where's
we
the
go. Sorry,
track?
Dream. Sorry, buddy.
Oh, it feels bad, man. They should call him a liar in chat. Liar!
And Eddie knows he's
Oh, you live,
liar.
pets of fire.
I can't believe that Packer got hit by that Kali sniper rifle and is still alive. I would feel so robbed right now if I was Kino.
Oh. No plan denial. I think this is free. Yep, just like that. Nice angle.
Oh, hello!
he's
Oh, he's
no way! Come on! Oh
yes!
my god!
A second one! No! Can't go for it. He does eventually get finished off. It's Kino versus the world. Packer
Oh
low
my
HP silent still
God.
holding on. Kobe can't believe it. That is embarrassing for M80.
Oh no!
Oh,
Best
my
smoke who
God.
made that.
Gunner is tilted. Absolutely livid. He got stuck on a rotate hole. Kino, you are a dead man.
F tier. I've been saying this. Kobe roasting his own rotates.
Come on.
Only Kobe or Giddy could have made that rotate most likely.
Yeah, true.
Oh,
Come on. Silent, it's whack-a-mole time. Pop your head up. There's no way Silent loses this.
Waiting for the cross here. Packer first contact, then Silent swings up. Guaranteed 2v1. Smoke goes down. Plan attempt to force. Cloud9 to make the first move now.
They're
Pushes
baiting it?
slowly. Running on in.
Yeah.
Shot down.
Look, C9 played that like it was the last round of the grand final. There's 6 invitations.
They were not losing that round. But I feel like this is one of those things where a lot of teams, at a very high level, will actually mess up like the 2v1, like how to play it out. If Silent swings up his head, there's a chance he just gets shot down, right? Whereas Packer is 1 HP, deep inside of Office Fountain. When he shoots the Bushy Bullet, that's when you gotta have the LN Armory swing up. That's like the most effective way to do it, essentially. That's what APAC really gets wrong on like a base level on fundamentals. It was the first
now
thing
they went with
Bobby
the
told
banning.
PSG when he joined that roster
Yeah.
last year.
And what's more as well, you can see that Kino tried to bait, and it was well timed.
Yeah.
Like, he baited the sound of the plant with that smoke grenade, but C9 was so chill. They know that they don't actually have to push. Like, it could be a post plant, and they're chill because they've got 2 versus 1. They'll likely win that in the post plant. It's not really possible for Kino to get outside and get into a solid post plant position. This was ninja stuff from Dream.
Plan was almost down as well. He just punched the book.
Love that.
I thought someone else killed him. Yep, great crossfire.
Yeah, yeah.
That's Kino smiling through the pain right there.
Yeah, it's okay, guys. It's okay.
Oh my god, we got Rook Doc. This is an OG combo. Are we in year 1 again?
Shashanka. Bring me back the old Shashanka gadget, dude. Get the turret
Oh
poster
my
with the
God.
bulletproof glass as well. It was so fun.
Dark Rook
Such
to try and
a
get an echo. That's
meme
old school
operator.
Siege right
We
there.
actually had one strat in pro play back in G2 days where on Cafe, where you play like deployable shield with the Tashanka turret behind it on cocktail, locking down cigar, won the round. It's one of the only meme
I remember
Tashanka
that.
strats that won in pro play. It was a serious one.
I used to play ranks with this guy many years ago who would unironically pick Tachenko. It was one of his most played defenders.
Oh.
And he was a diamond player with Tachenko.
And it's not the Nico guy, yeah? It's not him?
No, it's not
Okay,
Nico.
because
No,
Nico's a troll player
Nico
as well.
loves that. But no, this was someone else. And he would unironically like bring Tachenko to diamond rounds and actually win.
Oh, high angle. Oh,
Kobe's
he is,
gonna trap
he is so trapped in there.
Oh.
I'd say air jab if we could measure, honestly.
Oh, he got healed through the floor.
Oh,
That
it
is
was nice. And
nasty.
again, he's getting stimmed twice.
And the Rook armor.
Yeah. I mean, they're gonna come for him technically or leave him be.
He's got no impacts left, unfortunately, to make himself a rotate out of there. But yeah, Kobe should be able to kill him. He's gonna try and jump outside. Kobe's gonna be there waiting for it.
Yep. Bottom east gets caught. Kino gets that kill into Shanka. Great roam game there.
The Lord has returned.
I mean, good discipline from the
Oh, wow. That's
Oh.
good.
Oh, he
Kobe
missed
does
that?
get him. Okay. I'm impressed. He might have been flashed there, but he did make it work. Oh, look at that.
Oh, we're out.
Gav!
Wrong Gav.
No!
Traded by Silent, but the damage is done.
I don't care.
Sure you don't, Kobe.
Oh, no. Poor Silent left alone outside. In a 1v3. Tashanka Kino challenging. Bates back on the ankle. The Lord, is he superior or not? We'll find out this second. Oh my god.
No!
Connor! Selling Kino short.
Silence is like,
That's what the healing
thank you,
flash,
God.
buddy.
Gunner, you got this? Silent's still trying to make this work. Good smoke. This is the smokes. Here's a terrible rotate. You're not going to be able to vault through that easily.
Forced 1v1 here. Freeze goes out from Tuberau. That smoke's gonna disappear very soon, my friend. You're gonna be in a lot of trouble. He's just waiting for it. P90.
Knife him, knife him, knife him. Yoink. Oh my. Show off of the new Inspect as well, the weapon Inspect. Don't quite mind that.
Still waiting for an inspection one tap. You know, a little trick shot essentially. Chat's going crazy. Aura. That's pure aura.
If you are inspecting and you shoot, do you have normal hipfire accuracy for that first bullet instantly?
I would imagine you have normal hipfire.
So you just like, your weapon's facing the sky and then immediately you start shooting.
P90 hipfire, what the hell?
That's how it works.
I want to see hipfire.
Damn.
Pick all the good hipfire guns, like the P90 is good hipfire.
Well, he belayed me as one tap Kino. That wasn't even.
God, there was no hesitation.
No.
Oh shit!
He's the pancake boy.
Yeah. Ooh. What do we got here from C9? Raura and the Arun, Amari. Oh my god.
Say the new operator name again?
10 seconds.
Ryora?
Okay, you're like Rara, like R-A-R-R.
5 seconds to insertion.
That's when I talk to my dog. When I tell her off. She's like stealing
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
my dog tries to drink my coffee.
That's not good.
If I leave my coffee on the coffee table, the dog comes up to it and licks it blatantly out of my coffee cup in front of my eyes.
You know what they say, the dog's like their owner. And you're a coffee fiend, so
I am.
Ooh.
you did this.
15 seconds into the round and half the server is dead. Oh my god, this has got to be the fastest round of competitive Siege I have ever seen. Plant going down, 25 seconds in. Gavin looking to deny it. Excuse me, Kino! How do you miss that? Eventually he finishes him off. It's up to Kobe now. 35 seconds into the round. This is the fastest I have ever seen Siege go. It's a 1v1. Time to ace up. Time to make up for the failed 1 versus 1. It's Kobe versus Gavin. Gav, if you were to be nice, you could give him a pistol, but no, he sprays him down. M80 win the round, and Kobe, once again, cannot win a 1v1.
Spray and pray from the P90. Not a fair fight if you ask me, but it's not about fairness, it's about being the better player.
I so want to play
Kobe,
Siege,
just like
guys.
you
I
said
really
against,
want to play.
against Rec, finds himself a bit short.
I'm such a mood.
Yeah.
Obviously, I
Kobe
can't
cannot win
really
1v1,
because of
sorry,
my
bro.
wrist hurts a
It's
lot.
not you, man.
He's being bullied by
Maybe
everyone
like
about
if
that.
I'm not moving this
got
part, I can
destroyed as
play. I
well.
can like I have no
Worst part
problem
was,
with
he
this.
told, in the interview, they did
But
like
it's
a
like if I move
in-house, like,
this
1v1
part,
tournament
it's
style
gonna
thing, and
hurt.
the winner would be like the person fighting the
Wow.
1v1. He didn't even choose to play. He just happened to be the best one, or everyone else threw against him.
Oh my god. Just hold down left click.
No.
He just vaulted. He just vaulted in the middle of the road. No. I didn't mean
10
to
seconds
do
left.
that. That's gonna be my new reaction whenever I die around and say, I didn't mean to do that! I didn't mean to do that!
Oh no. Miss input.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Miss input. Alright. 4-4.
My
This
hands
has
are
got to be one
free.
of the most
Freeze
tense
then.
games of a
Do you
Rainbow
want me to
Six
warm
Siege
them
I've
up for
ever
you?
witnessed.
I mean, when you're the
Like-
last guy alive for your team, oh, it gets intense, okay? All eyes on you.
Alright, another early kill. Oh, Gav
Well,
going for a jog
Oh
outside!
my god.
That is the most ambitious spawn pick I have seen in years.
Just gonna keep going, looking for more. Enemies around all corners. Where are they, Gavin?
Dude,
where are they?
Do that in a real game, I dare you.
Yeah, if they did this in a real game, would that be
C9, not really
disrespectful?
challenging inside the building here. Is struggling on the exterior. Kobe 1 HP goes for a bit of a spray, but the issue is the Dogwood combo right now is so good for M80, staying on full HP. He's staying alive.
Are you doing sincere analysis right now, Pengu?
I think it's genius for this kind of playstyle.
Can you analyze Hot and Cold's position right now for me?
Hot and Cold is literally vibing out right now. He wants to 1v1. He's waiting for his chance.
Everyone else to die. In comes the entry from
Yep.
Dream. There's a free kill, but traded on back. Not so free after all. A heavy price to pay. Kino's loving the Tachanka. Silent, I'm not sure you're aware, but you do have to get into the building at some point.
Eventually, it will be necessary. For now, we're outside. The red ping comes through. Hacker. Not quite the right angle there.
Kobe once again, not that guy.
This is where's Hot and Cold? Is he still downstairs?
I love the dude. I just think it's hilarious. He's had the real short end of the stick today. Kino's insane. What the hell? A wall bang.
Kino is
Headshot.
so good when the game doesn't matter.
And quite the opposite when it does.
No. Kino's still my Monty goat, okay?
I bet you Kino is the greatest casual warrior to ever have casual
I
warrior.
can so see that. Average Packer being Packer.
Are they calling him a beta? Is that what?
Just like as now it's good.
This is rough. I mean, Packer used to be on it, baby. So. Alright, come on.
Something to prove and a glass, no smokes in hand.
Oh, hello.
Oh, they're just running around.
Banana vision time. Come on, everyone, go hide under a table.
They're just out of there. Kino and Honeycold are hogging bottom main. Diffuser in blue as well, going for a backstep flank. Oh, they're giving it to him.
Pistol only.
Okay. Now's your chance, Packer. Prove yourself.
Oh, it's hit fire pistol time.
Drop shot.
Too easy for Diffuser. Too easy for M80. The lead is theirs. 2 more rounds to go.
Fabian, just a fist bump. We're waiting for it. Oh, thank God I took him out. It's fine.
There we go. I can't stop looking at Gavin's cheeky smile and thinking, man, there must have been some good pancakes.
Oh my god.
So good boy in chat, okay.
Oh.
Not the player, but the praise.
Everybody likes praise.
I feel like Fabian likes it the opposite way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I feel like Fabian's one of
Damn.
those guys.
That was
Also, how after all these years is Fabian still the interview goat? Like we're at the draw show 2 nights ago, and Secret they're about to pick up next. And in the background, Fabian was locked in, earpiece in his ear and everything. And as Secret starts talking about who they want to pick, he packs away,
He
corrects
knows
the
it's gonna be
jersey,
him.
you know, puffs out the chest, and they go, "We pick M80," and he goes, "I knew that was happening." Stands up and goes, "There's only one thing that can save you guys now, and he's not far from here on a hill, and it's Jesus." It's just like no one talks like that but Fabian in like interviews.
You went and saw Christ the Redeemer, the Jesus statue yesterday.
I did.
What'd you think?
Smaller in person.
Really?
Like, calves are still hurting, so that we hiked up and we hiked down.
Damn. You know, that's funny. That's what I thought when I first saw you.
Everyone says that. Actually, no. Everyone says I'm taller than they think I am.
Really?
So I look short on camera.
Do you?
People say, "Oh, you're taller than I expected."
Well, Parker's pretty tall, and I'm pretty tall, and you used to standing next to us.
That's
So it's probably not doing you any favors.
But like even as a player, only Fabian was taller than me. I was taller than Goga and Kanto, and same height as Junis, I think. KS I was taller than, Falco was taller than.
That's alright, bro.
I'm
Just
just short guy energy.
Stand next to Xenox, you'll be fine.
Gunnar is on cab. Let's
Or
go.
Jerry.
Catching strays now, everybody.
So, the Tachanka ban. Oh, wait. We didn't end up seeing the Tachanka ban.
I thought we did.
Oh, we did. I'm confused. The overlay doesn't say it, but oh well. Users found a nice little peek, and here comes the
you're
black
dead,
bit.
buddy.
This is not
You're so
fun.
dead.
And Kobe gets his kill. Numbers advantage for C9. M80 looking a little bit lost here, and well, Gunner's Oh my god. It's quickly thwarted by Kobe. It's all up to hot and cold. He is so dead. They're just gonna troll him. They're just gonna troll him.
Oh no! Not laughing now, are we?
Oh man.
Damn.
I love that. You should have waited for the nade
Nade
to
to
go
go
off.
off.
All right, 5-5, break point. Who will find the match point first?
I say play double shield and just like ping pong the last defender.
Yeah, bonk them.
Had that happen in a ranked game once with triple shield just surrounding the poor guy.
You know what I want to see? I want to see triple shield and a Maverick, and I want the Maverick to blowtorch the guy to death.
Oh, by he's getting bonked around?
He's getting bonked
Wait,
around.
that's actually nice.
That is the most BM way possible. No Tachanka, no Gad.
No kidding.
They're picking a little bit more serious operator now.
We never see any people play. And he was like the #1 attacker for a while back then.
Yeah.
It's funny how things change.
And he's getting picked off of it.
And it's off fine again, yeah.
Not to be that guy, but Mira is banned.
10 seconds to insertion.
It doesn't matter.
For those not aware, like when we rehosted the game earlier, the bans reset, so we've just had to informally tell the teams the bans. Mira is banned, by the way. Just,
You know,
I don't think anybody cares. I don't think anyone could care less.
I think it's like, yeah,
banned.
find me, you know? I don't care. I'm going home anyway.
I'd love to know what C9 do when they're like, hey, hang on, is that a mirror? Are we not allowed to play that right now?
No, he got invited.
I reckon
Antonio
if
got
I'm
invited.
C9,
I'm
just
so
stop
fucking
picking
jealous.
Yeah.
He just saw the mirror
Aw,
There's a few
I'm
shields.
so
They got 2 shields. They can
jealous.
bonk someone. Get the ping pong angle that goes out. The mirror window is there on Armory Wall,
Got
though. I'm not sure this is
invited
the
to
right play.
Brazil. I want to be involved in
Yes,
that
get
as
in there.
well.
No! A lot of damage from Gunner. High rate of fire. Takes down that fuse. That shield not protective enough. Still got to use Dream. One shield left remaining. Gavin still waiting here with the P9. Easy kill. Oh, another spray down. Look for more. Gavin taken down. All up to Silent now to stave off match points. 1v3. Still got to contend with those mirror windows. One smoke in the pocket. One Twitch drone trying to bait out this peak. Diffuser on the other side. Vulnerable. A single bullet will finish him off.
See if the run happens or not. There it is. An Armory side corner back inside of Armory.
Geisha.
And Geisha. Oh, it's a classic. Geisha only assists on like 1 map for a call out. That's not a call out. There comes the liar accusations. This time very much true.
Oh, nice shot there from Diffuser. All right, Pengu, it's match point. One of the greatest games of Siege ever.
I've been waiting for this moment for the last 5 rounds. And you know what? This is my favorite round because no matter what happens, either the game will end or we'll be in overtime and we're almost there.
Yeah. Oh my god. All right. C9 played spoils very early on, and then M80 has seriously done a bit of trolling. At least give us something entertaining.
I mean, it's been entertaining its own way.
Absolutely.
I just, I wanted like a 4-0, 5-0, like the intensity to build, and then maybe M80 lose, but they lost the 3rd round, replayed the 3rd round, lost even harder the next time, and that was that.
That was the most disappointing thing. I didn't even mind replaying the round, but the fact that the
How it was
replay
replayed.
was so terrible.
Yeah. I would rather have them lose the first way than the second.
My god, you don't often see the punch hole meta anymore since it got nerfed, but...
Oh my god, absolutely. Oh.
Remember the bullet hole meta, man? You played through that meta,
I
didn't
know.
you?
I'm not gonna lie, I was playing against Doki in scrims back before he was in G2 and I was in G2. I was just flaming him every round. So we're playing Clubhouse, and like 3 rounds in a row, I down to a bullet hole. I'm like, Doki, like stop, you're so bad, you're horrible. And he's like, what do you mean I killed him? Like, yeah, but once they patch this, you'll be nothing. He won SI after this patch, so he was clearly something.
I mean, nothing quite like spawn peeking with your gas babes and the SMG-11, right? Oh, God. Oh, okay. That's not it. What? I wish I could have seen.
Poor Kobe,
Gab.
it's always him catching strays with the swamp peaks.
Funny because he's fragging out like crazy. He's the top fragger in the server, despite copping so much flag. Apparently the P90 is now 10, guys.
I saw a Reddit post about that.
It's actually insane, that gun, by the way. Like, obviously everyone loved it on Solus, but with the ACOG, it's even better. Oh, here comes a big explosion. The gas pipe, a lot of damage on a diffuser. Giddy trying to hunt him down, but he's low himself. Meanwhile, Gunnar looking for a bit of a retake upstairs. He finds it.
matey!
It's a 4v1! Silent against the world! With everything to play for! What's he gonna do? The first kill of many required to keep Cloud9's hopes and dreams alive.
They're going for the run out.
I'll get
All
it.
3 players, let's go!
Finish him! Finish him!
He's running away!
Coward!
He's a coward!
Craven! Silent, get back here!
Partners up for the catch. Wallbang gets a Kino instead. M80. They might not win to stay in the tournament, but they do win the match in the end 7-5.
And a good night, my darling, to both of these teams. M80 and Cloud9 both eliminated from Reload. But boy, did they give us a show. It was a valiant effort, and of course, it was a chance to just enjoy SiegeX for everything it has to offer. Hugs and commiserations all around. No love lost between these two teams. And Fabian, a great first event with his roster.
Yeah, is it though? Is it a great one? I'm not sure, but eyes on stage 1 for those guys. But we got more Reload to go, James, don't we?
That we do. Of course, 4 matches coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
Yep, that's annoying. So, by the way, so people is going to ask, why did they play this game? Well, M80 still had a chance to be able to get to the playoffs, points-wise, but they needed to win all the rounds flawless. So that was the issue. So they couldn't lose one single round, and they lost 1 round. They couldn't lose 2 rounds. I mean, because they were -2 in on round differentials. So yeah, that's the reason why. Because I would end up in the same points as FaZe, and that would not be enough when it comes to the round differential. So that's the reason why.
Jag gjorde det! Jag är Rising Star på Stockholmsdesign.
Oh, Giant Donut, I'm sorry I ate all your babies!
How's this for a satisfying ending?
Streama alla säsonger av The Simpsons nu på Disney+.
I hate waiting in between, but really there's nothing we can do. Nothing we can do but to wait. I'm so excited for my phone. I'm hoping I would be getting it this weekend. That would actually be a lot of fun. See here. See here. Oh yeah, by the way, I think you guys missed a teaser. There was a little bit of a teaser. Let me just do this quickly. No. Wrong window. There you are. So we have this little bad guy. Yeah. GMT. So for those that do not know, that's what's happening.
Have fun. At the end of the day, it was a fun game. I mean.
Also, at some point, you showed the strategy paper that you had on your table to the camera, and you know
it's at
Fabian
9
is not
o'clock.
happy with that.
It wasn't even scratch for this map. It was prep for a team that we had already lost to.
That can't be right.
It meant nothing. Literally, the scratch.
Can you show us the paper? Like, how do you guys prepare? I want to see the paper. I want to show the audience how it works.
It's just 9:15.
He said no. You heard. No.
Fabian, no. Okay.
That goes one way. I get told no or yes, so.
Let's talk about the future of Matey with this new roster. What do you think? Are you liking? Are you having fun with the boys?
Oh yeah, we have fun all the time. I mean, our plans are to go back home, you know, keep practicing, get ready for NAL Stage 1.
Okay, that's it. Any more words you want to say to the audience?
I mean, thank you for Ubisoft inviting us as a partner team. It was a fun event, and we're going home.
So now you have the time to, you know, go to the pool, have some more fun at the beach.
For today, and then I go home probably tomorrow. But today, we might go to the beach, might go to the pool, get a few drinks.
Get some tan, get a few drinks.
I need a tan.
Yeah, that's it. We have more games today, so stay tuned.
Don't worry, we're staying tuned. We legally have to stay tuned to all of the games, and this was absolutely one of the games of all time that we just witnessed. Cloud9 versus M80. Now, imagine, I want to put this all in your heads if you're listening right now. Imagine if Fabian were your dad.
No one want to imagine that.
Dad, can I go out?
No.
No.
That sounds like actually very good impression.
No.
Very good impression. You know what? Well, they're
That,
just fooling around.
here's the thing. That's the
first
Swedish.
round
That's
that
I.
went to Cloud9
I would not say a
ended the
Swedish
match
thing,
and the
but
prospects
in
for
Sweden
M80.
we
We
don't
had hopes
argue.
for
We
2
just
rounds.
give a simple
And
yes
then
or
we were
no.
all waiting
We
for it
don't
to finish.
argue. We don't have
a very
anything.
long time.
But
It's a
actually-
simple
actually,
yes or
you know,
no, and
it's
then
refreshing
you
to have
better
some people
fucking
have fun
leave
like
it.
this. And
Because
Border,
you're
like
going
this
to
is
have a
the
discussion
perfect
with
map
me.
for it.
We
It's
are
literally
not
the best CDM map
going to be
possible.
happy about that.
And we got a lot of really good kills from this actually. Good multi-kills. Some quad kills, some triple kills, some good moments.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, when you watch high-level teams play, it was like once M80 lost that first round, it was almost a glorified 10-man, but you saw a lot of creativity. It was a lot of fun. My personal favorite was obviously when they called the tactical timeouts, and you just heard Cloud9 just screaming over the mic at all possible. Every player just getting absolutely rowdy as possible. I mean, clip farming a little bit. I like that a lot.
It's part of the game, right, at this point, and regardless of it, Cloud9 said that they wanted to get as much as possible out of this game. If anything, the experience of being here in person, what it's like to play on a setup that is not yours at home when you usually play in NAL, all of these things are so incredibly important, and they take time to build up. So being here is good experience.
Yeah, and they got the chance to end on a good note. You know, that's not something that you usually get when you're a pro player. Usually when you go out to tournament, it's a sad moment.
Yeah, no desk slamming.
No, well, we already had that. We had quite a few of it, quite a bit of it anyways. Let's move on to our blacklight detail for match number 1 today. What is our detail, Leo? One of the most interesting games we've ever had.
Well, before Fabian threw a tantrum and decided to harass the admins to rehost, this would have been the moment where M80 lost the entire chances that they would have to go further in quarterfinals to a frost map. This is hot and cold right now. He's drawn armor. He knows it's clear. He's ready to execute. He has the diffuser in hand, so he's the key player here. And what is he gonna do? Rappel onto the bomb site solo into a frost mat. And then as Kino is going up the stairs, you're gonna see him shooting another frost mat, and that's gonna reveal his position, and he's gonna get killed because of it. Literally losing the qualification to frost mats.
I believe there was a post that Ubisoft put out where it was Frost's most useful rank is the top 1% and the bottom 1%, because obviously you're not paying attention to the frost mats and the creativity that you can put in these spots. If you're just able to get a little snap, I mean, I think Hot and Cold is probably going to die to the Armory player anyway, but still, it's nice to see the creativity of the frost mats come out.
Frost mains have been vindicated out there. I've been telling you, man, that like between the 9mm C9 and off of the changes that Frost has had with the shotgun, the way that the mats also work, honestly, it's such a great operator to play overall, and even for long-range snipes with the 9mm.
Very fun operator to use, especially when you hear that snap, that bear trap, and you just know, there's no better feeling than when you're like in the server and you're just like, oh, free kill, and you're just sprinting over to it to get it.
There is one feeling that comes close to that, which is qualifying to the quarterfinals on a Friday. Let's take a look at our scoreboard and see where things stand for our teams. Cloud9 and M80 are taken out of that runner. This is the bottom 10, of course. So now we're just knocking them out. They're falling off flies.
So right now we have 8 teams remaining in the tournament, and we have 3 slots. We have 3 slots. So it's getting easier and easier. These 2 teams canceling each other is making every single match now super important for everyone else.
It gets tighter and tighter. Well, gentlemen, thanks so much. That was game number 1. It is the end of our group stage, but it also is the final piece where we get to listen to the IGLs, the IGL Summit final episode right after this break.
I knew it! Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, Fosso was like... Oh well. but then it means that also BDS and G2 are also eliminated, right? Wait, no. Wait. Wait. We need to look into this. Yeah. They also eliminated, but... So, Dark Series are... Okay, so yeah, okay. The reason why they're not saying that so you have Cloud9 got eliminated and they had 12 points, so to speak. Here's the thing. The reason, and you have G2 that is on 7 points. Now, why are not they talking about G2 being eliminated as well? Well, it's because if Dark Zero needs to win the game, for the G2 they are eliminated either way, they will not advance. But for Dark Zero, that is a match that they need to win. If they win, they will qualify to the playoffs. So that's the thing. If they lose against G2, they are out. So it depends on how G2 want to play this. And it's the same for Wildcard and Team Secret as well. It's the same. And BDS, they are... I think they are eliminated as well. Because I faced Inferax. Yeah. Oh no, maybe... yeah. Well, BDS can actually qualify. Yes, so far it's only G2 that is eliminated. They will not go through, from my understanding. So they will not go through no matter what, I think. Yeah, it's a little bit weird, to say the least. I'm not even sure what to think about it. I just don't understand why they're putting Siege reveal on Sunday at 9 while the finals is going to be showing at 9:15. BST. No, that's more like it. I think that is a typo. It says 7 PM GMT, but that is not correct. Because 7 PM GMT in my Swedish time zone is 9. So that is not correct. So it's 8 PM. So they're going to share with us about SiegeX 8 PM on Sunday. Yeah, like I said, it's really boring to wait in between. But what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? So the match between BDS and SiegeX is going to be on the way. It would be fun to see SiegeX go through. Like, I don't have SiegeX or BDS, but I would love to see BDS go through. In all honesty, I do like the Korean team as well, but I'm not going to be biased in any way because I have a female coach and I do want to promote more female in Siege in pro standings. So I do want to have. I kind of feel like I need to go there. But she's really good at what she's doing. Really, really good.
What's important to you guys to IGL? Like, what do you need from people to enable you to IGL?
I think the main thing is trust. They're like confidence and trust in you, because there's nothing worse than like, you know, you have a call and someone like hesitates or like, I don't know if I should pick that operator or should do this play. So I think trust is a big thing.
100%. I think there's like stuff in game as well, obviously more specific that you would like as information, like with drones and obviously other stuff. But I think, you know, main thing it is trust. And I think it's just like in Siege, like if you're not trusting the thing, like even anything, like if you have hesitation, like it's not gonna go good.
And then like some of the best rounds off of that, like the trust is like when you have trust, someone has trust in you, like you'll have trust in them, and then you can like build like micro plays and like big moments just like bouncing off of each other, just because like you guys understand what you guys want to do.
I think also knowing everything that you're doing, like the team is dodoing. Like if my coach Igor is bringing in strategy, like I have to participate in that and like give my opinion, because I'm the one doing the thing in the game and calling it. So I think it's really important to keep up with everything in the game.
Yeah, I can relate to that a lot, actually, you know. Like, I always feel like at least 90% of stuff. Like, the only thing maybe I feel like I don't need to be involved is, like, if it's a rush, you know, or something like that, like, on once we're in the tournaments or whatever. Otherwise, always, like, 90% of the stuff, like, I'm always, like, doing it with the coach or doing it myself, this kind of stuff. Otherwise, I feel like like you say, you just don't, if you don't understand what you're doing, even if you know what it means or what's to play, like, I don't know, it doesn't feel natural to me.
Yeah.
Going back to what you're saying, like you also need to have trust as a guy that's calling, trust in the strat. Because there's definitely some times where like you just don't like calling something.
Yeah, I'm kind of biased. Like the strategies that I do,
the
ones that I actually do most of.
No, I'm with you.
I also think you need to be on the same page as a team. Like, I don't know how to explain, but if I'm calling something and like some people want to play like more aggressive or more passive, you know, that will not work, you know. So I think like as a GL, you have to understand how your team
wants to play,
like feels and want to play to do the best IGL as well.
I agree.
Because if in my head I want to like spawn pick and do aggro plays, but my team just want to play like really passive, will not work.
Yeah, I guess you also need on that for your team to express themselves. You know,
that's a big thing as well. It's like you got to have vocal people on your team too.
You need always say like at least 2 people like reinforce, you know. In the team, you know, like how you got like Solotov and you on your team. I've got now Mowgli on my team. I feel like at least that 2 players like is really good.
It also like helps you like change like the pacing of like sometimes like your strats, because like they'll see like a gap or something, and then you can change like what you want to do based off like what they're seeing. So like I feel like that's a big thing is like IGL, like understanding, or your teammates understanding what they are seeing, so then they can relay back to you.
It makes definitely your life harder if you don't have that kind of player, like that can at least tell you like how they want to play, you know.
So we are agree on we need a shot call as well. As an AGL, because as a AGL alone you can't do anything.
No, it's actually too much. All your own.
Right now in Siege it's too much if you don't have that.
I know for you guys, but like for you two and you, like who would you say you guys are like your next, I guess your partner man, you know, the next guy?
What, sorry?
Like who's your shot caller? So I say like who's the next person?
Well, I think since getting him in Citizen, obviously like Ben's like he's got the experience. Same for Pamzel. Like he's he's obviously like quite a guy on the team, but like his understanding for the game is actually quite high. Like when we talk about the strategy, like being involved with the coach and new ideas, like he's actually always there for that kind of stuff. So I think someone that actually, because it's all well and good like us knowing like, okay, we're doing this attack, you're doing this, you're doing that, you're doing that, but they also need to understand like what other people's roles are doing. So like that gives them confidence. Then you can be quicker, you can like progress quicker, all that kind of stuff. So I think I'd say probably them two the most.
Yeah, for me, it's Hurts. He's a really aggressive player, you know, Hurts. And sometimes like I really want to do a passive play, like doing the strats, and he just goes like, I want to enter here and do an entry, and like I try to
incorporates.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Makes sense. I would say mostly for me it's Dream and Silent. Silent's more initial because he's more of an entry, and then Dream's kind of like late round if he's seeing something. I feel like maybe he uses util or something. He'll call like what we need to switch to doing or whatever.
Honestly, very proud of the IGLs to come together, and feels like you can just be in that room all day and just to listen to them talk about how different things work out for them, for their individual teams, other teams, strategies. I'm very impressed by Nathan Savage in this also. Felipox, like everybody just has something cool to say, but I feel like Nathan Savage just have this coolness. We were saying like an aura about
No, exactly. They talked about it too in one of the segments where they said to be an IGL, you essentially have to have aura, even though it is a little cringe to say sometimes. You have to be able to demand the respect of your players, and you're used to having a certain level of respect of people listening to you, trusting you. So yeah, you can just, when they talk, you want to listen because you're captivated.
How did you do that back in the day?
He just dyed his hair.
Come on now. Come on now. The desk turns on, and you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we can feel the aura.
Actually, like listening to these guys, you know, both Fox and I were IGLs when we were players.
Yeah, how did you do?
Okay, we did pretty well. I think qualifying for multiple majors and SI was pretty good, I think, in general.
Absolutely. And I think that's why we excel as analysts, because when we talk, you want to listen because of you're captivated.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Speak for yourself. Gentlemen, thank you so much for that. However, there's no hot takes that I'm hearing here, but there are some that Maria was able to squeeze out of some players and people out there. Let's take a look.
We listen and we don't judge. What is your hot take?
My hot take is that the new Flames in game, they really aren't that useful. So far in the matches, I feel like they haven't had the most impact yet. So maybe down the road, someone will find some good uses, but mid.
Do you think it's mid? Do you judge it?
Yeah, it's mid, actually.
Here, let's talk to them. Hey, so we listen and we don't judge. What's your hot take?
My hot take? My hot take is that aim training is useless.
Wait. I might judge you. Why do you think that?
I don't warm up at all. It does me wonders.
Okay, what about you?
My hot take is I think putting salt in mineral water is healthy. And I think it's healthy because I don't think enough people get enough salt.
Can you imagine putting salt on your water? Okay, it tastes good at least.
No, not enough to taste, just enough to make yourself feel good. Your brain, it helps with brain fog and a lot of things.
Yeah, you just made a clutch today, so I cannot tell, you are wrong. We listen and we don't judge.
Oh, I know a lot of people aren't going to like this one, but I think wearing sandals at all is like weird. Like having your feet out in public, if it's not a beach, is weird.
I go to the shopping mall wearing flip-flops. I mean, I'm a Brazilian, I love flip-flops, but it's comfortable, right? It's just...
Not at all. Like flip-flops are not comfortable. You want the little like thong piece like in between your toes. That's what I'm saying. If you have your feet out anywhere that's not like a beach or a pool, that's weird. Especially the airport. That's weird. You shouldn't be allowed to fly.
No, in the airport, yeah, I agree with that. But I judge a little bit because I love flip-flops. If I could work on flip-flops, I would totally do that.
Oh, no!
You called it. You called
I said, please don't zoom on Maria's feet. There's some weird people out there. Anyways,
damn.
We have some things to talk about. We listen and we judge so much. Maybe she doesn't, but I definitely do. Let's take it one by one. We'll get to you.
Okay.
We'll get to you in a second.
Okay.
Now, I heard putting salt in water. What was your response to that?
That's why I only drink ocean water.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the sea.
So every day you just go, you cross the highway and you go drink in the ocean.
Yeah, I just feel like so much smarter.
It's what the plants crave. Electrolyte.
That explains
and
so
minerals.
many things.
I'm sorry, but you gotta get off TikTok, buddy. Like, I'm sorry to tell you this. Water already has, at least the mineral water that you drink at home or around already has those things. There's something called a label. I don't know if that's allowed.
Don't let him talk to you like that, D.
I don't know if that exists over in America where you have like listings.
Well, so in water, we have like sugar in water usually in America.
My God.
I don't want to participate with this.
Inside it, there's like magnesium, sodium. I think what he means is sodium, not salt.
Not salt, yeah.
Yeah, but I do agree. You should not be allowed to fly if you're going on with just the. However, in the day-to-day, I think a lot of times it's okay.
Nah.
In a warm country where everybody is wearing shorts and t-shirts, wearing flip-flops is fine. It's just normal.
I disagree.
You're Canadian.
People are way comfortable with their feet out. Like I don't know if it's this just because of the times we're in, but having your feet out is weird. It's gross.
I would just say the production this time is amazing.
No, I don't want
they are doing it so. I have furless in mind every time they're talking and
since
stuff.
we're talking about the dogs being
I love it.
But we have a game on
I don't
want to
wait 30 minutes in between the games,
for
though.
our
That's
next match. I feel like a little mustique. What do you say? Like I'm just rubbing my hands like a mosquito. I'm like just really looking in for it. BDS are in and they are fighting for their life.
Yeah, it's the story of a team that was recently put together. They need to, replace the former BDS roster, who was the best performing European team in Modern Siege. It's not, an easy task to do. And literally, I was talking to them before coming here, and I wanted to ask them, how do you feel about the event? Are you happy you're here? They've lost 3 times already, not a good achievement so far. And they said, we're happy about it. We wanted to train.
They wanted to train. Well, we'll see what they're able to play for this matchup. An extended mag card, hoping that it would save them, adding 6 bullets to their total tally. A reminder, the bullets that you can chamber are based off of what your opponents have, not what you have. And the maximum that you can put in is 8, should your opponent have equal to that or more, Davide.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you mentioned that they just are trying to go for practice, because BDS is the only team in the tournament that has had this interesting approach to the first 2 days. They picked the hardest teams possible.
Yeah.
And then on the 3rd day, where everybody was able to use their extra mag, they picked the easy team, but then didn't use that many bullets. And so that just they could stay in the tournament longer, just to be able to practice and fix what they had issues with in the first 2 days against harder teams, against a weaker team. So it's just constantly one after the other trying to improve. It's an interesting way to look at the format.
Well, another team that's had actually a lot of success. It's surprising that they didn't already close it out, given how we were watching them over the first few days of the tournament, is SiegeX, our Korean squad. For those that have back pain, that have watched for a long time, they might remember this squad. And of course, Yas used to be on it with Damon Kia, with how things worked out with this in 2021 when Fox was still playing in those days and competing. Well, now they're back and somehow even better with Mephi on the team, and they're skyrocketing as SiegeX.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing phenomenally well, although they did run into their first loss so far against Falcons yesterday. And it's a situation where if you look at the way that APAC plays, with a little bit more time and there's a little bit more footage, APAC can definitely catch teams off guards in the tournament. But once the footage is out, that's where teams getting understanding for how they play. That's
What's happened
that
so
we've
far?
always noticed about the previous Damwon Kia team, and the core from that team being on
M80 and Cloud9 are eliminated. They played against each other, but it wasn't that match because either of them would not get enough points.
The funny thing is, I said that in Sao Paulo
to
in
get
November 2017 about Mantis FPS, and look at us now, continuing the same conversation about APAC teams many years down the line, and now they'll risk it all. 6 bullets. You have to play those that extended mag. 11 loaded in, Leo.
So in total they can get 22, and mind you, with the Eliminator card and the Flawless card, if they go 7-0, they could go all the way up to 25 bullets. Realistically, if these guys wins, I think they're making it to quarterfinals, and to be honest, they deserve it.
Absolutely.
They've smashed G2,
Yes.
they've smashed Space Station. They're a roster that surprised everyone, and honestly, coming from Korea here, they're the best looking APAC team.
And I hope they don't get shooken up by their loss against Falcons, because the first 3 teams that they played, CAG, G2, SSG, like you said, very aggressive teams, and they're matching up well when it comes to in-game gun skill. They lost to Falcons because Falcons is able to slow it down, play the more strategical game. But that doesn't mean that what SiegeX is doing is wrong. It just means that they have to go up against a team like that to be able to learn how to
You
process
barely get
the
any
next time they
points,
go up against
yeah.
it. And now
It's the same
BDS
for
is a
me.
situation where they are a little similar
also,
in being able to play
G2
a
is
little
also
bit slower,
eliminated, so no matter
but
what,
still,
they will
BDS
get
still has some
eliminated.
kinks to work out.
So if
SiegeX
Dark Zero
started very
wins
high, and they're on
against
the downward
G2,
trend
they
right
will
now because everybody's analyzing them.
qualify
BDS
Dark
started
Zero.
very low, and they're
But
on an upwards
if
trajectory.
G2 wins, they
Now
will
is the
not
question, do they
qualify
match
either
perfectly?
way.
Are we going to have a really
G2,
tense
so it's a
matchup?
dead game for
And that's
them,
what I'm
to be
hoping
honest.
for right now.
Well, let's visualize
So it all
all
comes
together
down
here
to
on the
if
screen. We'll
G2
pull up
wants
that
to
scoreboard
let
one more
Dark
time
Zero
just to
win, or
give
if
you
they are going
an
to
overview.
play to
5 teams
beat them
have already
out.
qualified, and there are, well, it used to be 10, now we're down to 8 that are fighting with these spots, and, well, SiegeX is just there. They're doing quite well. FaZe, Wildcard, remember, there's 3 spots left.
I think at least because like
right now,
they will get 17.
to really put themselves in the
they
top
will
three.
get
This game has a
18
lot of
points
impact because if
they
SiegeX
win
wins,
against Dark
they're
Zero, they will
stealing a
get
spot
18
from
points.
the remaining. But if they don't, if BDS wins, then everybody else still has a chance. Theoretically, if G2 beats Dark Zero, then it means that BDS could qualify after winning. Because BDS right now is all the way low. There are only 5 bullets. So right now, the only scenario for them is, let's try to win 7-0. Let's try to win as much as possible. And then we just hope for G2 to be Dark Zero.
And it's not a situation you want to find yourself in if you can get that win, that you have to rely on another team to be able to perform
out of their control.
Control. But that's the first start for you to make it. But if SiegeX can just play as consistent as they have been, don't let that loss affect them mentally. We could see a situation where
I
for the
actually
first
think
time
Dark
ever, we
Zero
have
should
3 APAC teams
qualify
on a
because
stage.
they play better
That
than
would
Dark
be
Zero
incredible.
than
We've been limited to only 2
G2,
and
so I
only
think they
around 3
definitely
events in
deserve
total
the
where
spot
we've had to,
if you compare
teams
to
that will kind of guarantee
G2.
it here, depending on how the match goes. However, our map for this
And it's the
series,
same
what
for
will it be?
this
Again, a
match
best of
versus
one. Today's the last
SiegeX
day of
versus
BO1s, and we're gonna
BDS.
go
I
to
feel
a
like
layer
SiegeX
more
should
strategic between these 2
move
teams.
on.
It feels
I don't
those teams
have them in
play
my
styles,
prediction
lots
either
of
way.
space to play around,
I
lots of space
would
to try new
like
strategies,
SiegeX to win
lots of
because
vertical
they've
play,
been playing
which
better.
will fill
But I'm
both of their
also
playstyles
hoping
overall.
for BDS because
It's
they
really
have a
balanced for
female
both teams,
coach.
actually.
I want to
So I
promote
think
more
no big
female
surprise here to see that
players
here.
in
Not at all. I
Siege.
think
So if
when we
BDS
get into
moves
the server,
through, that
because
is
BDS
a
is
lift
starting
for
on
the
attack, I'd
female
imagine we're going to see a little bit of a one-sided
coach
series because
in general.
defense will favor SiegeX and attack will favor BDS because BDS need to be able to work around that aggressive playstyle
Just
that
like,
SiegeX has,
I
especially
like
on
both
layer.
teams,
So
but-
obviously, whichever team is able to accumulate a little bit of a lead, once they swap sides, I think the momentum starts early on.
Before the Falcons game, these guys, SiegeX, had 77% win rate in defense. And their starting defense right now, everything matters on this first side.
Their attacks also is close to 60%. It's incredible what they've been showing, but that's a match we look for. Our casters have wooed in the back of this studio.
Whoa.
They're all hyped up and ready. Hey, James. Hey. He's getting warmed up.
We're so
Are we
ready.
doing like a majorette kind of
No,
thing?
we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
We're also
well-
laughing at jokes, by the way, Milos. I'm not sure if you heard that. We're
Thanks.
laughing.
I'm told Alpha is very funny.
Do you guys have your feet out?
Dogs are not on You want to see what I'm wearing today, folks?
Good. I like seeing the shoes on.
Guys,
I
keep
agree.
them on. Hopefully, you can keep everything on during this game because it's about to go down. Pengu, Marta, all yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I hope that we keep everything on. I hope that these teams turn it on because this game actually does have ramifications. Unlike what we saw earlier today, this is a big one, and it's big for both teams. Obvious, it's BDS's debut with their new roster going up against who look to be the best APAC team in the game right now. That's right, it's SiegeX. You know them, you love them. We have seen them upset team after team here.
Yeah,
at
but it's
the
because
Reload.
they
We've
did
seen
not have
G2
enough
Esports
points.
fall. We've seen Space Station fall. Can BDS join that? It is a dead set 50-50 from you guys at home. Pengu, do you have an inkling here? Which way are we leaning?
Honestly, I am a SiegeX believer. I think they played good Siege. I think they're fun to watch. And also, we have not get to casting yet. So I'm also a little biased here because, you know, a little first-time experience. I will say this though, BDS on day 3 coming against CIG, only reloading 1 bullet. That's where they lost me. I was like, that was what they gotta go all in, get ahead of the curve. Now they're in the slumps all the way down here, and they find themselves in the brink of elimination.
Yeah, BDS have had a very unusual strategy during this tournament where a lot of teams have really gassed up all-in-one match in the earlier phases. BDS has been so shy every single time it comes to those reloads. They played two of the hardest opponents straight out of the gates, FaZe and Furia. They did beat CAG, but then lost to Loud. And of course, they could have loaded more bullets into that CAG game, but they didn't. And now it means they have to go all in here. But it doesn't stop there, Pengu. BDS actually have a really hard route to get here. They have to win this and then hope that other results later today go their way.
Yeah.
Whereas SiegeX, pretty much, if they win, they're in.
Clean sweep, just like that. I mean, they said it, they deserve it, right? I do genuinely believe that SiegeX should make top 8 from main stage and get a shot at that crowd game.
I'm thinking of grabbing
that's
a
what you want to do
new
as a player.
ring.
Playing in front of a crowd, having a great time, and getting that maximum amount of international performance to take with you back home for stage 1.
Of course.
To then be victorious in that stage.
Of course, and we've actually never seen these SiegeX players play in front
Just
of
going to
a
go
crowd
to the
before. You remember all the way back in 2021, on the tail end of COVID, when we went to Yavle for the Sweden Major. That was your first event.
That was my first
ever
event.
as a commentator as well. We had the trio of Coded, Woogieman, and Rin, now reunited here on SiegeX. At the time, they were on Damwon Kia. They made it to the semi-finals, almost to that grand final. They almost took the 1 versus 1 in the final round against FaZe Clan, who eventually won that tournament. Of course, a long time since then has passed, and very different ecosystem now. Back onto the main stage they go, should they win this game, but already off to a rough start with that opening pick from BDS. Lasmo having doubled down for his team now. And the Koreans looking a little bit worse for wear.
Gotta go crazy now. Jump out that window, look for a kill, because you're playing this defensive setup, right? The Valkyrie camps, the C4 planted up, the Shashanka. You're not really playing for kills, but now you have to. Rim with some damage onto Freck, almost takes him out, but unfortunately Freck stays alive.
Missed opportunity there for Rin. Meanwhile, good ground taken by BDS. A lot of damage done to 2 players, so they do have to be careful. Lasmo down below. If he's going to try and play the vertical game with his DMR, he's going to be vulnerable to a stray bullet. Thankfully, BDS still retain that numbers advantage as they start to shape up. Threatening this execute. Coded spotted on that Tachanka, hidden behind the desk, but he gets up, takes down the Italian, but of course a refrag comes through quickly from P4. Low HP now for 2 of these BDS players, Freck at about half. How are they going to look for this execute?
Go for a plant right now. You got down that Tachanka, C4 very far away, halfway through the plant. Sent a good bait from Twitch drone. This should be a good plant, and it's a 4v1.
The C4 still available here for Woogie, but he's being cornered, he's being hunted, and the Aussie takes him down. Big final 2 kills from Virtue, and BDS fly out of the gates.
Not sure what happened those first 2 entry kills, but it certainly put BDS in the right position. And they strike me as a team so far this event. When they're very quick into the server, they get that opening pick, they know how to play out the round. If you can lock BDS out strategically, which I think, you know, SiegeX they were going for. They're playing Valkyrie C4, they're playing Tachanka, they're playing mirror windows. They are trying to make the entire map an obstacle course. When you can just run through your opponents like this, it becomes that much more difficult. Had Coded gotten that second kill onto P4, who's on 1 HP. Look at 1 HP on Ace, 1 HP on Lasmo Twitch. That round could have absolutely been won despite the 2 early deaths. So SiegeX, yes, they lose the first round, but it was a very close one at that.
SiegeX aren't going to spend too much time going to that top floor after losing it. They'll go down to the basement. In terms of the operator bans that came out to kick things off, SiegeX really, they want to keep their eyesight. They're going to ban out that Blitz and Ying. I think a good move. Of course, Blackbeard's still in. Of course, all the hard breaching capabilities still in, and further enabled by the fact that Kaid is banned on out. Mirror did slip through, and we have seen a bit of Mirror play on this map, particularly on that top floor. I was kind of surprised to see Coded go in for the Tachanka last round. I think
I love that pick, actually.
Really, dude?
It gives me, it's like one of the 3 bomb sides, which Tachanka's very strong. Consulate CEO defense, bank basement defense, and also top floor here in Nighthaven, or there rather, sorry. Because you can just Tachanka fire default plant. Like over and over. It's just a small plant position. 1 single Molotov will cover the entire area. You have 20 of them.
There's this operator, though. I'm not sure you've heard of it. He's called Smoke.
You only have 3 canisters. He's got 20 fires.
Yeah, and how many times do you think, in the entire of the history of competitive Siege, have we seen a Tachanka use all of his fire?
Like once, surely.
It's like superfluous. It's a moot point. He didn't end up actually using his gadget at all. He was hunted down. He was playing in an aggressive
blame his
position.
teammates. They died too early.
Yeah, he did. Yep. He needed to play further back for sure, but of course, didn't help that SiegeX lost 2 players early. They'll much slower start to the round. It was 19 seconds in that BDS found the opening kill in that first round. Now, SiegeX not looking to push the fight.
Now again, SiegeX are playing utility. They want to play time, they want to play the bombs, they want to play the crossfires. BDS, they're dependent on getting those quote-unquote either easy kills or early kills to speed up the pace of the game. They're not being given that this time around. Bird is good, they've done the roam clear, they're locking down those staircases, and this Ram Boogie drone getting impacted a little bit late there in the round, but eventually does go down. But it's such an effective operator at just getting that verticality done. It's very safe from C4s. Half the round spent, not a single gunfight. We hear Mephi's Maestro Camp stepping some drones downstairs. 7 still left remaining for BDS to use.
Yeah, and Freck, of course, he's got both of his drones either out in the field or destroyed. He should be trying to target those Evil Eyes. Perhaps he was unsuccessful. Now he's looking for an entry. I can only assume he was unsuccessful at hacking. Wow, nice little bit of free cam there, having a look at what's going on in the basement. But for now, Freck does find his opening. Good kill onto Rin. Thankfully, no util dies with him.
Yeah, Rin swung out. It's one of those, like, Rin is the aggro player of the squad. He's going to make the hero play as often as you go. I mean, Wookie Man, your feet are getting completely obliterated right now. Be careful. Through the wall, through the hatch. Drop down, actually. Robbie out of nowhere gets shut down by...
Damn.
Descended. Here comes a collapse, and guess what? Good boy from behind. One hit on the castle barricade, but he needs to land his shots. Out comes a C4, but he has been an adequate distraction for Woogie Man, who's cleaned house with 2 big picks, leaving BDS bloodied, desperately looking for something. A lot of damage done to Freck. P4 desperately trying to use the remaining 8 bullets in his magazine, and he does finally put Good Boy down. It's up to Mephi now to hold the fort.
It's an Evil Eye.
He can still use those Evil Eyes. P4's going to push this. He's going to go for the kill. He's sprinting as fast as he can, doubling back and going for the plant once again. Mephi coming forward. He spots the player. Comes the pistol, the bailiff. And SiegeX are on the scoreboard.
Very well played, I gotta say there for a moment. Good Boy whiffing his entire magazine with the bandit made me think, oh no, there's 2 free kills, didn't find either. C4 goes out, doesn't get the kill, but thankfully somebody else stepped up in Woogie Man, finding 2 kills due to that distraction. Prepping Casa barricades doesn't happen all that often, but right there, you're almost baiting BDS into a, hey, we can push the bomb side, Casa barricade over here. They don't have anybody playing like in the area, but no, the Casa barricade was a bait setup. And Mephi played that perfectly. The Evil Eye gave the information. He was playing time again. It seems like SiegeX's game plan so far, first 2 rounds, has been rather passive. Besides Ringo and aggressive swing, of course. But this lineup, very different right now. You're getting active with the solos, the scopus, etc. But this side is a vertical one. You can play 4 or 5 defenders up above the bomb side and just look down below. It's why you got Wookie Man on the Warden, because one of the counters, of course, to smoke things off or to spam flashbangs and then try and go for a plant in the middle of that. Warden can stop that, so really gotta focus on Good Boy using the gadget on solos to figure out where the plant is going down, and Wookie Man to then, of course, get the angle. Likely BDS with the counter by actually clearing top floor, meaning that the bomb side might not matter all that much this round.
Yeah, of course, most teams will try and clear this top floor first. If you don't, I mean, we saw that. We saw quite a few matches. I think it was the Team Liquid played this map a couple of times that we commentated earlier in the week, and pretty much every single one of those rounds, the attacking teams that tried to ignore the top floor and go straight for the bomb sites got absolutely obliterated.
Oh, I like this actually. So Robbie, they blind picked the Brava, likely because one of the big counter plays in this map is to play, or this bomb set rather, you play the Maestro, 3 Evil Eyes, just like last round, you play up above, and you can hide the operator. So if one defender goes undetected, you go, they might have a Maestro. Likely why Brava comes to play, and that's why we see early on here Robbie looking to get inside the bomb side. The BDS lineup though, Thatcher, EMPs, Thermite, Harbridge, Brava, those 3 operators in this particular round are not going to get you all that much value, truth be told. Maybe there's a way we can like throw a smoke grenade, EMP their ceiling, and then maybe like deactivate Wookie Man's smart glasses, and maybe cheese a plant, but it's hard to rely on that. Is this good value though? Finds the bulletproof camera.
Yeah, that's the key thing, because this bomb site does come down largely to information. If you don't know that they're planting, that's the main way that you lose. But this is such good coverage here, such a good position from Woogie. It's nigh impossible to contest this from a defensive side. Robbie is really not favored in this fight, but he does get a lot of damage off. 2 bullets land onto Woogie. Robbie himself only takes a little bit of damage. Woogie repositions. Another angle, this time through the hatch to watch that entry. But guess what? It's a rotate from BDS. They're going for the backside.
Damn.
The exothermic charge is going to make a gaping hole in the bomb site.
So Koda's now lift the bomb site itself, being the only eyes from up above. Look at that from the staircase. A flanker roof from Brain gets a kill to P4 now, despite, you know, both heartbeat charges has gone off. So Thermite's done his job.
Don't peek. Oh my god! Balls of steel for Mephi. Fret goes out. Much needed for Mephi. And now the story has really changed. Very few ways for BDS to bring this back.
And you got the Solus, you got the Warden upstairs, no way for a plan really, but Robbie and last one, what can you do? Go up above, you're playing 2v5, go
Yeah.
on the bomb site.
I'm surprised that they were not more aggressive with taking the top floor, to be honest.
I see the vision. Robbie has to make a huge play upstairs.
Barbed wire. Oh, bit of a swing there from Woogie. Doesn't work. A lot of damage taken from that barbed wire. Good boy swings and finishes him off onto Lasmo, who was expecting that swing but just didn't land the bullets with the hollow sight. And now I believe that's Rin on the side looking for something a bit cheeky. Lasmo's got the read and puts him down. But he's a dead man walking. There's absolutely no way that this one works out for him.
Oh, there is not. It is one of those. Good boy finds the final kill from the Vert where the round started up above. And I gotta say here, Dark, the coach of SiegeX, he's either a mastermind or someone in the team is, because they had such a beautiful setup. Deployable shield, mute jammers, the Vert, the right operators. They had accounted for every possible counter strategy. Most notably, the Grim Bee spotting you or the Dokipiko distracting you. But all the players up above who needed the gadgets to be used, the Warden and the Solus, they were sitting on jammers. So all the few pieces of utility that the attackers had to use, completely pointless. Or useless, rather.
Okay. Curious to see that the bans coming out, Pengu, here, aren't actually operators that we've seen much of so far, if at all. Like, we haven't seen a single multi-pick. Let's listen to what the strat is.
Exactly what Jack says, sorry. I want you guys to stop forcing your plans. If it's not working, don't force it. Nico, listen as well what people are saying. I know that you want them to tell you why they can't, but also if they can't, let's reorient something, okay? Let's go and get the advantage number. Please calm down your voices as well, okay? We're starting to get pretty intense. We're starting to get into the spamming and we don't listen to each other. Calm the voices, breathe, calm down, and get an advantage before you execute, before you try to force a plan, okay?
Yep.
Face obstacles, it's annoying. We target.
Okay. I really like the way that Laloon there was acknowledging and still kind of disagreeing.
Yeah.
I can't remember who she was talking to, perhaps it was Freck. She said, I know you want to know why we can't work it, but in the moment, in the heat of that moment, when someone says, no, I can't do that, what you're asking of me, you just need to accept that and move on. The why isn't important in that moment.
Exactly. There's no time to discuss the middle of the round, right? And it comes out again. BDS, they so far this event, they have shown us they want early pick into advantage, into execute.
Yeah, I'm ready with ships and everything.
This round, the attackers who don't tend to take the top floor there, it doesn't end well for them. And we saw them, they might breach both the walls in the exterior and the interior, but what can they realistically do with that? Nothing. And then
It was like hell. I even called today to healthcare, like my doctor,
so BDS
to see,
attack right now, the approach,
to try again, to see if I could get an X-ray. And they were like, no, you have to wait on Friday because you have a call time with your doctor on Friday. And I'm like, yeah, that's about my migraine, so. And I'm like, yeah, that and your wrist as well. And I'm like, why Friday? And then he says like, you would not be able to get any X-ray before Friday either way. And I'm like, that's weird because when I got the X-ray last time, I got it done in less than 3 hours. So what's the issue? Plus, he can't know that because he does not work in the hospital. And I told him that the physical therapist said that I need an X-ray before I see him, so he doesn't end up doing something worse. And it was still like, no, but you will have to wait until Friday. I'm like, why?
I mean, 5 years ago, he knocked you out of Invitational. He did.
Then we picked him up.
So I have to wait till Friday for some odd fucking reason. And I told him the pain is so severe.
Was that all?
But he doesn't really care. And it was like, what type of pill do you take for your pain? And I'm like, saying like Advil stuff like the where you can buy over-the-counter type of things. And it's like, oh, okay, but the next thing we should be looking at is some morphine for you for the pain. So I will write to your doctor, and she will look at it tomorrow and see if she can prescribe some morphine for you. And I haven't even been checked out for the wrist, so they will give me morphine before they actually know what the fuck is wrong with my wrist.
You'd know. Mr. PSG tried.
So,
we all wanted Woogie Man.
Yeah.
Frex taunting.
So I'm like,
yeah, we're getting a
why?
little bit lippy in the all chat from both teams. SiegeX started it. What you guys didn't see is during that tactical timeout,
that
Code
is
actually
a
typed in the
little bit
all
annoying.
chat, merci beaucoup. Taunting the French.
Like I said, I haven't been checked out either, and I feel a little bit feverish at the moment. I don't have a fever. I'm like 0.2 degrees away from getting a fever, so it doesn't really count as a light fever then. So I will have to see.
A plant spot here, likely successful, and Rin
I'm
finds
getting
another
really mad that I have to wait until Friday on that. And now I can't drive my mom to the boat because she's been waiting for so many weeks.
So now we gotta see Robbie retake.
And now, like, she decided that I should not be coming because of my wrist, so she put off her time. The only way that she can escape where she lives because of me now. So.
Good boy, continuing to laugh in the all chat, and everyone from SiegeX is swinging. Coded is going deep.
He's alive as well.
Yeah, P4 is going for the plant, but it doesn't land, and the Koreans are starting to dominate on there.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
In the beginning, I thought,
but like they can't. The thing is, they can't prescribe some morphine unless they have given me a proper checkup.
A little bit of a chance to hang out
That's
with
the thing. So I'm not even sure what that nurse was talking about.
In the roof pool, in the rooftop pool at our hotel.
Was like pure bullshit.
I saw SiegeX looking extremely relaxed, having a little bit of a soak in the jacuzzi. At the time, I was watching one of the.
I should not be getting denied an X-ray when I say I have something. I could go to the ER, but the waiting line in the ER in Sweden is horrendous. So I would likely have to wait 10 hours because I am not deemed as someone that is in acute need.
Well, teams across the world. SiegeX for the longest time were regarded as a little bit of a nobody team in APAC. Big name, of course, a lot of big players, but the results never lined up. They got memed on pretty hard.
Yeah, so we'll have to bear this pain for a little bit while.
Reuniting that
not too happy about it. As long as I don't move my wrist, I don't have as much of a pain issue, but
when the map
still.
first came out, I believe Korea was actually either the first region to play it or the region that played the most in the first couple of weeks. It is a map where a team like SiegeX, they have a lot of experience. Now, we've seen them on the attacking side have to brute force some operators, like some of the shields of the Ying. It's funny because SiegeX, they banned those exact kind of operators on the BDS side. So, yes, right now we're looking at a 3-1 lead for SiegeX on defense layer, the quote-unquote stronger position, arguably. The real thing is, how will the flip side go in 2 rounds' time? How big a lead can SiegeX get? Will we see a 4-2 or 5-1? It's looking very likely.
It's also about when you get those rounds, right? Because BDS started very strong. It would give the 2 opening picks. Then SiegeX fought back. The rounds are getting more and more dominant as they go. And now we're back down. All the way to the basement where
no, like, here's the thing. In any country, it depends on who you're talking to. That's the thing. You might talk to a nurse that is having a really bad day or doesn't really care about you. Then you're going to be stuck a little bit. Or you be able to talk to a nurse that actually cares. Because I did call the health hotline that we have in Sweden just to get like some additional like information to understand, because I did not get any from the nurse that I was talking to, and she really took her time listening and giving me advice and everything. So she was really nice. Also, she did not like the fact that I did not get any X-ray done, because it seems pretty much stupid.
Virtue is saving both of his logic bombs.
There's no mute this time.
So when it comes down to that late round, here comes the first one, and it's likely to execute and start pushing down the stairs. But
unfortunately, here in Sweden,
Meffy, he can just pop a smoke.
Kind of depends, but we also have
Meanwhile, Virtue's dead.
we have a very straight line when it comes to healthcare.
That means BDS need to find this kill, and that they do. Meffy baited out. Finally, the smoke is dead, and BDS have an ingress
that's
onto
the issue that
site.
we have, very straight line healthcare, and
5 seconds left. BDS, if they know Echo is on the board,
issue.
they have to start speeding up, and if they don't know, they might be in for a hell of a surprise.
Because you can't demand stuff in Sweden. You can't demand that you need an X-ray unless there is a cause for it, so you can't really say anything.
Meanwhile, Rin is one to fall. As the flashes sent through in abundance from BDS, but Wookie Man, in the absence of his Yokai, comes to life with the Bearing 9. Where is the plant denial? P4 is forcing it. Lasmo's there to cover with a double. BDS out of nowhere bounced back into the game.
Well done there for BDS, holding their nerve and not being afraid to take those gunfights and get aggressive with it. They've been looking a little bit slow on the attack inside, but it mattered the most. They finally stepped up. Freck is spamming C's in the chat.
But the thing is, my husband reacted to like you getting a lot of hit lately. You've been sick a lot in a span of short time. But it is, like I said, it is because of my illness
right now,
as well.
I'm taking my tactical timeout, and this game is only getting more and more intense, and we're still in the first half. One of the key things of feedback she said to the team is, guys, we need to calm down. We need to not get too excited. We need to clear our comms. And the energy that's starting to bubble to the surface here between these teams is making me think maybe they're going to need a little bit of a reminder of that. Guys, you're going to need to chill out. It's early stages in this game.
That it is, and also that first bomb set rotation, the first 3 rounds, that's usually the defender showing what kind of playstyle you're going for. This is the second half of the attackers on the BDS. Now they have an idea of what Fierce they want to do, and they can go for direct counter plays. And it's also likely why Fierce are changing their operators quite a lot. First half, a lot of utility like the Maestro, now they tried the Echo, now the Valkyrie, and playing more loose positions. I think this playstyle change for Fierix will benefit BDS because it's less about playing passive in corners, and it's probably going to come down a little bit more to gunfights, and they've prepped for that. They got Deimos, they got Blackbeard, they can fight for map control, but if there is a defender in some corner somewhere, they also got the Caps on Fire. So BDS, they have many different ways in this round to leverage their utility to get opening kills.
Final round of the attacking side for BDS. If they can even this up, definitely changes the conversation. FearX can have a couple of dominant rounds in the middle of this half, and it really doesn't matter at all if BDS can get back on that horse. I'm surprised to see no Dokkaebi at all.
Update on Discord.
Rather, the roam clear operator pool comes down to that Deimos and, of course, the Blackbeard. Really force these FearX guys back.
I think they need the aggression, the confidence, and again, enforce the gunfights. I mean, we know they love to play mutant defense, and Virtue has been dying in these kind of catch positions on the cutoff area, so I think Gridlock might be more consistent, if you will.
Ooh, Robbie has snuck in on the backside. Now, this is exactly where BDS need to take, but
they've run away.
A very different interpretation of this hold, strangely, from FearX. Previously, it was all about holding onto this top floor. They've flipped the switch, they've dug deeper into the strap book, they brought something else. They're holding onto this hallway here in storage now. Meffy with that shotgun. There's 2 players around the corner, one of them being a Blackbeard. He needs to make sure to win this fight. In goes the Blackbeard. Lasmo finds a double. The nade finds a kill onto Rin. How do you make that mistake, Rin? Oh no! That's a huge blunder for FearX. Not to lose 1, but 2 players on that roam clear. BDS should surely have this round.
Ring Swan the nade with low HP, taking the right play to try to steal it, but the nade ends up killing him, and he finds nothing in return. And now they can hold on with these final 60 seconds. Just play it nice and slow. Drone, check everything. The thing they're missing on attack, they have no real vertical operator. So the bomb set itself is very playable for FearX. So Blackbeard comes in. 2 defenders for crossfire, but it's not being made.
Wookie Man, what?
Frank finds the kill with the coverage. Beautiful.
Nice shots. This is what FearX needed to bring it back 1 kill at a time, but Freck from the breach finds his kill. 1v3 for Good Boy. Slow operator on the Malusi, not the best gun in the world either.
Good boy.
He knows Freck is still outside that breach, and there's also another opening onto the site here. He's waiting for Robbie. The Deimos here, getting the track onto the Malusi.
Yeah.
No possibility, clearly, to get onto a Mute Jammer and hide. So he falls on back. The plant's starting to go down from Virtue. He kills Robbie. Can he find the second? Good boy, low on HP, but Virtue gets off the plant.
Oh my god, that
Him
was
and
a
Freck
little bit too
together
close.
tie up the half for BDS.
I've been
And
sick
also
on
it's
and off for
even
like 10
half.
years
Those
now,
time
so...
are really paying off, the adaptations from BDS, and again, I think the biggest thing for them was the change in operator lineup, being more front-heavy on the intra-kills, more comfortable in the server. Something like the Deimos, you isolate 3 separate defenders either on intel or positioning, really buying space for your team. What a terrible strat.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most all chat I've seen. Anyone that thought that was you saying it? No, that was Freck saying it. Are you guys trying to boost my stats or what? Bandit and Blackbeard. I like the Blackbeard ban here.
I like the Bandit ban.
Yeah?
The Bandit is an operator you can play on pretty much every single bomb site on layer. And the thing is, if you ban the Kaid, it's like, what's the point? You just like factory MP it. The Bandit requires verticality, Sophia stunts, Mavericks, like more effort.
Okay.
But doubling down with Bandit and Kaid. What this tells me is they're gonna be able to free up their attacking lineup, not having
But
to
yeah,
pay for
if I'm going to get a
counter to
fever
wall deny.
tomorrow,
Let's
I'm
play
definitely going to be
operator
calling back
with
or
every
even go
agility
to the
behind
ER
it. It
instead
can
now
be
because
free
this
up.
is
So now,
like
don't
if
need
I get a
Thatcher,
fever
don't need Maverick, don't need Sophia, don't need Vert.
because of my
Let's have a
pain
look
in the
at how
wrist,
that
then something
happened.
is
That
very wrong.
highlight presented by Game Pass for last round, BDS. This was the turning moment for them. Not only that early kill, the double from Lasmo on the Blackbeard, but this perfect cover, Virtue even faking it at the end. A picture-perfect round for BDS to get them back into the game.
Now comes the side swap. I want to see what SiegeX, what kind of crazy.
I
they're
just
gonna go
feel so, for me, I
Because I
feel so
know for a
sad
fact
that I
they will
can't
be
try
going
my
to
mom
They've been
tomorrow
playing
because
Triple
she's so
Shield back in
isolated
Korea.
at
They've
her
been playing
home
stuff
and
like
she
the
was
Yin, like
looking
the Glass.
forward to
And here's the thing. There was a match between PSG
to,
and SiegeX back when Layer first came out, and it was literally just a
to
matter
getting
of who can do the craziest stuff.
to the
The
CT,
thing about
getting
Fierce
to a
that
boat.
they're not afraid to
So
force it in a window. And normally in Europe and
and
North
I just
America,
ruined
you
that,
see
so it
teams
kind of
not go for
hurts
rush
because
strats
I
on
know
there
how
necessarily.
important it
This
is for
can
my
catch
mom.
BDS off guard if they go very fast.
So yeah.
The downside is, of course, they don't have many choices of shields. They had to go with that Montaigne.
Yeah, I'm alive, so I'm
Blackbeard
going to have my
and
good
Blitz,
days. I'm
both
going to
teams
have my
funnily
bad
enough
days.
double-downing,
The last,
doubling
this month
on the
alone,
same
April in
You
general,
said it before with the
I've
Kite,
been
the bandit
so
double
sick.
electricity ban from SiegeX to enable the hard breaching.
But like I told my
reduce the
husband, I'm going to have
necessity
some
for EMPs,
time.
BDS banned
Yeah,
on 2 shields.
I'm
Oh,
always
that's unfortunate
sick
for
during
Rin,
a certain time of
losing
the
his drone
year,
early before it's
back and
even able
forth.
to
So
take
this
down
year it's going to be
the,
April, and hopefully
proximity
I will
alarm.
not get that sick rest of the year. Then next
love
year
these
it's going to be maybe like
look-
during the
it's like a nice
summer, like or
Yeah,
in
well,
August.
that's
Like
generally
it's
In SiegeX,
depends
the
on what
gadgets
my
are actually
illness
colored
feels
based on
like.
the team colors. So if
So
you
it's been
in your own
everything.
game change your opponent color to red, for example, or blue or orange, the color of the gadgets will change with it. That goes for barbed wire as well with the little ribbon. Nice little update with SiegeX. Oh my god, what a big C4. Woogieman tanks it. A lot of damage dealt, especially when it comes to the late round with P4's gas. He will be very vulnerable. In comes a gas. Not detonated as of yet.
Playing passive in the interior of the door, just stalling for time.
Want the vert from Good Boy.
Yeah, this is pretty smart.
Oh, he sees him.
The angle.
Great kill. That's an instrumental moment there. 2 players immediately drop and hunt for Good Boy. 3 players go hunting. Lasmo finds it.
Wow,
If
that
SiegeX
did
know,
not
they need
want
to
Good
make
Boy
that move
to
now.
survive. What?
There's only 1 player on the top floor.
And there he is. He doesn't see him. Now he knows. 1 HP for Woogieman with the fusion hand.
But time. There's been enough of it for BDS to get back into sight. Virtues hold down the fort. And SiegeX have been picked
Nice.
2 pieces. What a round from BDS.
Really nice for
And now
BDS.
they
That
have
was
taken
actually
the
really
lead.
nice.
After a strong start from
That they had the balls
Koreans,
to drop the
Europeans
3
are
people.
back into it.
It might look a little bit troll at first that 3 defenders dropped downstairs for a single attack, but you had those good canisters prepped on most of the doors, which they can pop and buy 20 seconds of stall time, and that really helped
Like,
out.
I'm not
Woogieman
even
didn't check
joking.
the
This
far left
is
corner,
one
got
of my
shot to a
biggest
single point
weakness.
of
I
HP.
love drinking
And then
this
I wanna
stuff.
say, SiegeX, they pushed aside, yes.
Not
There
like
was a
every
big
single
gap
day,
between
but
the Monty entering
I
and
will
the
have
follow-up
times
behind
where
them.
like
So
I drink it,
bit
but
of a
I'm
missed
still
timing there,
thirsty.
perhaps. But I love the
It's really
verticality
annoying.
usage with the buck downstairs, the Monty getting information, just getting that kill. Then what do you do? We're stuck being hunted now. We're hiding an operator in the drone phase of Caveira.
Speaking of sticking things, I thought that Cav was just a little bit of a joke, but it is being stuck here.
They're bringing Caveira, that's interesting.
It didn't see the Cav though, it's now hidden on the B bomb. Virtue's likely to find it. Surely this Rayora is not going to get stuck. Eventually he does lose his drone. The Cav was not found there. No Deimos to hunt down that Cav. Oh, as I say that, Mephi switches onto it. Of course, you still need to ping that Cav before you can hunt it down with the Deimos, but Deimos and Dokkaebi are both counters to that operator.
Massively so. It's kind of annoying, like, oh, I got the perfect flank, and then the call comes through, I'm like, nice, okay.
What is the set piece idea here, though? Because clearly there is something cooking for Woogieman with the Sens. You don't pick Sens unless if you have a really specific idea of where you're going to place those gadgets.
Well, it's great because the Sens rework happened a bit ago. The projector walls don't count as a smoke grenade anymore, so Warden can't see through it, not with cameras. It blocks all lines of sight effectively. So now SiegeX, they have a chance where they can go for a plant, hiding in the wall, cut off lines of sight, but they can also use the Sens
I'm not sure why,
upstairs
that feels just a waste of utility, man.
So it gives you a lot of options in it, essentially, but it does require you to do the prep work beforehand. You can't just wing that operator, like you said. Grenade rolls off, window slit, that's not good. Just cook the grenade, Mephi. Oh, wait. One of those.
It's very fickle these days. Those grenades, the way they interact with castle barricades, very hard to destroy a castle barricade with a grenade. All it takes is a slight roll, and the explosion won't destroy it.
I'm not gonna lie, but if you're two attackers on a window, I think it's like punching it takes about the same amount of duration. You're vulnerable to C4.
I think that's the reason they're not doing it. They don't want to take the risk of a C4, which is fair enough.
But now you spend 2 grenades. Well, maybe still doesn't matter actually.
Deimos is dead.
It's a silly
Huge
Valkyrie
pick.
with a nice angle right by this hot wall, being shot now.
Odin's in a great spot, but Freck, he's feeling himself today. He's getting all about it in the all chat, and now he's getting all about it in the server as well. Fortunately, though, for BDS, it's not that easy. Maybe it is if your name is Freck. The Dutchman is flying. 4v2. Ren and Goodboy, whatever plan there was with this Sens and the Deimos, it's gone down the toilet, and now they just have to frag out.
Haven't gotten to see much from it. Call came through, but again, what are you gonna do? Jammers on the walls. Rin looking for a kill, hunting downstairs, but he's pretty much alone for now. Freck will be in his hoist to his left eventually. But SiegeX, they have one plan in motion now. Go for kills, win your 1v1s.
I don't think that we win this round, to be honest.
No other choice right now.
Freck's the one to worry about. He's found a quad.
No.
Eventually the trade comes through for Goodboy, but it's not going to be enough. 1v3, and now it's Robbie's turn to put the Zeds in the chat. 45 seconds to work with. This is a clutch that I just don't see happening.
Oh, I mean, you got the call, but again, 35 seconds. Gotta walk through the building. There are jammers in place as well to stop it for Virtue, for example. Just one good boy against the world.
How good is he? He's walking into a crossfire here. The feet holes, looking his way. Spray through the wall, but Robbie gets in with the SMG-12 nonetheless. BDS have well and truly taken control here on Lair. SiegeX have been left in the dust. A 2-round
by the way,
lead
Fox,
now
did
for
you hear what I
Europeans,
said
2
earlier?
more, and the game
This
is
tournament
done and
is
dusted.
like the way
Still
the
curious
tournament
about
is
what the plan
built
was
with
with
cards
SiegeX
and
recording
points and stuff.
tactical timeout.
This is the only time you will see it. It will not be in any major tournaments or something like that. This is just a special tournament just to like celebrate for
because they got 2 rounds
SiegeX.
defense, they start to feel confidence, they start to feel we are going to sleep. So I want to pay attention to the details now. When you play next round in basement, for example, if you Supion, they're gonna start to fight too much the angles, right? So don't need to be fear about the time. You just fucking motherfucking punish that guys, no too barara. Because they're gonna change the style now, because they're gonna try to every round now just gunfight alone, you know?
Yeah.
When you go to the bans, you can decide or ban Warden or ban Castle. You can choose that, okay guys? About the strats, guys, don't matter. Now it's like a swing, just be careful of details, okay?
Yep.
Fight
there! There's a change up in strat and approach because BDS now are on fire. So don't worry about the executing the plan and all the fancy gadgetry. Focus about how you're gonna take those gunfights because they're gonna be overly swinging you, and then the round will play out by itself. Time is not gonna be a problem.
That's right. You can have a plan in mind.
Annyeonghaseyo.
Like that, there was something with the Sens.
Yeah.
But you don't want to focus on it too much. Now,
Annyeonghaseyo,
Freck was really the name of the
Verax.
game here. In the Game Pass highlights, a
Kenchana.
4K from him. A huge impact on the round.
That's Japanese, Kenchana.
For SiegeX here, another note to say, I mean, obviously the players all speak Korean, and their coach Dark is Brazilian, so his first language is Portuguese. It's just incredible to me that you've got second language English speakers coaching other second language English speakers, and then immediately SiegeX, as soon as they finish their tactical timeout, finish hearing what Dark has to say, they switch back to Korean. That has got to be such a...
to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I want to say something on broadcast, I probably shouldn't, but there's got to be such a way to like screw with your head. And I have so much respect for the people who can do that. Here I am on this video.
I think it comes down to good prep work, and I think that's where Dark can be very analytical as a coach and have his pinpoints and his notes and everything else. And I think you can visualize things with pictures and maybe even some videos sometimes. But it just means that the best coach for any given team is not one specific style. The best kind of coach that the team needs the coach to be, whether it's an emotional guy, a manager, a strategical coach, or just a guy who says the right things. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and when you have the chance to sit back behind the players, see everything that's going on holistically, you can figure out what is the one thing that these guys need to know right now. And I think Dark hit that nail on the head. It's, guys, look, strats are great. Yeah, but we just have to make sure that we're not getting too baited in here. Like, BDS are feeling their fire right now.
Yeah, and what did he learn to BDS, right? Same thing,
exactly,
guys. Let's not force the plan. Let's calm down the comms and just look at problem solving. If your teammates are saying you can't do this, don't ask about why, just change the strat. Very similar things, set very differently. Again.
Looking to bully that Montaigne.
Help. Okay, we're building a wall.
Enabled the escape there of, I believe it was Freck. Well played there from BDS. My God, very passive from SiegeX on the flank watch upstairs, just hard holding that angle.
Two people though. Virtue covering P4. So Good Boy's looking for a late round flank. P4's holding Grid on bomb site. Virtue is his bodyguard.
This should be a free kill here. Good Boy. He's been waiting for so long and he finally gets it. That is the read that Dark was saying for SiegeX. Don't overcomplicate things. Just chill out and they will come to us. Virtue got antsy because he thinks that he has to make a move. And now SiegeX have the numbers advantage. And they start to poise towards the site with that Glaz and Montaigne in tow.
Not just that, but now Good Boy can wait for the right opportunity to walk in and challenge P4 on the castle. That means he can't watch the vertical holes. So yes, Virtue dying is one thing.
He didn't check.
Oh, he didn't check the... Oh, he shoots at it. So this they shoot.
No, why did he shoot at it?
With the right timing, you can now force castle off the vert and you can play basically a 3v4 round.
So the smokes start to go out on the site, start to threaten a push. Robbie and Freck, the ones on the bomb site, while P4 is looking for a very large rotate around the Vulcan fight. Oh, things awkward. In goes the Montaigne. So much info now, and amidst the chaos, Coded is going to continue sticking it. It's up to Mephi to cover, but Ring's gone down. And everyone from SiegeX seems to fall in the post plan. It's just up to Coded and Wookie Man to stave off defeat here as BDS inch their way closer, bullying that Montaigne, but Coded comes in to save the day. Robbie is down. P4's got to rotate back, but he's been caught as well. Up to Lasmo against the might of two players from SiegeX. Coded pops off, and SiegeX are fighting back.
Beautiful round from Wookie Man and the Monty. No
aggressive
and passive sharing. So look at his screen. He's turned his screen sideways to show his teammates all the way down the table. Hey, this is my information. Just look over here. And you might be thinking, you can't always be in a drone. He's a Monty. He is a walking drone just sharing that information.
That's genius.
And they've banned the Monty now.
No surprise. I mean, so smart from all of SiegeX.
Is it allowed to turn screen
though? The whole
though?
team, if they want to know exactly where a player is, that Goyo in the middle of sight, all you would need to do was just look to your left, see what's on Wookie Man's screen. You know exactly where that Goyo is in real time. No delay of waiting for that call out.
You're just staying in the middle of the bomb side, seeing both the left and right hand side. Coded played so well around it. The second it got down to a 1 versus 2, you see Wookie Man get aggressive with the Monty, swinging together with Coded. So again, they play the 3 versus 2
someone
versus
even
3
asked,
man
is that even
disadvantage.
allowed?
Coded fishing for a kill, Wookie distracting, and as they get into an even numbers, they lash out together. And it's these small kind of mini plays we don't see very well executed from teams from APAC and Siege. SiegeX, they're setting the bar high right now with the fundamentals, their teamwork, their coordination. Yes, they're down around right now, but they're looking good in these many of these rounds.
10 seconds left.
That they are. Now they found
just
their
look at
first
chat to see if
attacking round.
it
It
is
was a very strong
okay.
start to the defense. Dark flipped that. When he took
It
that
is
tactical
allowed,
timeout, it worked
actually.
like a charm.
Damn.
And we saw that read come out, like we said, BDS falling straight into SiegeX's hands with those flanks. And now it's on BDS to adapt, right? I mean, Siege is not a game where you just put your strats up and then they sort them out. Whoever has the best strat wins. No, it's a game of constant adaptation.
Yeah, it evolves, especially the operator band system. 3 operator bands from both sides. Attackers spend defenders, vice versa. So as we saw, BDS target band Wiggins Monty, triple shield band here on Lair, and SiegeX band the Warden. And recall back to the technical timeout, Dark, coach of SiegeX said either Warden or Cancel talk about it.
Yeah.
Now that you've banned the Warden, you'd think maybe some more classic in gameplay. That hasn't been the case for this particular round. This looks like to me they might be over-forcing a strat again, which they were doing before, where they're playing for Aura, Nomad, for example. They're looking to get 5 people by the bomb side, but to me they're missing the wow factor. There's no Capital Grim, there's no Ying, there's no real easy way to execute on the side itself, especially with the loss of all the shield operators. So I'm curious what the planets of SiegeX, if they can't find easy opening kills, how they expect to plant in this round.
That's right. Sometimes you see the Rayora pick and you think these guys are maybe forcing something that's a little bit too niche. At least an operator like Laz, you know, you actually have a decent fragging ability. You've got nades if you decide to use them. Whereas Rayora is just so niche, like only very specific places you can place those, only on doorways, not even on windows.
Yeah. Exactly. Right now, Obstream looks to be the target on the rappel, exterior on the door, walking on in. These mute jammers doing so much work because there are no secondary EMPs in the pocket of SiegeX. No, that
good C4.
Toss. Wow, it gets him. Boogeyman even ran past the corner thinking he was safe and stopped moving. Massive pick. I mean, Goalkeeper was, if anything, the execute operator.
Yeah, really good pick, really good pick.
No longer.
So I don't think it's
this is very
essential.
even game,
Rin
guys. It's crazy.
The problem is he can get into this
I don't know who I like rooting for. I like SiegeX. I want to see Apex succeed.
Push through the smoke. This is deadly. It's dangerous. AK comes out. It's not the greatest weapon. Very slow fire rate as the teammates come in to support. And P4 falls on back. BDS have seceded that map control.
Yeah, just get out of there. You already got the first pick, and now goodbye to worry about the flank. He's been found out. Took a bit of damage. There's a guy down here too.
Oh no,
he does no.
Oh no!
But this is 11.
You whiffed.
He can't be affording to lose that.
You fucking whiffed!
Caught out of position. He doesn't know if he can move. He doesn't know where P4 has gone. He's going for the vert though regardless. And now it is on P4. Does he try and save his teammate?
Flanking.
Good boy needs to win this fight. P4 comes as info and he gets the kill. Meanwhile, still the vertical ability comes through. Rin scored big on sight. And SiegeX are about to tie this up. It's all up to Lasmo. He's got no C4, but they don't know where he is. Pops up for one, hunting for a second. Oh, and forcing the plant down. The Maestro can't win it. Rin, meanwhile, a team kill. But if it's all up to Virtue, I don't think BDS have a chance. Rin just holding the line. Good boy close up. The Deimos tracker comes through. Good shots here from the Aussie. Can he go for a revive? I don't think he's able to. Lasmo, he's looking for information. Virtue's got no idea where Rin is. He's still got that evil eye scouting for a bit of info. An aggressive swing from Rin. Virtue still plenty of power.
Oh, that was so good.
And SiegeX, they have closed the distance. They are still fighting for their survival.
And the attacking round, they were everywhere. Downstairs, good boy. These striking players, one flanking him, one on the vert. That's one attacker taking advantage of 2 separate defenders.
That was really good, but SiegeX was close on whiffing that though. They should not have been in that situation.
1 or 2 more saps from the evil eye, and Coded, who was planting, would have died with 0 seconds left. We're talking maybe 1.5 seconds of difference, and that would have been an easy 0-second victory for Virtue and for Team BDS. Instead, it's a clutch, and we're now an even 5-5 round score.
What a influential round in this game. Let's go see the highlights from Game Pass and see exactly what unfolded, because everything
I'm not sure what
leading up to
P4
this
did,
moment,
because
that round
that kind of felt
massive,
unnecessary.
And it all hinged on Good Boy, his ability to cover his flank, his ability to disrupt the side while Rin covered.
Oh, he just shot his teammate.
Back into it.
He thought it was the enemy and not his teammate. Like,
I think a lot of players there would actually just kind of run away and play time, but Rin knew that if he goes to the revive, there's a way where they can long arm it and cover, and he loses. So he was aggressing forward in the 1 versus 1 because he wanted to shut down Virtue's possibility of a revive.
Damn. That is crazy.
Oh man, the intensity. It's amping up. You said SiegeX will discuss
I'm in such a mood to play. I'm like
Castle's in the
such
game
a
now.
mood.
It's in the round. Brought back. And if I'm not wrong, this is the first floor bomb site that we saw so much of earlier as well. It often comes down to that top floor. As we've said, no thermite this time around. Bangu, you were saying before, SiegeX really need to bring some of those execute operators, some of those cheeky ones. What have they gone for now?
Well, you got the Ying, you got the Grim, as well as the Dokkaebi, and that's going to cause a lot of distraction in the server. Then they take Wookieeman or Nurk as well for a backstab somewhere, possibly for a lurk that can't be seen by the evil eyes or any of those gadgetry, those cameras. So I think SiegeX now, they're playing a mental game. It's not about the strat, it's about being in the minds of BDS saying, hey, we're over here, look over here, and then something happens elsewhere. The backstab attempt. Oh, Frank almost goes down. He was the hero last time with a 4K on this bomb site. Gets injured, but the coverage is good. No! Rin actually confirms the kill. When taking a little bit of damage. It's a slow round for SiegeX, but with that opening kill, it's gonna buy them a lot of time to ramp up later.
Yeah, it's deadly. Frank's now been overtaken, but Lasmo and Rin have more kills than him, despite having such a strong, influential start to their defensive half with that big 4K. Good Boy, notable is the fact that he's actually running the Ying with a shotgun. So he's looking to play around this bathroom. He's looking to play around these close encountered hallways. So out goes the Dokkaebi's logic bomb.
Virtue down. Where was that step up Wookieeman? Just on a random staircase, you know what I'm saying? Paul goes out, he follows, and Good Boy does not stop there. 5v2 SiegeX in full control.
This is not good for BDS.
Damn. He feels like he's got to make a rotate, but he can't really aggressively play. Look to try and push R6 through him. Oh no, guess what? The Nook has come out of nowhere, but P4 somehow turns on him. At least for SiegeX, they now know where P4 is, and he's trapped. They have vertical dominance. Robbie still waiting for his moment to retake upstairs. It will take some heroics for BDS to keep this alive.
P4 has to stay alive. Well, they know. Robbie has to go flank, but again, yeah, they have the yellow pin. They can actually bait this and quote-unquote execute the bomb site, wait for the flank, and it's all down to P4. No call from Dokkaebi though. Can't happen. So it's all about timing right now.
So what is the play? There's plenty of info on site. That's dangerous, popping your head up like that, Good Boy. Outcome, the Dokkaebi. Hacked cams, a logic bomb has already gone by and amidst the chaos.
Wow, the rhythm's so good.
BDS have nothing to show for it.
I would say SiegeX definitely deserve to win the way they're playing right now. BDS is playing really well, but I feel like they are not.
Elimination.
3 rounds in a row. They figured it out on the attacking side now. They really have it solved. There we see the opening death. Frank actually pushed into the bathroom, and that's how he got shot down. We saw off-screen Wookieeman on, we call it new bridge for some teams, but essentially they crossed the map, found a sneak kill as well. And the second Wookie got that initial opening, he backs off.
Dude, isn't it just unreal that SiegeX took their tactical timeout? Dark, the main thing he said is, guys, don't worry so much about the execute. Play it slow, they'll come at you. And BDS are still running at them.
Yeah, they are. But then again, like, if you're Lilun in the background and you're going, I know what the problem is because I see all the perspectives. I hear the communication as a neutral listener. But when you're a player in the server, you might be thinking, oh, I can beat them in a 1v1, or oh, they're not going to be watching this angle. Now it's been 3 rounds. We really see BDS realize what the problem is. And I think it was Leagueify in the IGL content piece before this game started. I was like, an issue that you can have with IGL is that you might want to call an aggressive strat, but if your teammates aren't up for it, aren't aggressive players, it's not going to work. So you have to adjust your communication and your strategy and your leadership to what is going to work for the team. If BDS is saying that they're playing aggressive, that's the wrong call. If they're saying that they're playing passive and individual players like Frank is choosing to be aggressive in his own, that's his problem. The team has to resync. Get on the same page.
And there's no tactical timeout to do it.
No. Leadership now. P4, Frank, the vocal players, Virtue with the most experience in the whole server. I mean, he has to be like, guys, listen up here. This is what we gotta focus up on. And Virtue is putting some on camera operators a lot these rounds as well.
You teamed with the guy. Is he the kind of person that gets in the comms like that and takes that leadership?
I was back when I played with Virtue, he would wait until it was like the most dire. He normally that's like the leadership stuff. But if nothing's working and no one's calling it, he will eventually step up and say, guys, enough's enough, listen here. And I think with Virtue playing Maestro, he's going to set an example as well, because you can now call from the backline and look at the player positions and go, okay, don't overstep over here. Hey, Frank P4 play together. Because when you play on the front lines on defense, you're worrying about a lot of things, right? Angles, sound cues, etc. I'm expecting Virtue in the backline now to take a little bit of control. say that. SiegeX taking control of ops. Acting a lot below, actually. I see two silhouettes, Frag and someone else downstairs. They're almost giving this to SiegeX for free, having a win conditions late round.
But last time around for SiegeX attacking this bomb site, it came down to the Deimos down below.
Yeah.
Often it does come down to the vertical game. A lot of pressure on Yin Candelas and the logic bomb from the Dokkaebi. What is the idea here? Now there's no entry hole. Robbie shot that out, but meanwhile, collapsing onto our 6th room from the other side. It was a bait all along. And now SiegeX have control of the bomb site. BDS caught out of position. So many of their players downstairs. They've made their rotations up, but it might be too late. Impact's putting the pump under Rin. He goes deep, looking for another kill.
They're doing it really well.
They forfeit the bomb site to play down below, but it might be too late.
Maybe he's been running around looking for a plant spot, finally finds him again. Now there's no cover, Impact goes out. Mephi, you gotta find a safe position. Code with a third, 2 guys left on defense.
And the plant is all but confirmed from Mephi.
Easy.
P4 and Lasmo, where are you? You need to get back to site, son. You need to have an impact here. When SiegeX come calling, do you have a response? Flawless. It's a flawless end to the round.
GG's.
Flawless end to BDS's run and reload. The Koreans have made it to the main stage for the first time in 4 years.
It's tall, man, tall as fuck.
Sometimes you really need to play the opponent, the mind game, saying they're expecting us to go aggressive, to do these things, we'll counter it. It was a mental battle back and forth. Ooh, and a call in chat. Do you want us to have the honors?
I saw Conan say BDS is nothing without Shaiko.
BDS is nothing without Shaiko.
Savage. Absolutely savage. An unbelievable performance from the Koreans. We had high expectations, and by God, did BDS fight back?
Oh, he's crying.
Not just this matchup, but how they got here, beating good teams, showing up, giving 100%, and it comes down to the final day of survival, and they come out victorious.
How many years have these players been playing the game? You can see how much it means for Rin.
Rin is so
many times we
happy.
saw them go global. So many times we saw
No,
them
that's
the
Rin.
first team to exit the tournament in
no.
Manchester, in
Good boy,
Montreal,
yeah.
failing to qualify for the 6th Invitational.
But they have
this
been
year.
having such a
Finally,
rough
roster
time. They
changes
have,
that proved to be their
like, for
blessing,
them to go
and SiegeX are back
to the
again.
playoff.
Heartbreak for
So
BDS,
good.
but of course we'll break it all down after this.
I'm really happy for SiegeX. They do deserve the spot. They played really, really well. Yeah. I was hoping APAC would get in as well. So you have 2 APAC's team in the playoffs. So you have KAG and SiegeX. So you have a Japanese team and a Korean team. Now you have, so far we have 1 Brazilian that is in. Now we're seeing if there's going to be 2 more. No, we had 2 Brazilian in the playoffs already. There might be additional 2, so there's going to be probably 4 Brazilian. And we might have... Now wait. 1, 2. No, it's going to be 5. If it is, there's going to be 5 Brazilian, 1 EU, maybe 2 EU. It would be either... no, that's not it. There's only 3 qualifies. So... yeah, it depends. We might have 5. Yeah, we might have 5 Brazilian teams in the playoffs and 1 NA. Or 1 EU. So far we have 3 Brazilian, 2 APAC, 1 EU is in right now. So far it is Loud, CAG, W7M, Elevate, Falcons, SiegeX is going through. Now we go to see the remainder matches. So the next one is Team Secret versus Wildcard. I got a pack, let's go. So that's either an between Team Secret and Wildcard, that is going to be like who's going to be going there. So remember, there's only 3 spots left. That's the thing. I'm trying to count out the spot. So now SiegeX has 22 points. So they are through, I'm guessing. Let me use my big brain here. They have 11. Level 22. They have 23 now. So if we look at the standing here, so this is, you don't have to focus. This is the main focus here. So they had 23 points, so they are up here. So let's see here. Let's see, Wildcard are here, and Team Secret are here. So Wildcard put in all their 13. So it's not all there 13, but you have 8 plus 6. Oh, 11. I'm gonna see here. Okay. My math. I'm trying to get my math in order here. But see, so Wildcard has 13 points, and they are using their also card. What does it say? 16. Wait, what? Wait. Oh, okay. So if Wildcard wins, then we'll have 27 points. SiegeX have 23 now. So the reason why I'm saying this is because they have 13. And they can go for plus 6. Yeah, I think so. This is going to be a little bit messy when it comes to knowing who's win, but I'm thinking about Dark Zero because we want Dark Zero to go through. So this is the worst case scenario if Dark Zero wins. They will have 21 points, but it depends on if Wildcards win. If Wildcard and FaZe win their games, DC will not move on. SiegeX is has already gone through, I'm guessing. Yeah, it looks like DC is eliminated, by the way. Yeah. And if Furia wins their game instead of Dark Zero, no, if Furia wins against their game, They will be on the same score as Dark Zero if they win the same. And it's going to be a tiebreaker for they have the same score. So it would lead Dark Zero to win in the tie because they have better round differential between those two. Yeah, I don't know. Let me just refresh it. So you see here. I'm not even sure how this works. This is stupid because if you go after the bullets, this doesn't count. This is just for show. But like they have 19, but if either of the teams win here, they are still going to be last. So it doesn't matter. But yeah, if Dark Zero wins, they're going to end up with 21 points. And same with Furia if they won. But the difference would be that Dark Zero has more round difference, so they would actually win. But there's a but. But you would actually need.
Victorious. What a match we had on layer between FearX and
you would actually need Team Secret to win against Wildcard for that to happen. Because if Team Secret wins, they're going to have the same point as Furia and Dark Zero, but the round difference is going to still go in the favor of Dark Zero and the Furia. So if Team Secret wins, it means that FearX, Dark Zero, and Furia goes through.
Absolutely. I mean, seeing the way FearX got animated, I mean,
FaZe Clan is facing Furia, so if Furia wins, they go through. If FaZe wins, they're going through. They have. They already win that.
First half is going to be the most important. Yeah. But it wasn't. It ended up going 3-3. Both teams were making amazing adaptations.
G2 are out no matter what. Just so you guys know, they have no standing here. So this is just a 3A game. So it depends on how much round difference and if Dark Zero wins this game.
Yeah. When we just saw here with the round 9 and the Monty. For me, that's a turning point. Reminder here, BDS was leading 5-3. Yeah. In the end, FearX wins 7-5. You will see here in the match summary, when we're going to take a look at the rounds, you're going to see here when everything started to Swift is the round 9 with 4 rounds in a row. That's what changed. The Monty coming in for a perfect execution.
And the biggest issue with that is after that round where BDS understood if we let these guys go for an execute off of the back of a Monty, we have to start making these plays. And the issue with that is we saw several retakes from BDS to try and shut down a player playing vertical or the isolated player on FearX, but immediately once they got those picks, it was just an isolated player. There was nobody else from FearX there. They were swarming around the map, constantly putting pressure from all angles. So even if BDS got one, they were giving up the site in turn.
Gentlemen, we got a barn burner of a game, a humdinger, as Mr. Ace. This is a UK thing, apparently. It was just a wonderful matchup, and for that, we need to go to Maria for a quick interview.
FearX is playing in the arena. How cool is that? I'm really happy for you guys. You know, you're happy
like the point system is a little bit awkward to understand. I still try to grasp it.
Yeah, you can say that. You can say that. So let's talk more about the game. It was the first layer that you guys played in Reload, so it seems like you were cooking something, preparing something for this
Yeah,
moment.
I kind of feel like in general, Cloud9 should go through, or like I like the old bracket, but we'll try something new because of the SiegeX celebration. So this is not a tournament that is officially linked with like you placing in the Pro League or anything. So it's not a major or anything. This is more a promotion tournament. So nothing more, nothing less. I don't think we need to hang it around. Then we're trying something new. I do appreciate that. As long as it does not pop up in major tournaments or like the NA series or EU series, I'm good.
1 week, it was good. Did you see any improvements from the bootcamp?
Yeah. This here region have a very good scrims, better than Asia.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so we very try to hard like play many scrims on here and try to.
Well, once a year, I would not mind it because if you want to celebrate Siege, in a way and have fun and make the game more interesting and exciting, then yeah, I would say this is a good way.
To say to you guys that BDS was gaining a lot of confidence. What else did you notice?
Like, I would not hate it.
Just say just to us. Also, do
like I said, as long as they don't do it after, I'm good.
Stop to playing individually. Like me, at maybe 7 round me typer that wasn't right. That point, like a dead point. Don't play like individually, just playing together. Just in hasa pa caralho. Yeah.
He just cussed it in Portuguese. No, I'm not going to translate that. Yeah, just play as a group, as a team. So that worked. Now you have also Coded and Woogieman on your team. How's it feels?
That 2 guys is very nice. I think that joining our team is very good point for us because Woogieman have a very good core and chill have a very good chill moment for him. And then Kochi they have a good advantage, like a gunfight, and try to something gunfight. That is a good point for us. So the balance gonna be very good for now. And then they make we going win this game. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. So congratulations, Mephi. You're in the arena. Congratulations. Bachaki. Yay! Now we have 2 APAC teams in the arena, Milosh.
There's a caveat to it, actually, but we'll mention that in a second here. BNK SiegeX officially qualify to the main stage, a Korean squad playing in there. It's been a long time since that has happened, Davide.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a very long time. Obviously, SiegeX deserves it, though. The emotions were just raining through. Very well deserved. They've hard fought all the way through. The teams that they beat to get to this way were not easy teams in no way. And to say it, this is the first time in history that we've ever had 3 teams representing the APAC region playing on a main stage. I know Maria said 2, but I think she forgot that Elevate is comprised with all Brazilian players, but they are now playing in the APAC region. So the first time ever to have 3 APAC representative teams playing on a main stage.
And you have to reside in the region that you play.
Oh yeah, Elevate was the APAC, I think.
A bit of a history lesson because the last time we've actually had multiple times, of course, back in the day in Pro League, in the olden system, you used to automatically qualify 2 teams from each region. I'm setting that aside. I'm talking about the last time we had 2 teams coming from APAC directly onto the main stage. That happened the first time at SI 2019. You were playing under Reciprocity. That was the first major event I hosted back then. And we had, what, Norengo and Fnatic that played on there that ended up, well, one being knocked out by the other. And then the other time was in Gävle in 2021 in the newest system where we had the former SiegeX, I guess a different kind, Sandbox, as they were known back in the day, playing against Sverige, which is the current team that we see SiegeX qualifying minus Mephi plus Yas that is on PSG Talon, and they actually played one another on the quarterfinals where Damwon Kia went into the semis and ended up playing against FaZe Clan, the eventual winners of the major, one of the most incredible 1v1s on Oregon in those days. There's just so much history to dig through. Imagine, we're just now starting with SiegeX. Imagine in how many years' time we're going to be looking back at this moment mentioning, yeah, this was the one where it all started with 3 teams.
I need to stop touching my face. I'm getting nervous.
Was almost 4 years ago. Yeah. I don't know if you realize how long that is for an esports player.
I can tell. I lost my hair also.
Yeah, and we retired, both of us. So you can imagine, like, you know, a professional player, usually the length of the career is 2 to 3 years. If you're a good player, right? These guys, they've waited 4 years to come back to a main stage. It's huge for them. You can see how much it means. And for me, the most important thing is that no matter the format, they deserved it. They won 4 matches out of 5. They 100% deserve it here.
Yeah.
100%. And for that, we need to kind of look at how it happened because strategically, SiegeX were on another level.
I mean, absolutely. There's a little bit of creativity in the way that SiegeX play their lair defenses and holding the green stairs specifically. It's something that we've never really seen before, but this little lockdown where Rin and Mephi are able to both have the dual shotguns, one holding the bottom of the stairs, forcing a pick, which in turn makes BDS have to make a play to try to push him off of the stairs. But here's the other shotgun right at the door. So the way that Mephi and Rin are aggressively using those shotguns to lock down that staircase is a position that we haven't necessarily seen been played, and they consistently did it to stall time, lock it down, down and then fall back down to site almost every single one of their defenses.
There are so many moments that we could look back on, but I think there's one that deserves to be our blacklight detail for this matchup. Leo, this is all yours.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Whoop. I almost died there. That strategy is really good. The strategy of standing for an entry point is actually very smart. Now, if we're going to take a look at this defense, I want you to pay attention at Woogieman. What is he doing here? He's preventing the first entry point going aggressive. Exactly what Foxe was saying right there. Second thing is, they're also preventing a second entry point on the top green side with a double crossfire. Now, if you look at the way that BDS is adapting this time, they're actually in the building. They've went for a different take. And I want you to pay attention to how they're going to cut them off. Virtue right now from outside is preventing Woogieman to go help his teammates. That means the only thing you have to problem solve right now is that double crossfire. Now, if we play around, you're going to see utility is the key here. P4 is coming close and is going to use a flash grenade. At the same time, Lasmo is sending a grenade, and look, frag grenade here, flash plus double one onto Mephi. Incredible utility usage and incredible synchronization from BDS. Now, if you look at this, after clearing both of them, what do? Virtue still holding the flank, no one can come up. At the same time, Lasmo still holding green stairs, no one can come up. It's not only, the detail is not only the utility usage, is doing it all together at the perfect timing. That was BDS for you, that was not enough to qualify. Sadly, SiegeX deserves it. Now we're gonna see between Secret and Wildcard, who's gonna qualify after a short break.
Break. So what are we going to do in between breaks?
Available now.
Available now. Five, 6 minutes. We don't have to wait at least too long. Contamera.
Vimla, mobiloperatören med bra vibrationer.
Your mission, should you choose to accept, bring the world back from the brink. What exactly is your plan? I need you to trust me. One last time. You gave
One last
him an
time.
aircraft carrier?
I hope I will not get into trouble. Well, no, I don't. This thing, YouTube is very nasty when it comes to showing certain stuff. I don't like it. Sometimes. I do understand, but sometimes it's like... shit. It's really annoying. Yeah, not sure what to say about it's looking like this right now, so they have this point. So it's Team Secret versus Wildcard. Either of them had for us to, like, I want Furia and Dark Zero to make it through, but for that to happen, Team Secret needs to win against Wildcard. Is my understanding. That's what I'm thinking, because or if Wildcard win, sure. Yeah, this is not easy. This is not easy. It's going to be interesting to see. Let's see what's gonna happen. Okay, while we wait, we might as do a little bit of a shameless plug to my channel, I'm guessing, because not sure what else we are going to do. Let's go in for some old shorties. So let's go down the road when I'm playing more or less Siege, because I had a period where I played a lot of Valorant. Yeah, that was weird.
Den går. Hold. Chilla.
Yeah, this is really old.
Back upstairs.
This was before they took away like the injure. Yep. You have this. Not sure how I did that, but still.
Wow.
No battery. Valve.
Oh my
Valve.
Sledge. Oh, Sledge, watch. Sledge, move to the left. You're in the way. I'm going to toss an aid.
Sledge, move.
Oh my god.
There we go. I got a kill.
It was like right in front of you.
Stupid randoms.
I'm just going to do suicidal.
Oh, eat shit! It was like right in front of you.
I kind of miss this. I miss cooking nades so hard.
My name is Jeff.
I got a kill almost every single time when I did this.
Oh my god. Yep.
Nope, no valve.
Blackbeard, hello.
That was not Blackbeard, that was Thermite. I'm
going into attic because I'm... Whoa, I saw you.
Where?
Look, that... I'm going into attic because I'm... Whoa,
yeah, I might be
you.
me for saying this, but it feels like Siege players were more stupid than they are today.
Yep. Big.
Fattiga riddare med Marabou mjölkchoklad.
Yeah.
Så här...
I'm going into attic because I'm... Yeah. Oh, I jumped at the right time.
Video.
Yeah. Oh, I jumped at the
Don't know how I got that, but...
Video.
One's living room. Yeah, nice.
Oreo mjölk.
We're not talking about Oreo.
Construction.
Sorry for shooting you, dead body.
Yeah, for shooting your dead body.
Where is it?
This was not a team kill. He was dead already beforehand.
Sorry for shooting you, dead body.
Yeah. I do get those stupid kills.
Nope.
The opening doctor.
Yeah. I think my videos back then were a little bit too short.
On the red.
I think that was my issue.
Cut behind.
Other side.
Going through rotate, going into site, it's inside. No, inside.
Good job.
Ah.
Standing up, holding ball.
Wait, had I started? Yeah, they have.
Not at this tournament for BDS, but in the future.
And Laurie Lyon has been around ever since I can remember anything about Rainbow Six. She has been a big part of the French scene, European scene, and international one of Siege. She's our esports commandee for 2024 back in Sao Paulo. And actually, a few days ago, Maria sat down with her to have a little chat. Let's take a look.
I'm here with Lilo, the coach from BDS, and that you also the only woman working around here, so I'm really glad that we were talking. So how's it for you to be a coach? You know, when did you start it? Are you liking your life as a coach?
It's great. I started back in 2018. I was a player before, and then I swapped to being a coach. I started as an analyst actually, and then I realized that I wanted to actually more like work on guiding players, working on psychology as well. I'm enjoying it a lot. It's very stimulating. It's very interesting. It's a challenge of every day. It's different with every single player you work with and every staff you work with. So like it's very stimulating. I really like it. Really like it.
You mentioned that you studied psychology, right?
Kind of. I'm not studying psychology, but it's like you get into the surface of psychology. You have to, but it's just like working with humans. That's it.
But that also, I guess, helps you with being a coach. I mean, sometimes you have to babysitter players, you know.
You never want to have to babysit them, but we work with young men, right? Like we work with really young players, and you have to teach them some
players.
things
That's hilarious.
that they can apply in their job as like professional athletes. Like I mean, it's a part of it.
It's very important. Also, we are in Reload, so that means we are in Rio de Janeiro. Do you like your staying?
Yeah, I mean, so far I haven't been able to visit much. I would love to, but we arrived and then right away after, like we arrived on an evening and the next day we had media the whole day. So I've seen Sao Paulo before. It's my first time in Rio. Haven't been able to visit, but I do want to visit.
I think so.
Okay. Cool. Neither I. We've just been working a lot, right? Now, so BDS has a great history in Siege, and you are the new coach. So do you feel under pressure because of that? Do you feel the need to keep that good history?
I will say the first week I was under pressure, yes. Now, not anymore, because it is BDS. It's a great org. They have a great history, but truly what you need to think about BDS is that they build the team from scratch before. That's what we're doing. So let's not compare their last day within BDS with our first day within BDS. And I'm just thinking about the future. We have a great foundation, great basis. The org is incredible, back us up, offer us everything we need to put the team in the best conditions. So this is great.
And you have a great team to work, so also that helps.
Yeah, that helps. That helps for sure.
Well, the future is now, what do we like to say? Because the future begins with our third matchup of the day. Still a fight for elimination. There's only one spot that's been taken away from the three, so there's two still left up in the air and floating. Let's go on with our team, starting with Team Secret on the block, who, have to say, surprised everybody because they faced off against some pretty tough opponents to get here.
Yeah, clearly. They've played against Loud, they've played against Liquid, they've played against MAT, and they beat all three of them. And by the way, the MAT win, that was a 7-1 on Clubhouse, super dominating. The only loss they've had is against Furia, and even that one was really close. So they've showed incredible talent and incredible quality since picking up Noah and Mowgli. Otherwise, you look at the team statistics and you think, okay, I know these guys. Noah, Mowgli especially are the ones stepping up. It's the new pickups. And then Joom is still a little bit behind. He used to be the star player for the team. He hasn't found his footing yet, but he's still very useful for the team and sacrificing himself.
Well, what have they been able to load in for today? They're actually going to have their extended mag put in. They've been saving it until this final day. 6 bullets on top of what they've put down. 8, which is the maximum that you can load in. That is based on what your opponent has, Davide.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Secret's trying their best to be able to make it onto the next phase, and I agree. For that to happen, I'd like to see Joom specifically be able to come back into playing at the form that he is, because every single event up to Reload, we've seen him be that star player for the team, but obviously teams have been able to get a good understanding of how he plays. So this is the next challenge for Secret is, yes, they've been dominating teams, they've been putting up great scores, but they need to be able to understand how to adapt from there.
And just to give you a heads up now, Secret are starting with 7 bullets. They put in 14, so should they win, you'd think, oh, it's only to 21. But actually, because they knock out a team on the other side, that gives them an extra bullet to play on top of it.
Yeah,
so
that's
something that they can be happy with. If they 7-0 on top of knocking out, plus that, then they would go all the way up to 23 bullets in total.
They'll be 100% in competition with teams like Dark Zero, with teams like Even to a degree G2, but mostly Dark Zero, obviously Wildcard directly facing them, and other teams. Out of all of this, the next 2 matchups are probably the one that are going to be the closest in terms of bullets and who's making it to the quarterfinals.
Well, let's take a look at Wildcard on the other side. A team
Her
that
name
also
is Lori.
So many bullets throughout. They gained so many throughout the tournament.
I was
Here,
looking
these
up her
NA
name.
prospects are looking. They're hungry
Roxic.
for more, Davide.
I mean, absolutely, and it's been such a thrill to watch
That's
Wildcard
her
play
in
because no one had any expectations of them, and the more that
on
they get
Twitter.
to play, the more that we see that they are a team that is able to compete at a higher caliber. Obviously, because of their leadership, that since bringing in Dash, of course, they brought in Baby Shark too, but Dash has been such a pivotal player for them because he's been keeping this team on a great pace, and their win conditions, being able to identify it, is what's been carrying them through every single match against other top teams.
Well, now let's see what they've loaded in for their matchup. Another extended mag. They've been saving it for this moment. 6 bullets on top of what they had to load in. I believe that was 7 bullets. 7 that they started with? Yes, math. The math is mathing. At some point, 5 days in, it's got to falter.
If we make it simple, they've got 26 bullets right now that they can gain
7
from
plus
this.
6.
And on top of this, if they win and eliminate the Secret, they get 1 more. And if they win Flawless, they get 2 more. So in general, 26 and up to 29.
Yeah, so they
One
should not win.
Plus the Flawless. So right now, Wildcard, if they win this match, they're, in my opinion, 100% qualified to quarterfinals.
I think that's a pretty good way of summarizing it.
And they deserve it. They deserve it. Let's be real. These guys, if you look at the way they've rebuilt, you look at Spiker, you look at Bay, they're the ones on the team that are struggling a little bit. But Kanzen was the heart and the core of the team. And the 2 biggest step-ups is Dash on a support player, playing Monty, playing Smokes, and he's still dropping numbers. And Baby Shark, the new fresh entry of the team. First tier 1 debut. I know I'm praising him because I'm French, but still, whatever happens, Mowgli is French, you know, Baby Shark is French. I'm qualifying a French guy anyway, you know, I'm happy with whoever takes it. But I will say this, Baby Shark has impressed me tremendously.
Absolutely. Another player that you mentioned that needed to show up because he just wasn't necessarily too comfortable in the tournament was Spiker, and he was the biggest reason on why they were able to get a win out yesterday. He was able to just completely slay out because he was a top fragger, and to do it on a support role. And the other reason why Dash is up there is just to constantly show how important he is to the team, constantly being able to be that IGL, because in North America it's very difficult to find experienced IGLs. You have to pick up a rookie, so to be able to speak on a different language that's not your primary language and still find so much success to be able to get Wildcard further and further in this tournament, especially when everyone doubted them, is a beautiful sight to see.
It takes a long time to develop those skills, and being given the opportunity and then seizing on it, working hard with your teammates. That's exactly what we love to see.
Oh, by the way, I can actually announce that there is an Rainbow Six Siege event that is coming.
Which one will
It will be this one. Do you remember this one? How many of you remember this event?
And it's actually a very strong secret team.
Not sure about this event. I did not hate it, but I also did not like find it like super fun. It is like 50-50. Like it for a bit, then I will get bored after a bit. So, but yeah, this event is actually coming back. So it's going to be very interesting.
I think it's going to be interesting to see.
No, I'm excited to watch Wildcard play on it again because the last time that we saw him play it, they were using such innovation in the operator.
Yeah, it's you go with Boss G. Boss G and Revolver.
And obviously on attack, they would be abusing the Glass, they would be abusing the Grim, they'd be abusing the Sense. And it was a situation where they were constantly having different looks. But I'm excited to see their teamwork be put up and how Secret
It's called Showdown.
In the VOD for this event. So the footage is already there.
Just correcting myself here, like you've said, actually Wildcard beat G2 on Consulate 7-3, very decent showing, and Secret also played it and beat Loud 7-5 on it.
That's actually, Secret's played so many good teams.
Yeah.
Yes, honestly, I really cannot wait for this clash of, I guess, underrated titans in some ways, or casters, speaking of underrated
I'm
titans.
going to say I want Team Secret to win because I have the lowest points.
I've walked back in here. There you go. Wow. Nick, you've grown like 10 inches.
Because Wildcard has 13 points right now, but Team Secret has 7, and I want Team Secret to win over.
We'll verify and take a look later. Anyways, how you
dude? That's kind of
in the pool. That's just how it is, gents. We got a game on our hands, and these two teams look like they're just at one another's throat. Were we gonna get trash talk on the chat again? You think?
I hope so. I reckon so. I mean, Doom's been like. I'm not gonna lie here. He's been kind of terrible this event. For Doom standards, I mean, you guys are going to easily say, oh, he hasn't up to his, his part. No, he's like 0.5 KD Andy right now. Doom's gonna step it up right now because I played German League with this guy every week back home, and he's just not putting in the performance right now. So
Nick is sacrificing himself for the team. Come on, he's a team player now.
They're losing half their games. What sacrifices
They've got
happening?
too many fraggers now. He can't be fragging like he used to.
Okay. Doom's kind of playing like Penguin rank right now.
You know, you say that. However, I have watched multiple streams of Nick playing Siege Cup, and he is carrying the hell out of frag.
Every time I play ranked with him, he's carrying me.
Also, Fox, I just got stat banged the other day, so actually I'm carrying pretty hard. So.
Isn't it funny how quickly they turn around when they realize that their carry is about to blacklist them from the stack?
Right? Fox is jealous.
Before we all get blacklisted from the stack, please take it away. It's time for a third game.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, that's right. We're getting back into it, and the stakes
you
of
will,
this game are as high
It doesn't
as
have any
ever,
side
just
seas
like
either. It's iron sight
Wildcard
only
have
on
a
the boss tree.
to assert themselves as a top team here at Reload by qualifying for the playoffs. The top 8, of course, we're playing here in
Consulate,
Rio
let's
for
go.
a chance to play in front of the infamous Brazilian crowd. Their stakes for this match could not be higher. Team Secret actually edge out the advantage.
Okay.
Curious, considering that they themselves, even should they win this match, are not guaranteed to make main stage, as the other two matches happening later today may play spoils for poor Secret.
They are not guaranteed, but they're willing to get a dub here to put themselves in the right position. Of course, do all that they can do in their power to get the most amount of bullets on the board. Secret played this map, Consulate. You know, I cast in the, I don't know, the first or second day. It's been a while. It was a good game.
God,
Secret was good at both playing. Yes, the entry style of Consulate, but also the strategical side. Going on one, you know, for example, the top 4 attack, they were going admin side, then the armor hub.
I was like, don't ban scope us. Like, what the hell?
Use a free cam in that round. So many highlights from Secret. Now it's a different ball.
Maybe.
We've seen a Kaid ban and a Blitz so far. They're taking their sweet time on the
Ace
second
and
a double down Blackbeard.
Asami?
Maybe let's
Mira,
see what it
Mira.
is. Blackbeard smoke. Both bands become a staple of Consulate, it seems. It's like the 3rd or 4th time we see the ban.
Yeah. No, I really like the idea of banning out that smoke. I also wouldn't be too surprised to see Secret ban out a Goyo come round 3. We're already seeing it the Chain get teased out by Dash for the top floor. I'm surprised to see it over the Goyo. We'll get into that in a minute, but yeah.
I might jinx it by saying this, but there's not been a single technical issue today.
You have essentially 2 main schools of thought. You
Not
either
a single
do
one.
Full map clear from the admin side over, or you just go, guys, we're going to send it in CEO and go for a rush plan. That's where the smoke comes in. right here on those CEO windows, that's where that smoke is the most powerful operator at denying that plan. The second most powerful operator, James, because I think Tashanka is stronger. There are 3 bomb sites of which Tashanka excels on. This is one of them because teams will go armor in, you smoke, they jump out. The armor in, you smoke, they jump out. And what do? Then you armor in, smoke, jump out, and by the 4th time there's no smokes left. With Tashanka, you have 20 Molotovs, which means you cannot just cheese a CEO window plant. What this means is unless Tashanka gets killed or you have insane vertical control below in piano, you need to go for admin attack or not plant COD. The way you're speaking, it sounds like there was a statue of Tachanka on that hill in Rio, not of Jesus Christ that you saw yesterday on your hike. Oh, no, but it's just one of those, like, I really respect when teams that play like a unique operator that just works for one particular bomb site, and Tashanka is this for top floor. Now, Spiker and Walker were hiding this operator of pulse in the beginning of the round so that it wouldn't get droned out by Secret. That's gonna, of course, give a bit of information. You can run around, check the move, are they going admin, are they going CEO?
Now
and Secret, we know that to do the mental game. They
technical
poke and pry
issue.
And apply a bit of pressure everywhere,
Toxic,
and
like,
they rarely show
why would I
exactly
say
what the plan is until the 3, 2, 1 go sign. Right now, Verk downstairs, Doom, who's playing demos
What
once
do you take
more,
me for?
looking for that CEO player,
Like,
but we know Suppose looking straight at him from basement.
Damn.
The pulse is so deadly on this map. So much soft floor. Those C4s very impactful. Out comes a little bonk of bees from the Grim. Nothing really as of yet. Still so much info. I mean, not only does he have the potential to go for
he's dead, he's dead, he's dead.
Doesn't find anything. That was a bit of a mistake.
Surprise,
there.
motherfucker.
Well played from Dune. Just keep at bay any potential threat from Wildcard. Well, Spike is
He
now
was
entering
really
the overstay is
surprised.
welcome. He's kind of ineffectual here. Meanwhile, the rest of Secret is starting to make a
And
push.
he died either
Funny enough,
way.
He does get that kill right after we switch off the operator.
No
That's
one's
bad luck.
hitting Doom. No one's opening this Garrett soft one. No one's going down yellow staircase. Dash finds a second. I mean, Secret, you gotta
Oh.
This is awkward here. Nice bait there, but Dash, Major Champ, you expect him to win those. Mowgli had a nice
Damn.
idea, but the push from Secret has completely fallen apart.
It is. It's so simplistic, so linear. Adrian is good for one, though that's Dash off the ball. But the issue is Monty, normally great operator, in a 2v4, not the right thing you want to see. You want more firepower, ability to get a kill. Right now, it's all down to Adrian, who's out of the building. Savage stuck in a Guman, taking a whole lot of damage. They're trying to set up the bait play, but look at this again. Once more, the pulse with perfect intel.
So the team can rotate on the basis of that. They know, okay, it's a double stack on the yellow stairs. That was almost an angle available. These Azami Kita barriers make it a bit awkward, but the Monty just keeps on sending it forward. Can't shoot the C4 in time. Kansan jumps up and finds the final 2 kills. Wildcard off to a good start.
I really want to see Secret now change right off the rip. Invest more into getting the first step done. If they want to clear the player that's playing close by CEO windows, Dash on the Tashanka in that round, help Doom accomplish that first step. It was Doom, alone piano, no help. Then they were droning farm a little bit on the hatch upstairs, that was it. Nobody went down yellow staircase, nobody opened up the soft wall, and the pulse exposed his position way earlier by popping that C4 very early on. They knew there was a pulse downstairs. They could have taken Monty, just walk down there, try and get that kill, then play the round, 5 versus 4, then go back upstairs. They had so many options, and they kind of, again, just sold Doom. So when I'm critical of his stats, and then Foxay says, he's playing for the team. No, the team is failing Doom and not playing around him enough in that round. There wasn't much he could do in that one.
It's rough. Yeah, it just started with that and it fell apart henceforth. Wildcard are going down to the basement. Now, one big hitting operator that Secret missed out on banning is that Mira. Now, she's not great on every bomb site on this map, but on this basement, she really locks down those yellow stairs and those garage pushes from the bridge. It forces you to play vertically. It forces you to clear out those positions, which is a lot easier said than done. And of course, how do you counter vertical play? You go and roam. You make Secret have to do so much work just to get that single step of vertical play. And we're seeing Baby Shark here on the Vigil already doing that.
That's what I like about the lineup here. Nomad and the Monty can take map control, lock down those things, and buy you some space and safety inside the building. But Construct, it can be very hard to enter just the first room. You see it, they break down a door, impact upstairs, forcing the attackers outside once more. So if Wildcard could just keep doing this, they see an entry access, they do get a verticality, they can keep stalling for time and forcing it into a bad situation.
I guess the saving grace is they do have the Maverick. So whatever wall deny there is, for example, the Bandit, they can send the guy out, stop torching up the wall, and even if you don't get like a way into the bomb site, it is going to apply a little bit of bomb site pressure itself and stop Wildcard from like running around freely. But it's Bay upstairs in the Capcan. It is Baby Shark top floor. The two roamers working together.
Bay's been spotted a few times here as well. He's being held at the moment from outside that Visa single window. I believe that was Noah. Meanwhile, June is watching the deeper angle. Wildcard have Bay essentially cornered now. Secret know exactly where he is. Oh help, there's no rotate. Yeah, but he might be able to make a rotate for him. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Adrian falls to Baby Shark upstairs. Continuing to be a thorn in their side on this roam. See, the thing for Wildcard here is they don't have to commit to this. They can just continue falling back piece by piece. Look at the clock. Time is ticking away. Meanwhile, Secret decided to flip the switch and trying to contest the mirror here in servers. Monty's a good ingredient for that. Oh, dangerous.
Oh, careful now.
Dash cannot afford to reinforce that wall while that Monty is staring him down.
He really wanted to, but again, you said it's not worth the risk. And even if he did, there's a Selma charge right behind them, no real wall deny. Monty finding good value though in the hallway. Where's the crossfire? Not yet established, and Mira gets the kill.
Damn. Damn. Okay.
Can he hold down the fort? C4 comes out. No. Savage down to a sliver of HP. Oh, Secret. That is not going to work out for you. Pushing from the same direction. Wildcard have no issues dealing with that.
That's why I pick up my boy Dash. You melee one player, the shield of course to stagger him, flick over, get the kill in the second again, and then Monty forced into extending that shield or just die into a gunfight. Secret will call the tactical timeout after being down 0-2.
Guys, listen to me. It will be good. We'll be doing some of the different stuff as well for the other side once we are doing the third ban, so that's fine. The thing that I want you guys to focus right now is recompose yourself, brief once I'm speaking, and focus into the flanks. Let them come to us and we punish them coming, you know. Let's try to keep it up with the plan that we have, and we let the person that will be punishing them come into us because they won't do shit, you know. We are trying to move around to try to punish them, and we are being punished onto that. We have a good plan, and I trust our plan as well, and I'm pretty sure you guys as well. So let's go with that. Let's try to follow into that side. Piano now, what you guys want to go for? The bait or the... Yeah, the bait or the other?
So there's a lot of things that are being said, of course, as we always often see. Compose yourself, breathe, like don't be so tensed up. And talking about like how they want their opponents of Wildcard to make the mistakes. Looking back at that round though, I don't feel like Wildcard were showing that they want to run into Secret. It was Bay baiting and falling back. If anything, I think Secret, what they're missing is what we call the good old hammer and anvil. What that means is that one part of the map, the Monty for example, will push the roamers in a direction. Then you have somebody holding the cutoff somewhere. Let's say for example the main lobby door where Bay was playing, Secret were missing an anvil. They kept shoving the roamers back, shoving them back. But what's going to happen? They're going to end up back by the bomb site in a 5v5.
A lot of ways you can do that. Have someone on the spiral stairs, bottom floor, for example. I mean, it's easier said than done.
It is way easier said than done, but I feel like if their plan is to let Wildcard walk into them, I don't feel like that's what Wildcard was trying to do at all.
I mean, so many ways that Secret could have done it on the roam as well. For example, having someone outside the lobby door when you were forcing, I can't remember who it was on that roam, back further and further. Visa side and Tellers all the way towards Piano.
Yeah, they are NA.
Pushing from Piano, from Yellow Stairs, have someone pushing from outside the lobby. There's more to be met there.
Yeah.
But Secret need to tighten things up. At least now Twister's had a chance to talk to them. We saw how impactful it was in the SiegeX versus BDS game. Those tactical timeouts, immediately after Lilun called hers for BDS, they won, I believe it was 4 in a row. Yeah. Same for SiegeX, they won a slew of rounds in a row. And speaking of rounds, every round counts here for Secret.
Oh, 100%.
So it's going to come down to round difference. Even if Secret win this game, they are not guaranteed to make it to the playoffs. It's going to come down to, do they have the round difference advantage over DZ and Furia? So they need to make sure that they don't let any more of these slip through their fingers.
Haggard Canvas Mowgli. Right now, Secret very again push from one side of the map. There's no cutoff. They're going 2 players admin, 1 meeting balcony, Savage outside the building. But this is fine because they're clearing utility and they're picking apart the strong areas of the map and weakening them for Wildcard. So when Secret wants to go for a push here, again, we're forcing back these defenders, but we're missing a spiral player. There's no cutoff. So Bay can safely fall back if he wants to and keep baiting out all these utility, destroying Flores drones, Brava drones. And half down is spent. Secret, they've only just finished using their drones.
It does feel like they've made good headway, though. And in terms of util clear, yeah, Wildcard are probably pretty happy because they're just going to play conservative off of it. They're not going to try and fight for their lives. But if I'm Secret, I'm pretty happy with the Brava and the Flores. You've cleared a lot of this control. I guess the problem is like they don't necessarily have a poised way to get onto site, and they still haven't cleared Vert. So, yeah, they've made good headway. It's just you might tick off
there
4
was
items, 20 more on the list.
riding because I entered a competition for it for a hotel in one of the bigger cities in Sweden, like a luxurious hotel. So we're having a Mother's Day competition, so where you get to eat dinner for 2 and staying overnight. So I was just following it.
A big kill there for Secret.
So I just wrote something for the competition there. So hopefully, maybe Mother's Day is actually on the 28th. So
players, and that does mean Dash here with that devilish SMG-11 might have something. He wins his fight on Noah, goes deep for more, gets it through the Sens gate, and now it's all up to him. A 3K for Mowgli, but guess what? The diffuser
yeah, I have
is
never
down.
done that. I have
And
never gone to like me and my husband. We have never gone on.
He stands firm. SMG-11. What are you doing, Mowgli? Where are you going, Adrian? You gotta step up now because Dash has just made your team look like chumps. There's no way he can plan in time. And Dash doesn't even need the ace. He's clutched up for
what the
fuck? And they're calling
fuck?
bases and spades.
What the fuck was Dash doing? Like, oh my god, wild card.
Information with teammates as well. Hey, they called the top spiral. He's going for a flank. That's why he swung aggressively in towards the bomb site door. He could isolate the 1v1. After that, just play time once more, play positioning. Secret are staking a plan, hoping that Wildcard will make the wrong play instead of coming off the plan and going for a gunfight.
But yeah, like me and my husband, we never had like a getaway in general. We had it one time, and that was like 8 years ago, and that was purely because I got sick. Like when I got paralyzed on my right side, we decided to take a weekend off to Denmark without the kids. But even when we got there, we just slept. The first night we got there, we slept early. We didn't have any energy. We were like drained so hard. Then the day after, we were like having a good time and stuff. But that was the last time we had anything. Otherwise,
something. It happens.
Yeah, it does.
A worthy reaction for a huge clutch in a round. I mean, that
so,
was.
And this one is actually closer to home, so
this
is actually good.
Yes, there are more people alive, but he got 4 kills. If the last guy starts planting, he gets the 5th for the ace.
So
that's essentially an ace there for Dash. Yeah. He put the team on his shoulders.
It looks like if 400 people
he made
entered,
Secret
so
look a little silly.
maybe not.
Twister's already called that tactical timeout. What do you do after you take a tactical and then your team immediately just gets completely shafted like that?
Now you gotta hope that one of the players will have the composure themselves to be the coach. Say, guys, listen, don't worry about that one. We actually won the round, and then we lost it. Because there's 2 ways to lose a round.
Is there
lose
enough
it, or you win, lose it.
Is there enough leadership on this team to do that? I mean,
that's the thing.
The oldest players on this team are Joom and Mowgli. Guess what? They're 22 years old. It's one of the youngest youngest teams at the event at the moment. Adrian only 19 years of age. Savage and Noah 21. A very youthful team, and while there's a decent number of seasons of experience on players like Savage, of course Mowgli as well, been to a lot of events at this point, played on the stage a few times, a lot of these players, it's very different to be able to keep your cool when something like that happens.
I know Joom can be the type of person to say, guys, don't worry about it, it's okay. But he's had such a, I'm not going to say it again, like subpar individual performance. He might not be in the right state of mind to worry about the team performance because he knows he has to focus on his own game right now. So I'm looking to Mowgli. And I mean, he's been all smiles this event. At least when you meet him. Super happy guy.
True.
But in the server?
I mean, he has a reputation in the server, let's be honest. He has a reputation of being a player that either goes massive or goes nowhere.
Yeah.
And does he have the mental cool to chill out when you've just lost 2 rounds embarrassingly, you take your tactical, and then you lose to a clutch like that? I mean, Dash, for God's sake, is 8-1. More kills than the rest of his team combined.
He said 2 rounds in a row, but I think all 3. I think it's been 3 rounds that have been basically embarrassing losses for Secret and how it's gone down. Lack of teamwork and communication, lack of helping each other, blundering that 4 versus 1 basically. Like there's a lot of things here that are not looking all that hot, but they can still turn it. It's constantly attacking rounds. You just need 1 or 2 for the side swap.
I just had a look at the player scores right now. Dash has 8 out of the 18 kills that have happened in this game so far in 3 rounds. Isn't that utterly insane?
It is, and that's the thing. If you shut down Dash, what happens afterwards? And with this start of the round, Dash on very low HP, no Doc, no Thunderbird inside.
Not sure what to say about this game, to be honest. I'm like...
Dash clutch, he makes you hold your breath.
Oh, the nade coming in.
Get exposed to that. Boss G is looking for something cheeky. I like the way that Secret is slowing
Like,
things
maybe
down,
should
you
I
know?
try to reinforce that side and see what happens.
It's because they're scared, that's why.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I know there's a C4 that can be pre-ripped here, but again, you're happily surrendering.
Oh, they reinforced the entire thing. Oh, okay. Usually you can only leave one wall off so you could actually shoot through, but...
a lot of drones right now. But yet, it's 5v5.
You gotta know that someone is behind the soda machine. It's kinda given. I always look at that soda machine all the time. When I'm near it, I need to look at it.
This should be a freebie.
There's a flourish running.
Is he
going to go for it?
Yeah, SMG-12 is the way to play this. Takes him down.
Again, no cover.
Yeah, and guess what? Now Secret have lost all of that control. A second player looking to swing. It's Mowgli has the advantage, but guess who's got the better weapon in close range? Baby Shark from downtown. What a nice C4. Oh my God, Secret, you got your work cut out for you
Secret is
now.
just...
You've lost control.
They're playing bad. They're playing so fucking bad right now.
Or 2. I don't know where you're going,
I'm not even sure what they're doing. No cover from the guy that with the Flores. Plus, I would not be standing there with the Flores drone unless I have drawn out the shit around that area.
No util to speak of. Good luck.
Try and plant and bait the swing. We see Baby Shark nice and sound in the bomb site. Has the position unlocked. Ying swings the door. Yes, no, he's baiting it. He trades.
Oh! The one tap. Unreal, but it doesn't even matter because the rest of Wildcard can just cruise on through. This is a dominant performance so far from the North Americans. 4 rounds in a row. Secret looking worse and worse as this game goes on.
I mean, it's just, again, a mini play that wins Wildcard the round. The Bay pushes through the visual scan, or visual gadget active, gets the Flores. Baby Shark tossed the C4 above the reinforcement in break room here to then assist Bay. Look, see here, Baby Shark off the wall. The C4 saves him.
Oh my God.
That mini play right there wins them the round. It's that easy, it's that simple. And it's just, Wildcard, they've always had these different mini plays in motion. Whether it's the post below, a visual push up, the one tap trade is nasty. Oh man. But yeah, it's the most frustrating of ways to lose because it's one of those, we're fine, we're stable, we're okay. If you're Secret, boom, something goes wrong. And it's disastrous. Like Flores dying the way he did.
Yeah.
And it's not even Flores' fault, it's like there's no cover, there's no second person, like there's a lot of things you can point your finger towards.
Yeah, it's funny because
it
reminds me a little bit about that
I don't know what to say about this. I'm very, so far I'm very disappointed in Secret right now.
But the problem is that
I think they're just over...
The eventual strat that you're going for isn't one that's really time consuming. And on the basement...
I feel like they're not playing together because if you leave Adrian alone... Look at this!
Out of time, especially when you're running out of
Savage.
And guess what? It's the hard breach. In fact, the only dedicated hard breach operator. All we got is 2 tin can openers on Noah. Secret are absolutely shafted this round.
Yeah, again, one thing goes wrong. It's the most disastrous thing that could basically happen.
I do miss that.
You're in 3-0-4. Noah's had a great tournament so far. Also very quiet on the server. Mowgli and Savage, the only ones like actively on the scoreboard. So again, now Wildcard can sit back, make them work for it. Vigil hiding in CEO, has a scanner, you got Bay with the Capcan traps as well. Gogabigol comes out so early in this round, the attackers are barely inside the building. They're making good headway though, but Vigil answered the phone call.
You're not even running out that part, you're going in blind?
He's out. Jumps straight out. Gets back inside safely, no cutoff here from Secret. Noah was hunting him down, even a few shots through the floor. We really do need to see Noah have a big entry here for Secret. He's actually the 4th highest rated player at the tournament.
Exactly.
Only 1 kill so far in this game.
I know Baby Shark got a free entrance back. Jesus.
Oh, I hate this. You better barricade that door, Baby Shark. If you're gonna rip down that barricade, okay, you gotta play yellow stairs. It's better. can't rip down a barricade, not put it back up. That's the rule. He's gonna hold yellow though. The exterior door has been closed. Last and final call there from the Dokkaebi. But I will say this, Secret, they have really sped up their attack right now. Good bit of verticality, top floor control. They know that all the 5 defenders are downstairs in the bomb site, so they got the right tools, except Thermite got spawn peaked. They have no way really into the bomb site besides a staircase or a hatch drop, which is not gonna get me pretty.
Oh, Noah, you better be
Corner.
checking your angles.
Oh.
Baby Shark caught once again in the corner, but still wins his fight. SMG 12. So untouchable in those close range engagements. There's
Like,
just
from
nothing
what
you
I
can do
can
against
gather
it.
from like
Not to
Team
mention he also
Secret
got
is
that
doing,
spawn pick with
there's
the
barely
K1A,
any
which is a
droning,
much better long-range weapon.
and they
Wildcard
going for the one
up
versus
2
one
players,
type of
40
thing.
seconds for
Now they're
Secret.
going for together because I have
Baby
the
Shark will
information.
eventually get taken out, but at some serious cost to Secret. Adrian's now low HP. As you said, it's going to need to be a funnel here from the Europeans.
Yeah, kind of brute forces into the door, plasmic smoke out, 2 minute time position, can we get it done? Motive vertical gets a kill as well.
That's a big opening though. Maybe there's a chance. Sneaking inside, the vertical dominance still in control from the Frenchman. June forcing that plant down. Seemingly no way to deny it. Over goes the C4. He fakes it and still loses his life.
The gap.
Dash has once again found the gap. He's
Oh my god.
This is why you pick up a Brazilian. Wildcard are getting hard carried as this man dashes around the server.
It's a one-man effort right now in these rounds, man. Dash is unbelievable. The C4 reaches, Jum sprints away, still
Okay,
gets
so
caught, and then finds the perfect timing
Furia
to
or
attack
Dark
the
Zero,
verticality
it's
into
going
those
to be
pipes
either one
and
of
gets
them,
not
because
one,
if
but
Wildcard
both
wins,
of the final 2 kills
they are
from
guaranteed
the
to
door,
go through
from the
to
hatch drop.
playoffs.
And
So there's
again,
going to
Secret,
be only
it
one
looks
spot
pretty damn
left
good
after
until
this.
it doesn't. It's
It's either Furia or Dark Zero.
And there's a lot of, again, things you can go, does Secret plant in a different spot? Do they go for kills? Do they have a guy watching the C4? There's so many small things that Secret can change and do differently that round. I'm not saying they did the wrong thing from like an overall perspective, but in the terms of what happened in the outcome, it was the wrong thing that they did. Again, they keep choosing the wrong thing, or Wildcard keep punishing them in the right
Hopefully, I don't think
Even
it's
tiny
possible,
minutia,
but...
Jum, he snuck through.
Yeah,
great
it's
stuff,
good.
Started planting.
He got the kill.
He heard the C4 rip. Well, he sensed the C4 was coming.
Away.
He runs away into the C4 and dies. And then there's no punish. That smoke was actually in assistance for Dash. It just gave him the gap that he needed to sneak behind enemy lines and punish the final 2 players. One of the best performances from an individual that I've seen in a long time. I know we've only played 5 rounds, but 11 and 2? An impact on every single one of those kills?
There's no exit frags with Dash. It's all high-value targets.
Absolutely.
I think you said a Secret would benefit from a 7-0, right? Like winning 7-0, not losing 0-7?
I know, right?
Yeah, now it's Wildcard, who just needs any sort of victory.
Ironically, the team that is on track to win 7-0 is not the one that needed it at all.
But they're looking mighty good. SiegeX wants to again back on the Monty, trying to stabilize this roster. Doom on the Armorer. We know they like this kind of approach. Normally for a top floor attack. This time it's for Loppy. They got options to work with, but again, they will start out the same way. Drone work floors and Brava hack some stuff, but Wildcard, they're prepared.
Yeah,
they sniped the drone down the hallway.
I mean, the last time Secret did the same attack, it really did not work. They need to do something different.
I mean,
the Brava has not had an impact. I mean, yes, it's been hacking a lot of these gadgets. Has that mattered? I like this. The Flores taking away that shield from Bay. Now they need to focus up on Bay, but they don't have a Kappa Tower. Where are the grenades? There's nothing to actually force him out. He just falls on back.
I really want to see from Bay. I know he's running through the score, but this guy's burning so much util and playing that min-max in a position so well every single round and buying space for Wildcard. Cadella's going out. Amoro's in for a backstab. Can they get a kill?
Oh, nice, but the SMG-11 might not do the job for Doom. He finally does get the down on Kansan. Looks for another one, doesn't find it. And there's a fight back here. Bay still unaddressed. Dash
How do you
well
lose
retaking the
that?
top floor. It looked like Secret had an inkling, had an idea, but Wildcard will not let them stand. Another kill for Savage,
One's
this
down.
time with a pistol. Maybe clutchable, but in theory, he's trapped here. Wildcard need to be careful not to throw this one. Dash is low HP. Kansan on the floor. They've got a crossfire. They just need to hold. Savage is low as well.
I like that attempt there. Shield on the back, go for a kill, but no, says the shotgun.
And that's 6 in a row for Wildcard. This has not been a contest. This has been a slaughter. And against all
why
odds,
is Secret so
Wildcard are the ones coming up
bad?
big. I mean, a lot of people,
They
myself
have been
included, looked at
played.
Wildcard
They
this
have
tournament
played
and said,
well,
"Look, guys,
but
the
now
only
they
reason
just
they're here is that
folded.
they're a partner team."
Technically true.
Secret on the
Now
other
it's going
side
to be
have
like
made majors before, have made 6 invitationals. Wildcard,
Monty
we
and
looked at their run so far. I
January
mean,
or
they
something.
beat Scars, sure, whatever. Lost to Falcons, expected. Beating a less than peak form G2 and Space Station.
Mira
Is there an
and
asterisk,
Blitz?
next to those results. But
Blackbeard
having a
perhaps
convincing win like
would be
this
a
over
better one.
Secret, there's no doubt in my mind that they deserve this placement over Secret, who themselves have had some pretty big scalps. They beat Liquid and Loud
Blackbeard
and
and
M80,
Valk
the
even,
last
okay.
of which was a very dominant showing, though not nearly as dominant as this.
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned about Secret. Now they're going to be on defense, so this map is more defense decided, obviously. So it could help them, but I don't see them winning
Your things are working, your prep work
the
is
rounds
solid.
that is coming.
Someone like Bay, who has less experience, really shining in the server. Again, I'm gonna say he's 2 and 4, but he's playing his role perfectly to enable the rest of his team, and Wildcard are playing so well around it. Even if Dash wasn't 13 and 2, I still think this would have been a pretty safe, comfortable spot for Wildcard. Probably like a 4-2 half on the defense, which is again right around where you want to be, if not slightly beating the odds of the average outcome. So it's solid.
Yeah.
Now it's side swap. Secret, they do have a chance here to show us what they're made of. Even if they were to lose, it's better to lose 3-7, 4-7, and get some rounds on the board than to just roll over and lose outright.
Yeah,
7
Noah
rounds
is on
straight.
like 1
Fair
kill
side
only, and
of
Noah's been
defense.
playing really good
Defend
throughout the
operator.
tournament,
Secret
and
double shield,
right
one
now
to
he's
blind
not even
Wildcard
there.
defense
He's not even
information
performing
and
on
entry
this
gadget of
match.
Fenrir.
And
make it
while
easy
as you
to
have
progress the
Baby
map.
Shark is
They don't gotta
doing
play
a
Twitch
lot
now,
of
they don't gotta
impact
play
kills,
IQ,
so
they
he's
can
not
open up
the
the
top
other player up
fragger because
board,
you have
and that's
Dash, for
quite
example,
explosive,
but
right? They
Baby
got
Shark throughout the
Softies in
tournament,
they got
the
capital
newcomer,
fire for the
and he
corners,
has
bring
also,
piece of information and
when it
sense
comes
for
to
possible plant
like the
entry.
killing that he has made, they have been more impact kills, so to speak. And when I say
Yeah, that's the
impact
challenge now,
kills,
isn't it?
killing
Certainly
certain
one
operators
fundamental
that
game
make
at the
a
moment.
difference
I don't even know
throughout
how
the
Secret
play.
can come back
Like
from this.
you saw earlier,
June
he
and
killed
Noah both
the
with just one
Harbreacher
kill
on
so
defense.
far.
That's an impact kill because the Harbreach
Frustration.
would deny them the opportunity to open up any breach
been the
to
name of the
gain
game
some
for the
control.
Europeans
The
here.
same would be if you kill maybe Buck, because you had the vertical play if they did not have round, for
And when the
example.
round count is
And same would
0-6
be if they
against
don't
you,
have Buck and
it's
they
the
kill
best thing
round,
to
for
do, really, to
example,
hide
you
in the
lose the
corner.
vertical play.
C4, this could be big. The timing was so not there. That's so unfortunate. Kansan does get injured. Is Mowgli going to be able to push for it? He's not, in all likelihood.
I'm not sure they knew he got injured or not, and there's other players in the perimeter as well.
Too hungry, too desperate. You're gonna get punished if you play like that, June. That may be your last round, your last death of the tournament. Savage looking to get aggressive too, but there's nothing to be said for Secret. Wildcard holding the line.
Jum did get both Kansan and Bay on 20 health, give or take though, so this does help Secret for a possible success of a round. They got a spare C4, Toxic Vapes, Boil Fire. A little bit of that can get 2 kills very easily. Second C4 goes out, they hit the red once more, succeeds, he runs back into it actually. Dash almost dead now.
And Dash is the impact player, 13 kills.
Yeah.
Can he find another? Wildcard, we're gonna try and clear these corners, but Mowgli crosses back just in the nick of time. He falls back.
Now we're talking.
Dash, we look to you. After the heroics that you've achieved this game, can you give us something incredible?
This is what I meant about
Spike has got info from his Bs,
being
but
more
it's not
defense-sided.
enough as of yet. Dash doesn't have the frags or flashes he was hoping. All up to Spiker.
Gets
down.
one kill.
Damn.
Needs 3 more. Again, the health bars of Mowgli and Savage oh so low, but time, utility, it's very much against Spiker. He's got no green bees to help him. No diffuser.
Secret look to shut down what has looked to be a flawless game from Wildcard. It all rests on the debutant. How do you make this work? Trying to bait shots, it doesn't matter.
Nicely
Noah's
done.
got him dead to
First
rights,
round.
and Secret just
Like I said, this is a defense designer, so it is up to Secret to play this very smartly.
Wildcard, they got all tools here at their disposal. Tag timeout as well, of course.
Yeah.
This C4 is funny because like they hear the rip, they run away, and they get hit by it. Kind of like Doom on that basement bombs that happens. Dash going for the wrong kind of trick shot, pulling out the hard canisters right before he swings. But I like that Secret are fighting back. They're being explosive. They're taking fights. I mean, June looked a little bit like desperation. He was going overly aggressive, but the rest of Secret weren't shy to follow up afterwards and say, we gotta hold our ground. They retook Soda Machine after the fire disappeared. They are having those aggressive keep of areas as well. They're not just giving Wildcard any space to get comfortable.
Yeah, so now it's kind of waking up. We went from 1 kill to 3 kills now. Doom is just too.
It is a shame that it has been such a strong start for Wildcard because Secret
too aggressive,
really
like he's being stressed for some odd reason. Not some odd reason, but he's getting stressed for getting the kills. So for him, he needs to slow it down a little bit.
Which is probably still not going to be enough to get them over the line, pending the results between Fury of FaZe and of course how DZ and G2 go later. There's still a world where Secret make it to main stage though, but there's no question they need to come back here and win this game. And when Wildcard have 5 more match points coming up, well, it seems too tall of a task to ask.
Dasher on the breach, Blitz and Fink a yellow door. This could possibly be a fast round if they want to do it, so Dash off the camera. I think they're gonna rush this one, James.
Dash straight in through the yellow stairs. A smoke doesn't seem to be successful. Bay finds the opening kill. Wildcard have set the pace, but Secret know about it. It's the Warden on the other side. And so Dash knows he can't commit to it. But a C4 does end his life, giving Secret a chance to reset.
Come on, you saw him.
Bay knows
Come on.
it's his moment to step up.
What you do
does.
is savage.
1 kill. Makes it a 2v2 now for Wildcard, who have control of the site. But there's a bulletproof camera on his position. Bay's going to need to use an EMP. Otherwise, there's info. However, the crossfire.
Okay, so I would say that Wildcard tried something to see if they could win with that, but they did not. So now there is a tactical timeout. So from Wildcard,
but he did carry
let's
it,
see what
taking it all the way
happens.
down into cafeteria, and then nobody was following him aggressively behind. At least if they did, they died very early on. So we see him here, 1v1 against the Warden, the one operator that he cannot kill. We all know that planting by the yellow door would have been relatively safe there. Only one C4 from that Warden could have stopped it. I don't think they had the exact right situation of who plants, who covers figured out.
Yeah, and also they had 2 players covering from outside, one outside the breach and one outside yellow stairs. I think the yellow stairs play is forgivable because that's where the expected flank is, but you can't afford one outside the breach as well. That's essentially a post-plant position. You're getting ahead of yourselves. You need to guarantee that control of the bomb site first. You need to find those kills.
Get in the action.
Yeah, get into the action. So a little bit of a mistake there from Wildcard. Secret, though, they've maintained more composure than I was going to give them credit for, to really point out something that I'm impressed by. I thought that they were kind of down and out, but
no, not just yet.
Noah's had a few good rounds as well. He's somehow gone from 1-6 to 5-6. Savage is now even positive.
We're just missing Doom again. Like, that's kind of like the big player that normally like really shows up for this team.
Adrian's meant to be a solid player as well.
They're all solid players.
Well, in terms of his fragging capability, right? Adrian, for that, is he not?
Well, he is. Maybe I'm overhyped on June because we're close like that, but still, I just feel like when you're playing Deimos Valkyrie, your top 2 operators, which you did before this game started, it's like you're expecting, when you are a fragger, you need to kind of frag. That's where most of your value comes from. And he's playing Deimos almost every attack around going 0-4.
You can't be an entry fragger and say, well, I put down my utility.
no, it doesn't really work like that. And right now, June finds himself mute, of course, in defense, but a different ball game. But again, as always, looking for a play, a rat one at that, and I mean, this is a blitz, right? Oh, they have a yellow ping. If Blitz jumps in, that's highly risky. I think yellow window is a lot safer here.
This is such a good read, but it's so well played by Kansan. I mean, it was a good idea from Jim. I'll give him credit, but he just... Yeah, it's a risk. He didn't give enough credit to Wildcard. In goes the repel. Spike is going for it. Meanwhile, Dash has that diffuser on side. He starts planting.
No, like, don't you see? Don't you hear?
He finds one. He jumps back out again. Mowgli dropping down into Piano. He's found his kill, but it might be too late. It's just him against
Oh my god.
Wildcard finally closed the game. A domination.
Yeah.
Team Secret is exactly what the North Americans needed. And guess what?
Damn.
Main stage for the first time.
for the 3 debutants on this roster. And a beautiful final attack and victory as well, because in that one, everyone had a job and they knew what to do and where to be.
Loser!
And they played
You're a loser!
perfectly.
Are you feeling sorry for yourself? Well, you should be, because you are dirt! You make me sick, you big baby!
Manson, well, he's been around the block a few times, Dash.
But now it's going to be either Furia or Darkseer to win, to go through. So if Furia and Darkseer win their games, it's going to be round difference, and only one of them will be able to go through. I wouldn't not aware, like SiegeX just let it be. Like seriously? Wait, do I have to refresh every now and then because it's not showing me anything?
Jag var lite stressad men kommer nog få ihop det här ändå.
Det luktar väldigt gott. Och här var det lite somrigt. Det här ska bli mocktails. Och Filip?
Det går bra, det är undan av någonting.
Tiden är ute om 3, 2, 1. Backa! Tror du att du kan imponera på den här juryn? Ansök till grillduellen.
Message to secret. Yeah, for some reason they just choked on that one. Like, they had played Consulate multiple times, but... Oh, that is intriguing indeed. 25 minutes again. Damn. Okay, let's go back to watching some more videos, I'm guessing. We have nothing better to do. And I can't do every other video either.
Looking at you.
Oh my god, did he just speak when I was...
All right, so another question. How does your hair feel like?
Oh no.
He's thrown behind the goddamn box.
This was a 2v2. I was just playing with those two.
I cannot see.
Look at this! Look at this!
When they make a hole on a wall, you just chuck a flashbang in, you already know we're playing with pros.
I don't know where the other one is though.
Not close. Not close.
This
Just
is
hold
a
the diffuser.
this is a ninja diffuse from hell.
Where's the diffuser then?
Behind the sofa. There, bridge. Oh, him.
No.
Oh my god! I don't know where the other one is though.
That's I'm not even sure how I won that, but I did.
Just hold the diffuser.
Yeah, I was playing 2v2 again with
Are you fucking kidding me? Stop ringing!
I'm burning him.
Shotgun. I think he downed him.
Stop me! No, I'm Chrome. You're actually pissing me off.
Sorry.
I was just literally playing. Again, 2 versus 2.
Why? Why?
You got this. You got this.
Money!
Oh my god! Bam, why are you screaming my name? You want me to give you call-outs? Is that what you want me to do?
Like, they were having general panic sessions, those two that I faced. It was so funny.
Just want to help out, you know?
He's 50 in construction.
And so, I need you right now.
Do you?
Yeah.
Both in construction, I think.
Oh, yeah, you do, really.
Just want to help out, you know?
He's 50 in construction.
Like it was fun.
And so I need you right now.
Do you?
Yeah.
Both in construction, I think.
Oh, yeah, you do, really.
I'm just waiting for them to jump in.
Nice shot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Where's my drone? There it is. Are they top floor, yeah?
Yeah.
Let's see if they know
Oh,
about the
peek! Die, you bastard!
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you're gonna have to turn them off now because
Hey,
they're
both,
You're actually on fire.
Yeah.
Where's my drone?
Choklad.
It's funny saying
I'm
like
gonna
that
hold
the
in
thought I was
the
having hacks or something. I still can't believe that I did this shot though. Like it's
I'm gonna
not
hold it.
easy.
I can't ping him anymore. Okay, ping 2. And 1 on... Yeah, still... Also laying down.
Ping him.
I got the injured.
I can't...
Oh damn. Oh yeah, I was talking on the phone here. I was like, you can see my. I'm not holding the phone on my hand. Like I'm not like even. I still got the kill. How do I get the kill when I'm holding one hand on the mouse, not moving, and it just comes in? Like that just goes to show how bad it were. Yeah, I got the pack. Let's go. Like that's what I'm saying. Like Siege back in the day was just consisted of dumb players. So
I think one ace is pushing.
Yeah, you need to move.
I'm so fucking good.
Okay, so we have fingerprint.
Can you?
One attic.
wait, let's see if I have some long form videos. I think I have some, at least. I do the Seed Cup, but that's not so fun. No, I think we got through most of it. That I can't show. That's the opening ceremony, so I can't show that. Like this is when I went to DreamHack. Let's see, I think the other stream is...
With little to almost no time of practicing, just knocked down a pretty good team, and it's getting to play in the main stage. Woo!
This is insane. Like I'm literally like shaking a little bit. I mean that was a crazy game. I cannot believe it. It's always like it's crazy to me because if you go back like 8 months ago, I was in like tier 2.
Take out your fucking gum! I don't want to hear you chew gum when you're talking. Seriously?
This is insane.
Yeah, now you look back and you know it's all worth it. All that you have lived and all the games that you've played, it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean especially like being on a main stage in Brazil is gonna be crazy. Like you saw the Sao Paulo Invitational, that crowd was insane. I can't imagine like what this Rio one's gonna be like. It's gonna be electric. It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, for sure. What was the conversation before the match? You know, it's such an important game for you. If you had not win, if you didn't win this game, you would be out. So, what you know, the coach said something. Your teammates told you something. What was the conversation?
I mean, it's just like every other game. We're gonna go into it. If we lose, it is what it is. Like, no matter what, a loss for us is not a loss unless we lose and we give up and, like, you know, we're not trying, we're, like, not fighting for the rounds. But as long as we're, like, playing the game, we're having fun, every game is a win for us. So there's really nothing to lose as long as we're having fun, enjoying ourselves.
That's great. That's really great. Take notes, teams. Take notes. Now, you just, you know, won a 7-2 game, and you have won all your defenses. But Wildcard has one of the worst attacks of Reload. How did you work to improve that and to, you know, close the game in 7-2?
I don't think our attacks are that bad. It's just like, I think the percentage is probably bad because we're averaging like 3 attacks a game right now. It's just like we go up like 5-1, 6-0 every time. I don't know how we're doing it, but we're doing it. So we lose like, we've probably lost like 4 attacks.
Yeah.
You know,
The numbers are doing you wrong, right?
the numbers are lying. They don't know the true wild card.
Yeah. What is the true wild card? What does that mean?
I don't know. I guess we'll see on the main stage.
Ooh, okay. Congrats, Vay. Congratulations. Yeah, let's see in the main stage what the true wild card is.
Yeah, that's the big challenge. Who will wildcard be once they make the main stage? We love seeing underdogs that really sit in that big stage for the first time ever. We've seen it in Manchester a year ago and what happened with Beast Coast. And here, look at the squad, a wildcard. They absolutely demolished Secret, a team that we were thinking, my God, Secret, they're gonna be so great. They took down some of the biggest names there are, but it doesn't matter in a moment like this.
I mean, the two consistents are Wildcard constantly adapting, especially on the way of their defenses, and the other consistent is really rough game from Joom. It just looked like Secret didn't have the firepower to even match Wildcard.
Yeah, Joom
and they didn't really necessarily have
a
good response in the way that they wanted to play strategically.
I would say if there's a third or an X factor that I can add is just Dash, because the man is absolutely insane.
I think he exploited every single blind spot that was in front of him. I think that's what amazed me the most. His positioning all the time, and we'll talk about it later, but in many different rounds, he made the difference by hiding in a certain point. And not only Dash, Spiker did it. You know, Kanzan did it when he was hiding on CO window when we saw the highlights there. In so many instances, Secret is missing critical information of the understanding of where Wildcard is and consistently attacking blindly. Now, it's tough to attack on Consulate, I'm not gonna lie, but still, to lose 6-0 on that side, to not put a single attack, that just was that was too much.
The biggest issue being you can't identify where Wildcard is playing because they're constantly rotating off of their information. So in those situations, you'd think, all right, let's bring some information operators. Let's try to figure out what Wildcard are so we can just focus on an individual pick and then go from there. But it just looked like they were constantly trying to slam their head against the wall to get inside the building, and they'd lose somebody and they're like, all right, let's just keep going. He probably ran away instead of just trying to actually identify it and focusing on that one person to get inside first.
I would say disappointing.
Yeah, very disappointing.
A disappointing end. Very much a dud at the end of all of this because we were expecting a bit more out of it, but you can't be at 100% all the time, and I have to say Team Secret, if anything, they were 100% in all of the other games. Keeping it up for a 5th day might be a bit too much of an ask of a team that was literally formed like a month ago that they started practicing together. So we have to give the kudos now. Incredible performance. Can't wait to see it in the ML.
And their name fits them very well. They're the wild card of the tournament. They're the new rookies. I actually met them in Houston when I flew here. We're on the same plane. And I was talking with these guys, you know, put together, like you said, only a month ago, so many young rookies debut. Again, I will say this, T1 debut for Baby Shark. Once again, carried by Dash, yes, but still amazing team play from everyone. Getting to that main stage, it must feel incredible for these guys that were stuck in Tier 2 only a few months ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's a blissful feeling because just like Bay said, there's no pressure on their shoulders. They've gotten farther than they really expected to, and now it's all about enjoying the experience because obviously first time playing in front of a crowd is nerve-wracking. You need to be able to experience that. Whether they win or lose, they'll be able to take from it and be able to go from there. And honestly, I'm getting flavors of an early Beast Coast roster from these players because every player is not only good individually, but they're very smart players intellectually. So they're always focused on the next point. We get a pick, what's the goal? It's not ego picking, overextending. They're just playing their job and they're doing it well.
Playing against or with a crowd is one thing, a Brazilian crowd is another. However, our black-like detail for our third matchup. Leo moves on. And what do you got for us?
Well, it's actually a great example of how Dash is exploiting those blind spots. Now, this is going to be a 4K from him, and we're actually going to be on meeting here, and they're downstairs. They're holding that piano side, okay? And in this scenario, it's a 5v3. Right now, Secret is in the lead, and they can literally execute here on exhibition. Now, I want you to pay attention to Dash, who was upstairs. He's gonna come down and challenge you. He needs the first pick. Isolate that 1v1, gets rid of him. Now, as soon as he gets the pick, it's still a 2v4. In this scenario, look at him. He's gonna pick here gallery, and he's gonna understand I cannot deny the plant if they go here in Expo, because they have top floor control. As soon as he understands that going here, he's not going to be able to deny the plant, he's going to rotate and flank towards the spiral stairs. He needs to get rid of the cover and of the flank. And of the plant right now. Gets rid of the cover. As soon as the cover is down, boom, goes for the plant, gets rid of it. As soon as this is done, once again, you do not see him rushing onto the bomb site. He's dropped the diffuser. He's going to use the sand scanner here to cover himself and play as safe as possible. Once again, look at his positioning. This right now is key. He's gonna move in a way where he can protect the diffuser that he's just dropped, and at the same time
this is kind of how I play as well. I usually don't
He's
rush
isolating
in.
a 1v1. Whoever wants to retake the diffuser, he's gonna have to show his back to Dash. And in this scenario, once again, by his perfect positioning, he gets another free kill, another 1v1. Now, is he rushing to anyone? No. He's gonna go and play safe. He has time with him. You see him rotate here? Why is he putting himself in that corner? He has a shotgun. And in this scenario, once again, the only spots where he can get picked are close-range gunfights. If anyone is challenging him, it's a free kill with a shotgun. And this is why you see him free fire at the last minute. Boom, no one gets him. Single-handedly denied a 2v5. That is an incredible positioning and skill set from Dash. Now, we're gonna see G2 play Dark Zero after a short break.
Yeah, they did it really, really well. There's nothing you can say about that. Like, he did it so perfectly. Okay, so, yeah, might be a little bit here, but this is DreamHack 2022. This was one when Rainbow Six Siege was in Sweden. So when I was watching a major.
So good morning, guys. So it's like almost 9 o'clock in the morning, and we are actually done with the prepping for the trip to DreamHack. So I will actually be driving for like 2 hours. So I hope you will enjoy the ride.
So guys, we are on the road to getting to DreamHack. As you can see, we are on the big road, and my sister's husband is actually helping me filming here because I'm like so focused on driving the car. Because that car in front of us is a little bit annoyed to drive behind. And you can like see here that we have arrived at the city, but we were so hungry that we needed to eat some food before we actually went to DreamHack. And this is actually the main lobby, where some streamer is actually yelling in the mic, and we're standing in line to get our wristband or like tickets, whatever you would call it. And next you can actually see this is the small stage for Fortnite tournament. And I believe there was a CSGO tournament as well. And here is one of the expos that they were holding. This is HyperX, which I actually like. There's actually one person that is a caster for Rainbow Six Siege that is holding that small event there. And I just felt like I needed to be there.
I just wasn't feeling that one. I think you guys are gonna have to try a little harder. I said you ain't gonna throw me away.
I actually got lucky there that I actually got picked out for trying out that competition in rock, paper, scissors, and I won the first one, but the second one not so good.
There's Milos,
I actually
guys.
lost my game there. And this
is the main stage. They were actually hosting a giveaway right over there, so they're like tossing a lot of stuff. I couldn't even get close.
They were like tossing t-shirts, mouse pads, keychain, like...
Let's go, I'm yelling, so you can't even hear that. And on the next area, there's actually Lego section, guys. There was like a lot of Legos, and it was really amazing. I didn't dare to touch them at all. Like, I'm kind of scared that it would like break or something. This is the car that they actually are building during the DreamHack, so it was not finished that day, but on the last day of DreamHack, it should have been done. And I gotta give props to them for doing this. This is like pure genius in my opinion. I don't know how they can do this, but yeah, it was pretty awesome looking at. And they also had like an art expo as well, where
yeah, some of the
sort
art
of content
was really
creators
good.
have actually made those. I'm just filming a small section because there were like so many to choose from. But it was like really amazing art. Kinda got stuck on this last one here. And now we are actually in the Rainbow Six Siege Hall, where the 6 Major was actually holding. And it looked amazing. Obviously the crowd is not as big, but hey, it's DreamHack, so that's why. But still, it was amazing. The hype was real. And it was pretty loud with the music when we came in. And we got to decide to sit on the right side and almost at the front. We were lucky enough to get seats really good. And I was so close to the casters that were on the desk as well. Straight ahead on the right side is where the casters are hiding behind and casting their games. As you can see, players are actually coming out, fixing their like mouse and keyboards that they are going to be using during the game.
Yes, BDS.
And when the game was over, we were hungry again, and we went to the same place to eat and even order some ice cream. And look, this is my wallet from Harry Potter, and people keep telling me that it's an amazing wallet, and I have to agree. So this is the road home from DreamHack, and don't forget to like and subscribe, and thank you for watching.
Yeah, I would have loved to have filmed more, but the one that I have with me that was supposed to help me with filming and stuff was not into it at the moment, so I did not get any direct help with it, so I think I had another video of DreamHack, I think, that is an older one. Where is it? So that is the DreamHack. There. Yeah, that is 2022. Yeah, I did not have. But I know I have. Have it here somewhere. No, it's here perhaps. Wait. It. Where did I put you? I think I will have to. Let's see here if I can. Why aren't I getting? Interesting. Search. Why am I getting just... What the fuck?
Happy birthday to Guna. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah.
It's like, nope, I don't want to be here.
So, it's your birthday. How old are
Yeah.
you now?
21.
21! Oh, you're very young. So, do you have any wishes that you can share with us?
I wish for a 7-0. It didn't happen.
Okay, that's fair. That's really fair. So, today you have a, free time in Rio. So, what are you going to do for your birthday?
Pack.
And leave?
Yeah.
Don't be sad.
We already had our fun days, so.
And what did you do?
We went, what's it called? The big statue. The Christ the Redeemer statue.
Oh, Cristo Redentor. Did you like it?
Yeah, no, it was nice. It was fun.
Do you want to eat your cake now or just having lunch?
You guys want cake? No.
We just bought it for you, so if you don't eat, I don't know what else we are going to do with it.
We'll eat it.
It's ours.
Yeah, we'll eat it.
Give him a
Wow. Are you kidding me?
Let's just watch him eating the cake. So I'm just going to stand here.
The entire cake is yours, brother.
What are you going to give him as a gift?
His luggage, because he's about to go home.
Yeah. You guys want to try?
No, it's your cake, bro.
It's all yours.
I'm not eating this whole thing.
Yeah, you do.
No, you do.
Yeah, smash his face with it.
Should I smash his face? Should I?
Full permission.
Do you like it?
It's great. Thank you.
That's great.
He
I wanna
does
try
not
too.
like it, guys.
Well, okay. Can I? Oh, can I? It's like, what flavor? Coconut?
Coconut, I think.
No, it's good. Happy birthday, Yeah.
Wow.
Happy birthday to Gunnar.
Gunnar.
Happy birthday, Gunnar.
The
I hope you're
commitment
having-
from Maria is crazy.
She
She's got
genuinely-
a strong voice.
This woman, I thought it was Adele singing Happy Birthday at some point because that was incredible. Genuinely. He's out of words.
No, yeah, I'm
Can't
speechless.
find what
Just
I want
like
to
Gunnar was.
find. I hate
Gunnar
it.
kept going one
Yeah,
word
Gunnar.
sentences like, yeah. But
Honestly,
I'm happy to be alive.
it felt like interviewing a Finnish player.
Hello, I'm Jonas. Yeah, it kind of felt
That
like
actually
this.
is
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, I don't know how thrilled you can be. Obviously, it's your birthday, but, the celebrations get dimmed down a little bit because he has to go home.
Fabian was having fun. I don't know about you.
Oh, Fabian. Has Fabian ever eaten cake before?
Yes, I watched it at his wedding only a few weeks ago.
Oh,
It was
That's
adorable.
cute. That's another
That's
anecdote.
sweet.
Yeah, I'm surprised his wonderful wife didn't smash his face into the cake, but that's just me.
And right now, a content piece at his wedding.
That's.
And I threw to the wrong camera.
I don't think, if your partner's okay with that, that's on them. Anyways, let's have a chat. We have a matchup on our hands. Dark Zero is up first on the block. They play versus G2, and this game has a lot at stake. Actually, the next two matches, the final two, everything rests on these teams is back, except for G2, but we'll get to them in a sec. The Dark Zero roster has talent in spades. Can they make it happen, Davide?
I mean, they absolutely can. Yesterday's game win against Furia, a 7-2 statement game, because the way that they played showed that they can do both. They can be the new and improved Dark Zero that we're seeing that's refreshed, but against Furia, they can revert it back. They're playing a hyper-aggressive, itchy team that wants to constantly go for these fights, itching to go for fights. Sorry about that. And then they can slow it down when they understand. They can be able to suffocate out aggressive teams to be able to get themselves the advantage. So it's nice to see the diversity in play,
I
and that's
hate
what we
when
wanted
you're
to see
looking for
with picking up
stuff and you're
Citizens and
not
Spirits.
even getting it.
Status check on Dark Zero. What have they activated here? Their extended mag, saving it until the right moment. The saving bullet that they need, 6 of them actually. That'll bring them up to 14. Now, Leo, what's the math like here?
All right, so right now, if they just win this matchup, they arrive at 22 bullets. The reason for this is they have 21 bullets, plus 1 being eliminating their opponent. Now, in this scenario, they arrive at 22 bullets, which will be really tough, because if FaZe wins later, they will overtake them, and if Furia wins later, they should be on the same amount of bullets. So at this moment, Dark Zero, they need to win with as many rounds as possible, and then they need to pray for Furia to beat FaZe, but still have more round difference than them. So it's a very tricky scenario, but they still have a little bit of control on how they can make main stage.
Should Dark Zero flawless G2 here, it would send them to the quarterfinals. And this actually harkens back to SiegeX all the way at the back, because technically they could be knocked out of their spot. They're not completely qualified.
Yeah.
It would require Dark Zero 7-0ing G2, and it will also require FaZe 7-0ing Furia. It's incredibly unlikely, which is why we're saying it's pretty much locked in, but the last 2 games will determine how everything shape up. The only team that's happy with this right now is Wildcard, because they're already through. Nobody can shake them out of their spot.
Yeah.
Though, one player that you mentioned on the Dark Zero squad is Citizen. What do you got for us?
I mean, we have to talk about Citizen because he's currently the best player in the tournament, and when we talk about diversity, he's exactly what they needed. He fits into Bolo's spot so perfectly because he brings the gun skill. He's able to get those kills, but he can play a plethora of operators, and
I was going to tell you guys how when they were in Sweden, so I actually met Intero and also met Pengu. Like, for some reason we look like brother and sister. I just don't get it.
Everyone picking him up is about aim. It's about fragging power. Well, I will say one thing.
I'm not even sure why, but we that is a little bit too good to be true.
He has incredible calls, and it's exactly what
that was kind of funny. And I met Milos as well.
Well, I was gonna say, when we were talking about the Furia or the FaZe 7-0 and the
same picture.
7-0, which one is more probable? The DZ 7-0 against G2 is definitely more probable because they smoked Furia, an aggressive team.
Like, did I not save this?
A very aggressive team. If DZ can slow it down and maintain
I'm just going to do this just in case, because I'm not sure why I don't have it saved.
Then I could see it
because I don't want to look for it again.
Well, Citizen slotting right in here with Dark Zero. You mentioned name Bolo. When does he play? I don't know.
Not today.
Not today, unfortunately. Anyways, moving on to G2 on the other side. What can they do? Well, actually, they're out. They're out. They're playing for the fun of it here.
Yeah, I mean, they probably just left the party bus right now to get to the event to be able to play. So I mean, you know, I know a lot of them have had some disappointing runs and they had high hopes for this tournament, but it's it for them. So they're just playing to be able to see if they can have some fun, figure out if there's any long-standing issues, what's the most important thing to focus on.
Let's then take a look at their status. What have they been able to lock in for here? And, well, they've already used their extended mag. They were on 10 bullets. They will load in an extra 7, puts them at 17. How close is that to actually making it?
That's way too far, right? You look at SiegeX, they're on 23. You look at Wildcard, they're on 25. You look at the possible other teams that will overtake them, they're all on 22. So at this point, nothing to be played for G2, but to try and go with a bang. Try to beat DZ, that has been looking amazing throughout this tournament, and reassure yourself that you still have that potential as a team after these new changes.
Technically, if they win, that would put them in the standings on paper when we look back at this event in 9th or 10th place. And if you're G2, maybe you feel a little bit more confident knowing, hey, you know, we got 9, we got top 10.
No one will be happy about this.
No, they wouldn't. It's a consolation.
Especially not them in a situation like this, something to work on. But hey, playing Gatekeeper is also a lot of fun. Usually we
hoping
don't like
that
to,
Dark Zero will win, because I
here,
want them to go through. They've been playing really well.
In a situation like this against Dark Zero. However, speaking of G2, sat down with Doki and asked him a few questions leading into the event. Let's see what he had to say.
Yay! Our first interview. How are you feeling?
Good. I'm good. Finally got a win, so yeah, feeling good.
If G2 had lost this game, you guys will be taking the plane back to Europe. But you're still alive.
What?
I guess that makes you it pushes you to show more game just before maybe the arena,
Never heard that before.
the stage.
Yep. Well, you say that, but we've literally shown nothing so far. We've been playing absolutely awful. So, if we need to show a couple of maps to make the main stage, fair enough. I don't care. So yeah, I'm just happy we got a win today for me and the guys.
Cool. And by the results we have seen in Reload, I must ask you, what is not working? What is happening to G2?
I'm not really sure I have the full answer for you because, like, before here we were in Sao Paulo, we had the boot camp with the Furia facility, and we had honestly one of my best boot camps in my whole career.
How it went? Tell us more about it.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Like, the facility was great. Like, we were playing great, which is the most important part. So coming to the event and playing really bad is like a big shock. Like, maybe the fans are thinking, this is classic G2, but to us, we actually came to this tournament and we thought, like, holy shit, guys, like, we're actually going to do so good here. I'm not going to say we're going to win it, but we're going to really do a good showing. So to be playing really poorly is hurting us like a lot, like our egos and stuff. So that hurts. But as to a reason why, I don't know. I think communication's been a big problem. We haven't been communicating so well. The strats and things, we've been doing the right things, but like at different times. So we're all out of sync and a complete mess. Today it wasn't. We had great comms. Everyone was calm. Which was fantastic, and I think the results showed. Like, maybe the team was bad we played against, but you know, it's his first step in the building block. So I'm feeling confident for tomorrow, and let's see if we can make main stage. Yeah.
You guys were.
There it is. Good to hear from Doki about this sort of experience, because we don't always get to see what happens at boot camps.
Yeah, and we actually had some information. You know, I asked Fnatic, I asked BDS, I asked Space Station as well. Everybody was telling me coming into this tournament, they're impossible to beat in scrims. G2 is so good in scrims right now. And you can hear it. The strats aren't the problem right now. The communication and the coordination is the problem. And I feel the main thing that has been happening is under pressure, you can see the out of sync moments. You can see that they're not on the same pace. You can see that clearly it's not about the players being wrong. It's not about the strats being wrong. It's about being able to handle the pressure. With some of these newer pickups, that's something that they will really need to work on later during the ML season.
See, here's a situation that people have talked about time and time again. When Alamau was on that IGL position, when they faced the wall and there was an issue, people would say, oh, potentially there's a little bit of shaking from Alamau, but everybody else on the team would be able to put up a fair fight. But now, since that position of IGLing has been kind of shifted over to Loira, and they have now tried it, now if Alamau still maintains that level of shaking, which in the event it hasn't been one of his best, but that IGL pressure is now on another player's shoulders. So you're essentially saying the synergy and everything is an issue. Well, there you go. You have two players that are not necessarily in the same headspace.
That IGL role has challenged and has changed from Alamau first.
Let's see how this game is going to be.
Which was amazing. It was also Uno dropping in.
The thing is, will G2 just be having fun with this game, or will they just be all serious and win?
And in the first two matches,
I don't think that we play like.
And look at his statistics. That is
like trolling around like it was with the Mady and Cloud9.
On a support role to
but I think that might want to try something new.
Everything is out of, you know, they can't qualify to the main stage anymore. But I need him to keep standing up. I need him to keep performing because I want him to be fully confident going into the season.
I think they're looking to heal their egos, given how Doki was saying, you know what, we don't want to get out of it having just only taken loss after loss. We're really happy with our boot camp. If anything, you get out a win here, or at least a close game, then you feel, okay, guys, we didn't waste this. We can go back and re-strategize when we get home.
You feel a little bit more confident going into the rest of the year. And even though Doki said what he said, G2's just saving strats for next SI.
Let's take a look at our map bans and, well, the one pick. It's our second to last bit that we've had. And actually, not only will we be showing the map itself, but we have a full video. We tracked the whole thing. Let's take a look.
Okay, let's track the whole thing.
Map battle between DZ and G2. They just trolled a coin.
Tails.
What?
Tails.
Tails. Okay. So what does that mean?
That means that they choose who's going to start the veto.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
DZ, your ban.
Ban Nighthaven.
Nighthaven. G2, your ban.
Ban Lair.
Lair. DZ, your ban, please.
Ban Border.
G2, your ban, please.
Cafe.
Cafe. DZ, your ban, please.
Ban Chalet.
Oh, 1 second. And G2, your ban, please.
Consulate.
Consulate, the final map is Bank. G2. What side would you like?
Banky G.
Start attack. And DZ, your overtime, please.
Attack. Overtime attack.
Overtime attack as well. Please just
Yeah, they didn't need to check. They're trolling.
Thank you. Bank. Come on, you two.
Bink. Wow.
Bank, DZ, D2. Who has the best bank? I just want to know. Everybody wants to know.
Of course, it's G2. Like, if you take our historic, like, it's our best map.
yeah,
But
that's
that doesn't matter in that moment here. So.
also, yeah, that's a fact.
Well, historically, G2 started this event 0-3, so
What did what?
historics.
Okay. Why did you let bank?
But we'll say this twice.
Did you let bank
Did
be
we
picked?
did we let it be picked? Yes, we did. We wanted bank. We manifested it. Last night I was sleeping, and it came to me in my dream.
Bank, and it was like, oh yeah.
I saw Doki trolling, flying out CEO windows, like he has been for the last 4 years, and I was thinking, freebie. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Also, Romalio, regardless of the result of this match, you just know G2 has come to an end in this tournament. So, what do you think is going to happen in this match?
We're gonna play like for having a great result because like we need that, right? Like it's like we think this as a practice for the UL, so like we're gonna give our best and like we're gonna eliminate Nafe. He's our friend, but like we're gonna play for eliminating him today. So.
Okay. Is Doki going to troll?
Nah. He's gonna be the best player of G2 today.
Okay, let's see.
Something would love to answer here again. Bank our map, as you heard, and I love Nafe. Honestly, Nafe is one of my favorite people to have interviewed because he's always got something funny to say, and you know it, he can get away with it because he's such a good player and such a good IGL in that spot.
And he's backing it up every single time.
Exactly.
I've got to say, Doki flying out bank windows is something I've seen regularly, both in officials and still in scrims when I was scrimming against him. So I can tell you that's been consistent for years. Now, they've picked G2's best map, and I don't think that's a mistake. I actually think it's one of Dark Zero's best map as well. It fits the plan. They wanted this map.
Yeah, there's two different ways that both teams play. I mean, like we said, G2's bank is something that has been happening throughout the years, and the way that they played is very individualized. That's why you see Doki jumping out those CEO windows all over the map, holding a different floor, and DZ's the complete opposite. They're abusing the smoke, they're abusing the volcano canisters on Goyo, they're stalling teams out, forcing them to go for execute, stalling them out on time. So it will be interesting to see how they use spirits with the shields on bank, because that's something we've never seen Dark Zero do. And also, it would be really fun to see Doki actually jump out the CEO windows, because you can't stay ADS on SiegeX when you jump out from something high. So I wonder.
You can't do that anymore.
But it would be crazy
Oh,
to see
I did not know that actually.
Somebody's gonna pull it off at some point, and probably Doki.
So you
and
can't
that's something for
ADS
us
when
to
you're jumping
discover
out
in
from a
our
higher
game.
height.
Reminder,
That's
G2 are no
good.
longer in the running for
That's
the
good.
quarterfinals,
That's
but they
really
can play
good.
gatekeepers
But you can
for
still
Dark
get
Zero,
killed
who
if
are
you hit
looking
fire though,
to
so-
maximize
but it's
their
going to be harder.
points. Speaking of maximizing points, we got another set of casters, so everybody's getting their extra casting points in their Guns and Xenox. Gentlemen, first of all, very, very themed with the shirts. You guys look so good today. How are you feeling?
That don't match at all, Milos. I don't know what
No, I
theme
didn't
you're
say.
talking
I
about.
didn't say match. You're not listening. I didn't say match. I say that you're in this atmosphere. We're in Rio.
Right,
we're wearing
right,
something
right,
that's
okay.
really flowy. You know what
Do you
I
have
mean?
any? Do you have any names for us though, like Leo and Fox?
You're not gonna say that on podcast.
No.
You can save it for after at the bar.
Yeah,
That's all right.
yeah.
Maybe later.
We've been having too many hours of conversations like that. But gentlemen, this is all yours. I want to watch this. I'm just going to sit down and enjoy a whole cup of G2 and Dark Zero.
Yeah, a lot on the line,
Damn.
obviously, for Dark Zero, nothing for G2. We've established that for DZ. You've got to win. If they can win 7-0, that would be amazing. But, I mean, I think that's going to be always a bit tricky to actually make that happen. DZ win. It still doesn't quite guarantee that they go through. There's permutations. We're not even going to bother with that. Really, for DZ, the way they have to look at it is you've just got to try and bring the best brand of Siege that you can in this match. Try and annihilate G2 as much as you possibly can. Get the win. Focus on the outside stuff later on.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is 100% here on Dark Zero. I mean, I think the map veto behind the scenes is pretty evident that G2 are going into this match and don't really care all that much, right? They're just going to go in, have a bit of fun, see if they can maybe get a result at an event that unfortunately has been full of trials and tribulations for them. DZ very much will be looking to lock in. Kangaroo looked absolutely locked in during that map veto, ready to go.
Well, there's no pressure on G2, right? So they can play with that sense of freedom. They can look to beat those gatekeepers, as Milos so pointed out. And
like,
it
would
does mean, of
the
course, if
on
Dark Zero
bank,
loses, they
would
are
it
out. They go home
be
with G2. They'll be on the same flight home.
I hit Hibana ban and
for G2 looking to play spoil. We're heading to Bank.
I don't
Ban
think
phase
Mira.
Blackbeard banned out along with the Kaid.
Perhaps.
Of course, there's another big game to come.
But I'm thinking
after
Hibana
this, Furia,
for
and
the
there are
attacking
implications
is
with
this
match
bank.
and then also the FaZe Furia match. We'll get into that really once we
Maybe
get this
Mira,
result. Things
like
will be
maybe
kinda
Fenrir or
easier to
something.
break
Oh,
down.
Grim and
Asami.
Asami. Okay, that's interesting.
Doki Grim ban, idiots. Yeah, Grim had a relatively high ban rate at this particular event thus far. Really powerful in displacing and generating information. And so we'll see what kind of an impact that may have in this matchup. The other bans are a little bit more straightforward. Kaid expected here on Bank, especially for the influence on basements, and Asami, especially top floor, is quite critical, and so teams will instead likely lean into the castle for a bit of protection and additional positions to be able to play. But yeah, keen to jump into this one, see what the vibe is kind of like inside of the server. Expecting full focus here from DZ. Whereas G2 have already got 1 foot in the plane home, so they'll be a little bit more laid back.
Yeah, defense begin for Dark Zero again. I think getting the first couple of rounds on the board will fill them with the confidence they can get this job done. It's a qual/elimination game, right? So for Dark Zero, you just got to focus on yourself. Don't worry about the antics that G2 will maybe want to get up with.
Let's go, Dark Zero! Let's go!
Like scrim practice. We'll bring in different ideologies and how they kind of want to test things out on Bank, especially first half on the attack, the way that they want to
Let's go, guys!
I do wonder the mindset for G2 though, how much on their side of things coming into this match, wanting to actually just deny Dark Zero the ability to be able to go to the main stage. It's been a rough tournament for G2. I mean, they've got a 1-3 record so far. The only win coming yesterday against Cloud9, but losses to SSG, losses to SiegeX, losses to Wildcard. So they played pretty decent opponents. Obviously, SiegeX, the Titans continued that run today.
Could it be that Dark Zero just chokes under pressure?
Fortunately for G2,
Since
by
they
the way,
lose
good
a lot,
reference point.
since
They are
they've
on the
lost
attack
all the
so far on
games,
Bank.
like.
Well, they are dead last at this tournament for attacking win rate. It's a measly 29% attacker win rate.
Citizen got
Lose Lawyer as well, and it looks like a fast hit to begin with. So no Docker B. First kill goes the way of Citizen, who's actually the 3rd best player at the tournament so far in terms of EPS. And JR with a bit of pressure towards Lockers can get the gas babes out. That Monty needs to be careful in LML.
God, that's good.
That does get rid of Nate.
Not good.
So
I mean,
far, the early aggression from G2, it's been a little bit equal, but they've got good elevated position.
What can LML do then? Diffuser in hand, will be likely looking to dash across, get that plant down with coverage, likely from Doki.
Okay.
Glaze able to find one more, and if Spirits falls here, the power of that Glaze could be amplified, but the smoke's already off the board anyway. LML looking to go deep, so not initially going for the plan, instead a bit of info. Uno to wrap through gold. Could catch a timing, but Citizen able to dash across.
Spirits get it. Uno, damn.
And G2 struggling
G2
to connect
is
the
like
dots
having
in
a
the
hard
final portions
time.
of the attack. LML now left all alone.
Pistol does at least a little bit of damage, gets the headshot onto Citizen. He has lots of time here, and especially as the Montaigne can look to reposition safely with the extended shield, but, well, he's apparently not all that safe. Taking damage from an area he wasn't expecting it from and forced all the way back up main stairs, and he's moving away from the site. The question mark in chat from Nate.
I think it went
really
the wrong way, to be
kicked
honest.
this match off with a solid round win.
Bit of banter in the chat that the folks at home can't see, but again, a reflection of some of the vibes in this particular matchup. Good opening round from DZ, withstanding the pressure presented by that Monty. LML electing not to go for the win con in terms of plant, probably not feeling the coverage was really there. Instead trying to find some info, maybe a pick to rebalance.
It was an interesting push with Glass and Monty in the elevator.
Spirits with a big nitro goal.
If I were to try that in ranked, I would get a C4 as fast as possible towards me if I tried that.
DZ already giggling in the first round.
I mean, that's the vibes that you want to have in a match like this. You don't want to be too overly serious with your tonality, and I think DZ always have the ability to hype themselves up, especially with Kenny in the background. And a decent job, of course, to withstand what was a pretty early rush attempt from G2. Elevator control, drop down, use the Monty, try and push in, get a bit of vault control, but DZ were ready. LML now switching actually over to the Blitz. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see G2 in this match really just kind of throw everything at the wall, see what sticks, see what lands, and what damage they can do to DZ. Again, no pressure on G2. Dark Zero, I think, also a really good test point. If they can win this and qualify and make main stage and do all that, I mean, this is a high-pressure game for them, because at the end of the day, yes, if they win, there's other permutations, but if they lose, they're just out. So it's a pretty easy blanket statement. In towards Janitor already, by the way, for Alamau on the blitz.
Okay, on my
Has
wrist.
a bit of help as well. Doki does lose his life on the initial engagement against Spirit, so they get the opening kill, do DZ, but trades. Yeah, so far from G2 haven't been all that bad, and there's already similarities to the opening round. 2 minutes on the clock in the 3v3. G2 are clearly playing with pace.
Archive's in play, of course, for this particular round, so lowest preference here on Bank. They've cooked up a strategy here in the hopes that they can catch G2 off guard, who likely have done little to no preparation for this particular matchup, and understandably so. 3v3 though, as we approach the mid portion of the round. Uno self-sufficient over towards ATM, droning himself forward. One drone position over towards Square, and you'll position a second to try and garner some information. Counter info on the table though, potentially here for Dark Zero, especially in the hands of Nav. You can see those yellow pings coming through now for the attack. Citizen playing that position, and Loira looking, pardon me, Blaz looking for.
Do you really want to stay there? Oh my god.
Good kill.
Nate
Nate
got one,
active.
but do you want to really stay Citizen in the reception right now?
He gets the gun up over towards Elevators, able to swing out, find that kill on Blaz.
Loira needs to help Uno here.
Loira needs to get involved. Still a minute remaining, but now you're down a player, and you've given up a bit of that map control back to DZ. They've still got really good power positions in this round.
Yeah.
DZ looking locked in to begin.
This is not looking good for G2 here. They lost a lot of ground, while DC have gained a lot of ground around like
conventional
the elevator side.
At this point on 40 seconds, they know that G2 playing around that sort of front entrance area in lobby. So they've got so much information. You've still got the Yokais available as well if you're Nave. Uno and Loira are going to have to go massive here and hit some big shots.
Loira to initiate the plant. Uno looking to try and cover Yokai in play. Will spot out Loira. Doesn't find necessarily the plant. Pick of the meantime. 20 seconds.
I mean, that in itself is almost bigger at this point. 2v2 now, so evens up the numbers. And well, that Yokai didn't quite get shot immediately. Bulletproof camera watching this position. So again, more information still for Dark Zero. Finally shot out. Lost that Yokai as well, but Loira very low. Still looking to stick that plant down at this point now, running out of time to do so. And while Citizen does go down, Loira sticking the plant. Nafe should be in a position to deny, but he makes contact with Uno, who was able to stay alive. Finally, Nafe gets the job done, and a Loira comes around the corner to
Why
meet
would
the fire
Loria
from Nafe,
swing
and he will
that
get the
though?
counter
If you get the
defuse.
plant down, back away and hold a better angle instead of swinging. I know you're supposed to refrag, but do that in the earlier round and not in a 2 versus 1 situation.
I think a lot of that coming down to some of the temperament that we saw from G2, that trying their best to prioritize the plant, but in a safe position. Loira, dabbled in a couple of different positions, was then forced to dash across to deal with the BPC, knowing that he would have died to the potential wallbang. So there are a lot of different elements there that he had to try and break down towards the latter portion of the round, but did a pretty good job in doing so. And Uno, to his credit, kind of had to fight through the beaches of Normandy to get through get through ATMs initially. We saw how difficult that was, but then provided decent cover. Unfortunately, lost that duel in the end, though.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's job done from Dark Zero. They've dealt with the fast pace from G2, opening 2 rounds. They've elected to try and hit site, get in the map, get in really early into those rounds too. It was a 3v3 with about 2 minutes 12 on the clock remaining. Sometimes when you're playing a map like Bank, you kind of spread out. You play a bit of that roam, try and take full map control, and you can get caught off guard if a team tries to rush in quickly. So, I mean, Dark Zero switched on early. Spirits continues to have an amazing event. 4-1 to begin this. But yeah, going back to Citizen, who has been super active in this match. 3-2-3. Third for EPS at the tournament so far. 131 EPS, plus 20 KD and a 75% cost. Couldn't ask for much more, really, could you?
Damn my face. Like, damn my fail. Oh my god, look at this. I'm so freaking fail. If you compare to my face, do you see how different it is? It's crazy.
All about back onto the Montang.
Yeah, we've seen G2 get pretty good initial map control with these shields. It's also translating that towards late round executes that's proven to be a challenge. Ranged hard breach available. This is not going to end up being one of those games where we see both the Hibana and the Ace taken off the board, so Kaito ultimately not an issue in this round and won't be going forward.
IQ is a good pick for them,
the more they can win this, the better for them in terms of potential round differential against Furia in the next match to come. So if they can really beat down G2, that could be enough to secure them. So they really do want to actually win this in that kind of 7-0 fashion for multiple reasons. This is not a case of just kind of crawl over the line. So far, so good. Ping information over towards front desk, and Spirit surely does get overwhelmed. Oh, that's a whiff. Eventually shot the back by Doki. Does finish off Nave. So double for Doki. G2 open up this defense of DZ for the first time here on Bank. Being killed from NJR though. Citizen also answers elsewhere onto Blaz. And suddenly again, 3 versus 3. Though. The demon that he is gets the headshot onto NJR, who establishes the lead for G2 and finds a second, leaving Citizen all by himself. With that kill though, now only Doki and Alamau to deal with.
Needs to try and isolate the Monty though into a 1 versus 1. So critical to try and get the kill onto Doki as the plant goes down.
That's Nitro. Plant going down. Oh, let's give it a little rip, but not enough noise for Alamau to get off of that plant. And now with that shield up, surely this becomes very difficult. Rips it, throws it, doesn't explode it, and can't hit the shot onto Doki, who lands his. And with that, of course, now no 7-0 shenanigans possible for Dark Zero. So they will not be capable of getting the extra 2 points that were on offer had they won 7-0. And thankfully, it just makes our life a lot easier, doesn't it?
Makes our lives a little bit. Dark Zero makes theirs just a little bit harder. Additional bans then.
It wasn't a requirement. I need to preface that. It wasn't a requirement. They didn't need it, but it would have been nice. We get into the midway ban phase.
Monty Fenrir.
Monty's the obvious ban.
Incredibly impactful throughout this match. Last round, a really, really good example. Alamau able to push through lobby, get that control. The front desk crunch was pretty good as displayed right here. At least it was. Until Doki whiffed, but able to clean it up in the end. We then saw a couple of trade attempts from G2 that were stalled out by those Fenrir lines. Loira here was an example of that, but was still able to net the kill. Citizen left in a 1v2 that was achievable, but the Nitro didn't miss, and Doki hit a somewhat clean shot there towards the end to support Alamau. So pretty good job there from G2. They're just simple defaults, as kind of expected. I'm sure Dark Zero went in expecting that themselves. And so it's just all about playing a polished brand of Siege to deal with that.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good in this match because there's always that thought in the back of the mind. Will G2 look to show up? Will G2 put the effort in? A match that means nothing for them.
5 seconds left.
But you can clearly see they're active. They're trying to be aggressive. They're trying to play into some of their strengths.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Finally get a reward for effort. No more Montaigne to play behind. So Alamau switches on to the Ash. Will G2 keep that pace going though? So far, the opening 3 rounds, it's just get into the building as quick as possible and look to disrupt this Dark Zero defense. And Naif on the Ala, maybe those Grismont mines could help out, delaying that push from G2.
Reloading.
I've got someone in the building early onto the piece once more.
This is so quick.
Okay.
For the first time.
Oh, hello.
Okay,
went up and did get the down onto Doki. Talk about timing there for Citizen. It goes his way perfectly. As soon as that drop came down, but a good kill from Alamau, expecting Citizen to look for that flush onto Doki, and eventually Spirits does find it, swinging from top blue stairs. And again, it's just what we've seen, part and parcel.
Come on, Dark Zero needs to win.
Building. Be quick, be disruptive. Find the headshots. They traded each other.
A lot of trades today.
Again, the 3rd consecutive round.
Well, pretty swift clear then from G2. Clears the first floor outside of Naif, who is still in elevator.
Well, the main thing they're going to do now, deal with Vulcan canisters over towards CCTV.
Well, Naif says, I'm not having any part of that, and drops down.
So they've still got utility that they have to clear on site. NJR later on with the 3 gas babes too will still be a nuisance. But yeah, they got full open area.
3v3. They have one C4 free canister, so they can clear it out.
One over towards PC.
That drone is actually in a good spot.
I do wonder if G2 posture for the re-hit once more. Looks like that won't be the case. They'll look to clear blue into server, maybe go
they don't have it. Yeah, they have
Hibana
to open up the hatch. So they
the beauty
just
of these past hits as well for G2 is they've got so much time to then navigate towards the site, the actual main objective. Still got over a minute.
Oh, they don't have
And
enough.
it's a weaker defense
Okay.
now for DZ.
He doesn't. Did they have enough pellets to open up more?
Well. Yeah, huge. Clears out some of these Vulcan canisters.
Tracker on the
Deathmark here onto NGR, who does still have all 3 gas babes available. I do wonder if G2 may go for a split hit. Blaz posturing over towards Vault for the drop off of those Candelas, but he still hasn't actually dropped the hatch just yet. Maybe it's just a bait and switch. Yeah, plant going down towards default. Uno will commando crawl towards the bomb chassis. And G2 are cooking here in this round.
25 seconds
I think he
left,
should have.
and Uno looking to commit. Spirit's looking to relay that information, but NGR does find one.
Yeah.
Great Nitro denies the plant, and Blaz on an island. You can see him on the player cam sighing. He knows that this round has gone astray. 10 seconds on the clock, forced to drop
I
rear.
think
No
he
utility.
should.
Round over.
Yeah, don't eat G2's cooking.
I don't think he should have done that.
It's
Crawled in.
You could clearly see what they wanted to do, right? Fake the Vault drop with the Candelas and try and bring DZ's defense and attention over towards, say, a Vault hit. And with the commando crawl trying to be the little silent assassin to then go actually for a default plant. But then Laura drops hatch, which is intriguing, and then dies immediately. And at that point, there's no cover. There's no ability to deny the Nitro Cell to get thrown over. And the round just falls apart for G2, which has probably been a common statement so far at this tournament. You can never fault a team for trying. I think they certainly did try to do something in that round, but it just did not pay off, and Dark Zero were able to counter.
Yeah, really nice Nitro there. Clean shot to close the piece. Dark Zero just good discipline in that round. We saw G2 actually, Uno specifically, gain some really good information in that round with the Vault drone. Had one in towards objective as well, late to get a read in towards red, and what kind of the denial situation would be for the plant.
10 seconds remaining.
The presence of mind to creep forward for the planned attempt, but the rest of the pieces of the puzzle there for G2 kind of not sliding into place, and a reflection, I think, of the storyline for them at this event with the role switch that's been undertaken and the disconnect that we're kind of seeing from outside the server. It's just not quite working for them at the moment.
Starting shot zone.
Oh, no.
Oh, speaking of.
There we go, second go. We didn't see it, Blaz. Don't you worry. Yeah, and I mean, like, I think for G2, the question marks will be for this roster, how much longer do you keep giving them time to make it work, to find that connection and cohesion? And the shotgun from Alamount, not really doing its job, it kind of just treated it as a regular drone.
Yeah, is that both of them taking down now?
Yeah, I think it is.
That's going to make the mirror play rough.
Early days in this
Yeah,
round,
it was the
G2
replay.
aren't winning these
It
little
was the
battles.
replay, Dark.
Maybe Doki can slip in through towers on the Nook and just get into a bit of a dangerous area. Indeed he will. Doki will open things up with his aggressiveness. Things weren't quite working in terms of the util game for G2, but Doki with the gun is just better. Deals with Citizen, Olo, and they get the pinch very nicely executed and coordinated
really
by
good.
Dark Zero to deal with the Nook.
Yeah, good little heads-up play there. The Nitro plus impact. A lot of pressure on that position. Doki gets caught, really no fault of his own.
Ooh.
He did his job, he got the opening kill, he got some kind of engagement. But a swift response from Dark Zero. Now where to for G2?
What are they going to do?
Feels like for the first time in this half, they've just kind of been forced into a stall. A bit of top floor control. Yeah, it's been given up by DZ, but what are you going to do to counter all of this utility down on towards the site? Running out of drones, 3 left, no shock drones available.
Don't like that Pamsu and NJR are like standing
Nave is
so
creeping
close
up main
together.
stairs though, droned. 60 seconds, another drone gone. More information that G2 will not have readily available.
Yeah. We need to make something happen now. 50 seconds left. It's going to be
You can see the second
very tight. So you have 3 smoke canisters and 1 C4 left in the pocket, so it's going to be very hard.
They're going to have to hope for a miracle here, looking for a default plant through Alamau to just make it through safely. He waits though, I'm imagining for a Nitro Cell or some kind of utility off of those initial smokes. Really nicely played from Alamau, but hey, there's another smoke. It's a gas babe from NJR.
He's missing.
Forces him away and back out. He's not even inside of the site anymore with 20 seconds left, low on health. This is again further disruption from Dark Zero. G2
Really
are just
nicely
not able
done
to get
on
properly
DC.
into the site and set up. And so much so that Dark Zero are thinking about going for flanks
Is,
here. They don't even need to at this
All the
point.
drones are
Still
down
got
there.
2 gas
Spirits
spades remaining
getting any?
through NJR. Alamau just trying to get into the pocket. Goes for a different plant position. They lose Loira, and there's only 2 seconds remaining, so if you stop the plant, you are going to win the round. Indeed, that is exactly what happens. And G2, in the end, all the pace from the first couple of rounds evaporates in this one. Too slow, and time runs out.
Yeah, I think information being a huge difference in that round. G2 struggling for it. We saw towards that very final 10-second portion as well. There were no drones standing, and Dark Zero continued to tempt the flank up above. And those anchors on
Yeah,
site
my
did
prediction
their job
is
well.
busted.
We saw a
I
really
have,
good smoke canister
I
from
only have
Amber to
one
prevent
that is
the
gone
initial
through
plant.
my
It meant
prediction.
that
Wow.
Almau had used his smokes, and so then crossing again for the plant.
One
was a low
team on my
percentage play. That's
prediction
why they
so
like to
far.
go up close, but had to be absolutely
this is
perfect with their
crazy.
crossfires when quite the case. And Dark Zero did a good job of just being patient themselves and not over-correcting. And in doing so, able to close out that round. So really good work.
And the more the Dark Zero extends
Better
their
than nothing.
margin to
Yeah,
such a
but
hefty degree,
this
it makes
entire
it even
tournament
more
has been
difficult
weird.
for Furia later on to be able to qualify. There is a world in which, by the way, the Dark Zero win this, then Furia win their game, but Furia don't go through because of round differential.
10 seconds to go.
That would be an awkward kind of feeling.
New feed.
Dark Zero, that of course, are only worried about themselves right now and looking to win this as quickly and as dominant as possible. And I mean, so far, there's not really much that surprised me. I think coming into this match, you look at kind of the tournament on paper. You know, you got a team that's DZ, they're 3-1. You got a team that's G2, they're 1-3.
Oh.
This result is
Damn.
kind of speaking for itself. Now, though,
Bye-bye.
does find a very early kill onto NJR.
He's legged it over towards open already.
Oh, they just
Dark Zero have
rushed
been eager
in
to try and
the
hit these
open
trades, though,
area.
so he need to be
Okay.
mindful of the re-aggress, but
They are
Laura
aggressive
in
right
support
now.
with that drone will help out. Nathan reeling these calls.
It's one area that G2 has actually gotten better with as the half has progressed. They've got the last 4 opening kills of this match. They haven't translated those into round wins.
Well, Nathan Alamau down below could be in for a duel in a moment's time. Alamau did actually drop off the back of that, and Nath close by main stairs, but he actually then retakes that
Yeah,
space
like
over towards
his
open, so
thing, G2 actually plays
a bit of
better
cat
when
and
they
mouse over
know
towards
they
that
have
portion
nothing
of the
to
map
lose.
as
That's the
elsewhere, Uno
issue.
going through
Every
lobby
time
in
they
anticipation for maybe some
play, they
control
have
up above.
something to like
Double stack open here.
gain
for
or
DZ.
like need to achieve.
He could hold that horizontal
They
control.
usually
Citizen taking
lose.
another hit of damage.
But I don't think they would go to win this
G2
either
for the
because
way
like
to play
they're.
off. I was going to say Alamau, but he doesn't
Alamau
actually
dropped
lose
and
his
then
life.
had 0 impact.
Yeah. So again, G2 unable to capitalize on the opening advantage that they created for themselves, but Spirit's low, so is Citizen. Logic Bomb rings out from Uno. Got a little bit of that top floor control now, and through the corridor, Citizen just caught. Nicely done on the repel.
That's
Uno.
one of those moments where you go, why is he still there?
Yeah, I mean, there's a minute left into the round. Time to start heading into the building, and Citizen just can't believe it. Surely G2 can look to close this half out now with a pretty solid advantage. Clutch drone from Doki. Should be able to find the hack onto Evil Eye, and it will be successful as the Logic Bomb again rings out from Uno. Into Towers now goes Loira, looking to get that plant down. Can't see anyone even remotely close to him. This should be very much successful. Spirits over towards Square, making his way up, and Nath now coming in as well. Pamper towards main. A little bit undetected? No, watched all the way through from Blaz.
Blaze had
Finds the
that.
kill, and with that
Damn.
now in the post-plant scenario for G2, they are firmed.
Yeah,
to
G2
take
has
this
this
sixth
round.
find a second round. As Spirits and Nath so incredibly low, would be an absolute travesty for G2 to lose this one. Well positioned by Blaz, good discipline to hold the angle, and in the end, G2 with a
good one.
deserved second round from the half.
Good one.
Yeah, positions held there from DZ in
But
the late
I'm
portion
still
of
like-
that round. Not particularly effective. They had a bit of a sort of like double stack over towards open. Player bot square. Didn't have, I don't believe they had LOS over towards that plant position, and if they did, not really in a position to be able to deny. And so with that, a 4-2 scoreline as we switch sides. Fresh band
Which
phase
was
in
the
play.
side? So Blackbeard Monty and yeah, Castle.
2 attacking rounds here onto Bank.
So it's going to be Hibana
Preparation likely
and
for them in this particular game.
maybe a Warden.
Their reliance on finding those sneaky lurks and map entries
Hibana
for
and
control
Warden,
and open
I'm
picks.
guessing.
Dark Zero equally probably not too displeased. I think they'll back themselves attacking onto bank. Fans come through. It's
No mirror and
castle
blitz
mirror
actually,
for
okay.
defense and double shield for attack.
Did not think they would go for the mirror though, to be honest, for G2 there. Like if opening a hatch is a thing for them, then it's going to be a lot easier for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good round from G2, and I think if you kind of look at the half overall, they definitely went into that half wanting to try certain things and wanting to make things happen. I don't think they left a lot to be desired. There was one round, if you wanted to be kind of critical, was the 5th round. The pacing was off. Far slower, they didn't seem to be able to gel as much in terms of coordination, but there was the first 2 rounds, super fast pace, made it equal, made it exciting. DZ were just better and countered those rounds.
Well, basement's going to be a little bit more interesting now. Kaid not banned out on this occasion, so as expected, G2 will use that opportunity to help with the hatch coverage. That being said, they're still actually going to elect to play a bit more of an open hold, but the hatch drop is pre-opened. G2 might start with the 7-4 peel, eventually maneuver back down below, because the likes of Jan Hatch, for instance, reinforced off. They will have to have some kind of basement presence though. Most notably to prevent a direct hit from Dirt or even in through lobby itself.
Who usually hit Banner for that is...
I still want to also have a look at the bank stats too so far at Reload. 50,
Banner doesn't have that many
defensive
bullets.
win rate.
Whoa!
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa!
PC. What was that?
I was looking at my notes. I didn't actually get to see it.
Whoa!
Well, Pamber himself didn't get to see the down because it was straight through the wall. Blaz does get picked back up.
But yeah, I mean, I don't think it's too much of a surprise to see DZ do well on defense. Maybe a little bit of expectation now for G2 to kind of match that. Not necessarily.
How the fuck did he get flashed? Because he got even surprised how it.
Blaz to be this low, but
I mean, it's not a great start for G2
it's not that big a deal.
It's not a great start to have an open hold and for Dark Zero to get that essentially uncontested.
Loading new magazine. Firing level.
So just going through the checklist right now, Dark Zero, 90 seconds remaining in the round. To open up these hatches, trying to open up these hatches. So one gas bag there actually top blue. Got to keep a lot of that utility in the back pocket, Laura. Might need it later on to deny that CCTV default plant. Hatch will get opened up eventually. Has taken slightly longer than they would have liked. Spirits looking to try and clear out blue stairs position.
Please tell me that you droned it out.
Lura's actually only down to
You
one
need
gas
to
bang,
be
so
droning that shit out.
Absolute darndest to keep that position away from Dark Zero for as long as possible, but it does mean they're going to have less utility to deny the actual plant later in the round.
Nath was on drone there, so Alamo had an opportunity to rip the Nitro and find a kill, but elected not to commit. 45 seconds on the board. Candelas for rear. NGR already with a player isolated.
Yeah, and Spirit wants to help out here. That's why Candela dropped to Bolt now. Right side, knows but Blaz was there. Really good teamwork from Dark Zero. But I just wonder if Spirits went a little bit too deep, too soon. NJR still over towards Elevator, up close. Moira does get the kill onto Citizen. That Spirit's down, but Laura very low. Finished off by Nave. Good double kill. And leaves Doki all by himself in a one versus.
Damn, that could have gone either way.
Dark Zero, a wonderfully coordinated attack towards the site. Not often that you see that sort of Vault Elevator side on lockers really get utilized as well as that Dark Zero did in that round. They take a 5-2 lead. And that round really from start to finish for G2 just never really worked out.
Yeah, they kickstarted things nicely, Dark Zero, by getting that open area control rather uncontested. We did see some inefficient use in terms of the Hibana util, but eventually got those hatches opened. I like the call there from Dark Zero. They investigated blue stairs, and then they were like, yeah, we don't really want to push that. That doesn't look all too enjoyable. Had some good information at the rear. Kickstarted really meant Blaz being put on an island, so that was just good composure from Dark Zero to isolate that first initial pick and get things going with essentially a freebie. And despite Spirits falling, and I think that maybe that was a little bit overzealous to go for that play, at least he got a bit of information.
Well, he also did his job already.
He already got the kill, he already got some pressure out on the board, and clearly the rest
Okay,
of the attack
5-2.
Dark Zero tight and close by, hit those trades, and
Good confidence as well. I think that's one thing that's been flowing for Dark Zero at this tournament and probably improving as they've continued to make their way through it. It's just the utter confidence that they have in themselves and as a team. You gotta remember, they have not had a single bad result at this tournament. The fact that they're at this point in the tournament and fighting for their lives is quite surprising. 7-3 over Fnatic, 7-3 over SSG, 7-2 over Furia. It was just that one loss against W7M, but that was 6-8. Like, that was a close game. That's a decent match against a team that's already qualified for main stage. Dark Zero would be very disappointed if they walk away from this tournament and not make main stage, especially with a win over G2.
Where are you going with that drone, huh? Oh, I have that skin as well.
Round 8 then.
The Spirits has.
Kali to persist, but this time in the hands of Spirits.
Being candid, that would be very much a drawback of the format if you have a team that goes 4-1 and doesn't qualify.
That would be harsh. So information gathering then at the moment for Dark Zero, their tempo really just slowing it down. I think that's been one of their big strong points, oddly enough, has been their tempo at this event for an organization and a roster over the last few years that has been one of their biggest weaknesses.
Swapping mags. He's unfortunate to not find that kill onto Blaz. Held the angle long enough, gave himself enough time, and eventually someone did walk in. So looking to clear out Kanto, open it up.
Blaz is in deep trouble.
And they've lost Loira. That one through NJR.
He's in deep
Right
trouble.
now, G2 are playing so separately. There's not a lot of trade potential. So, you see Loira go down, no one gets the trade. If Blaz goes down, no one's going to probably get the trade.
You gotta be ready for him to drop the elevator, right?
Top main. He's the one that can kind of help out Alamel, help out Blaz. Uno's one to watch here. He's playing a good power position defensively for G2 if he can get involved. They are putting so much pressure onto Blaz. To his credit, wait, what? He is not panicking at all.
Where'd the flame go?
I think it just went to the backside.
Oh,
yeah, it's gone all the way through.
I think the second one missed as well.
They have not been able to clear Blaz out. All they have to do is just swing and shoot. Uno does help out. He is that linchpin. Hits the headshot onto Pampersu. There's
Are you
the second
serious?
to follow. It wasn't up to Blaz. It wasn't up to him. He was low. He was stuck. It was up to Uno, and he comes to save the day. And eventually, yes, Blaz does lose his life, but so much time has now evaporated for Dark Zero. They're down to 13 seconds remaining. Citizen, at that point, has to bring the gun up. Shield goes away with that, so does his life. In the round 2, Dark Zero cannot clear out elevators.
Do you reckon Nafe's going to get a slap on the wrist and told to go back into customs and learn the lineup?
So 5-3, and again for every round that DZ do allow G2 to acquire, it just makes things a little bit more spicy in terms of that round or potential round differential later on.
Yeah, I could have sworn I heard their second bolt land, and I don't know if it landed in the exact same position, but it really just made things so awkward because Alamo had the pre-rip Nitro. G2 were pretty eager to recontest for some front desk control, and it meant that crunched that position, even with the lobby of power and a couple of other tools available for DZ, it was really rough for them. So I think G2 can walk away from that round proudly saying that they were the better team.
Oh, absolutely.
Dark Zero probably faltering for really the first time seriously to a large extent in this match.
And seriously, you think about Uno, it's been a really, really rough tournament for him, and certainly has probably hurt it. But in that moment, in that round, that's what you've got to do in that power position towards top main. You've got to play.
Just said good night to my daughter.
Make first contact, he finds the double kill. He wins them that round. If Uno doesn't play his position that well, Blaz dies, they get overwhelmed, and eventually DZ have numbers and map control. It's a really, really good round from Uno. He goes 5-5. He's actually having a decent impact in this match. In fact, all members of G2 are actually playing equal. They've either got 5 kills or 6 kills. Everyone's probably had a moment here or there. It's probably been the most team performance from G2, yet they're still 3-5 down.
Swapping mags.
So over to open area then. And as we saw there for a split second, Panda with a deep drone in the objective. Spirits to double down with some information for himself. And Dark Zero now might have some confidence to go a little bit more direct. We'll wait and see. As you can see on the cards, it's a 3-2 split. Only 2 players first for G2.
They're going to look to try and rush this because you've got the smokes that can go out, so steals the vision, play off with Blaz, who can maybe find a couple of kills. Citizen does actually find one onto Blaz with the track stinger. Blaz was very much low. Nave finished off, so the trade does come through thick and fast for G2. Oh, Spirits, oh, he loses that battle to Uno. He's having a little renaissance right here on the final day of Reload. Huge kill to shut down the Glaz, who can no longer play off of those smokes now. It's a big win con off the board for DZ.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure how Uno was able to win out that fight. Maybe the placement of the smoke advantageous and perhaps spotted the barrel of the gun, laid the spray down and made it work. Keeper barrier is difficult to clear. Pamba does have 2 Roteros available though if he is to prio. That diffuser though at the feet of Uno, who can look to lock this down.
He's low on health though, so one body shot and he's dead.
So Citizen still on the exterior, you got NJR bot main, and then Pamba top floor. Well, there's that bot main position in NJR, who get through to Loira. Equals things back up. Keeps this a rather spicy round in the night.
I don't think Pamba caught the barrier, no, but Uno has repositioned, in fact, inside electrical. So Uno going for a very
Citizen's
aggressive
making his way
play.
over that side of the map. NJR, another kill, Bambazoo helping out.
What
Uno's by himself. He did the good work earlier on. Can he finish it off? No, he cannot. Bambazoo will shut down Uno. And with that,
nicely and calm. They are playing very good team play and being calm, even though they like fucked up a lot. They still get it together and try to push. It's really, really good.
And I think a lot of teams, even at this level, can sometimes stall out in those positions. Maybe try to double down, triple down, brute force a play that is just.
I think it's going to be a Sami.
A calculated move.
And
on one occasion, they reset.
maybe
They were able to pick apart pieces of those defensive structures from
but Glass hasn't been played a lot.
And
yeah,
you're right. It's been a first-time moment for Uno, who was under so much pressure at the beginning of the round, but then left effectively in 1 versus 3 with others taken down. Good pinch work from Dark Zero and just another clean attack.
I mean, Uno's got kick control, and the way that the rest of G2 are kind of playing, you've got to probably try and bunch up, play off each other a little bit more, make it difficult for the remaining DC members to just kind of walk in, get that 1v1 action. Loira towards main stairs, for example, moving around, active at that point, you really need to be. Do you not want to kind of play that more electrical square side of the map, play off of each other, get potential trades, and 3v3, you've got numbers. Instead, really, for Dark Zero, it's just kind of isolating G2 members who are all playing by themselves, one by one by one. So 3 opportunities for Dark Zero to close this match out. It would give them an extra +4 round differential. They've already got +3 over Furious. That would make it 7. That would be not good news for Furia.
So additional bans in play. We don't see the triple shield from G2. Blackbeard was only played in that second round, instead onto the Ying, which equally was only played once, but it was on basement. The side commenced, so maybe prioritizing that a little bit more, not wanting to deal with that tool. We've seen a few effective hits in this match, and so.
No, it's that.
Take place on this occasion.
It was that I yell hello, but I'm going to change that.
A roam in play then from G2. The Dame wants to try and break that down.
Yeah, do they just go for bro kill?
Reloading, cover.
Try and snatch around back quickly, put a little bit of tiny doubt into the minds of DZ, who are now in a pretty commanding position. Again, a reminder, a win for Dark Zero is not a full lock, not a full confirmation that they make main stage, but puts them in a solid position, and then the FaZe Fury game, of course, will determine their fate.
Loading new mag. Sell them out.
Yeah, it's 6-3, so I do think that we win. But it also comes down to how Furia plays as well. If Furia wins, then it's going to be a different matter. Or if FaZe win, for example.
I mean, aggressive on the defense here, G2. As you kind of pointed it out before with the roam game, this time it's employed very nicely, and it's 3 swift kills. Pambazoo now completely by himself, and yeah, this is probably one of the more dominant rounds from G2 in this match. Flawless. Immediately after, DZ got that match point, G2 just
So
kind of woke
the
up in
thing
this round
is
and
that
said, no, we're
I
not
see
going
right
home
now, I
just
might
yet.
be
And
wrong,
DZ
but
gotta be careful,
if
right? That
FaZe
round
wins
could really come back
against
to bite them if
Furia,
they're not careful,
that
so.
means if FaZe
But there's
Clan
a
and
little hint of
Firax are,
irony in that
are
because
the
they
last
kinda
team to
want
move
Furia
on.
to win. So you gotta give Furia the
So,
carrot. Because
but
if you
if
make it
FaZe
impossible,
Clan
Furia
loses
won't have
against
as much to
Furia,
play
then
for.
it's going to be a different
All the semantics.
with the points.
But a good round. G2's shown a pretty decent amount in this match, and you kind of
That means that
wondering where was this
Dog
against
Zero
SSG,
and Firax will go
wildcard.
through. Is what I understand at the moment.
The
I might
DZ
be
team
wrong.
has been playing really well this tournament. Haven't done much wrong. And to add further context, you kind of look at the matches at the tournament so far, and especially with this being a potential qualification game for Dark Zero, puts them into a position where they can qualify based on other results. 7-3 Fnatic, 7-3 SSG, 7-2 Fury. So for G2 to have now gotten 4 rounds, that's already better than those 3 opponents that Dark Zero beat earlier on in the tournament.
10 seconds left.
And this is, of course, off the back of G2 winning yesterday against Cloud9. So they're kind of ending the tournament on a little bit of a good note.
Yeah, to the credit of G2, I think they've played some pretty respectable Siege in this match. Again, leaning pretty heavily into defaults and trying to sort out fundamentals. It's nothing crazy strategically. But their execution's been pretty decent at an event that has been rough going for them.
It'll sting a lot.
Top floor we go. Round number 11. See how they look to break it down this time. DZ
They
issues the
also
last round,
said
they
something that changed, by the way, for fuck's sake,
See
in
if
this
they opt for
game.
another
So if you
lobby
jump
crunch.
out from the windows on, like, for example, bank
Singular
from
primary
the
card
second
bridge,
floor,
and they may use that
you
over
will
towards
not be
Kanto,
able to
which has been
ADS
electrified
anymore
by
when you do that.
Yi.
So you can only hip fire.
Good work from Pamela on the IQ in dealing with some of that information gathering in the Valve. But focusing their efforts on stock side currently.
You knew
Citizen
that?
with these
Nice.
Roteros
That's a new one, because
looking to
that
just
was not
clear
there
out these
before.
positions. Potential utility placed. So just looking to poke and prod around the map currently. Diffuser in the hands of Nath over towards the top square repel currently. So signs pointing towards that style of execute. We've seen some teams opt for a little bit more direct CEO. Still options plenty with 3 Salmos to go through the top square wall itself. Midway
What
point
are
of the
they
round
trying
has
to
now
do?
elapsed. Dark Zero with 6 drones still standing, and they've done a really good job in this match of getting drones in towards the physical objective. That information will be critical through the mid to late round. So we'll see what they go for. Nath now in the building, as mentioned before, top square. And Lawyer will be in a bit of a pressure situation in a moment's time, but survives that initial burst.
Oh, good swing from Loira. You know, you make initial contact with Nath through the hallway and expects probably one outside stock, swings it, gets the kill. Has the bulletproof camera, or at least had it there as well. Nath does end up finding one from top square onto Alamau. So just going for a peek and does give a slight reprieve for Dark Zero heading into the final 45 seconds. Yellow ping intel for Pambazoo. Really nicely executed off of that information. And now Dark Zero have got the man advantage. Long ankle onto Blaz as well. Dark Zero just finding all of these angles that suits them. Doki still inside of Janitor. Does have a Nitrocell, and so does Uno as well, but he's far back at front desk. He's not close to the action. Blaz certainly is, though, on the top floor, looking in towards airlock. Where's Pampa going? Doki in a great position, finds the double.
Are you
Spirit
kidding
falls
me?
As well, and leaves it all up to NJR with no kit, no chance.
Why
And
did
G2
I?
stay
Yeah,
in this one a
damn.
little
Why
longer.
did I do that?
And just makes things a bit more tense for Dark Zero,
Why
looking
did
to
I do
close this
that?
out.
You've got to have a
By the way,
sick
you
feeling in
just
your stomach
missed
if you're Dark Zero
Dark, who
right
was
now.
in
At the end
here
of the day,
earlier.
Dark Zero lose this match, they're out.
Or a North American.
It's
My
like
exact
play,
point, guys.
he's playing Doom and
Microcoms
stuff, so
win
that's
the
why.
game. We've had 2 attacks where we've the first 2 attacks on open and CO, we were not all ready to go at the same time. That is a are we ready to flood? If anyone says no, please say no if you cannot, and then we wait, and then we flood when we're all going. Okay? The microcoms will win the game. The game is simple. We work as a team, we win the game. Okay? All those small comms will win. I'm giving you nothing strategic. Just keep up the Dokkaebi and keep up the IQ. They're going to ramp up the hides and the powers with the Valk.
Oh, I wanted more from Kenny.
Hello.
He wasn't done.
It was not done.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, at this point for Dark Zero, I don't think you have to go too deep into that kind of strategy bag. It's really just all about, you know, the coordination, communication. This was really good. At that point, it's a 4v3. Doki just flips the round. He loses that battle, Janitor. They lose the round. Match is done. So a really big power play from Doki towards Janitor. 6-5. Things get a little bit nervous if you're a DZ fan. I'm sure it's not the first time they've been in this position. Getting these little micro heart attacks. And what it does also do is, again, reducing that round differential, right? So just allowing a little bit more of a chance for Furia. At one point,
Bomb located by attackers.
during this match, the only condition for Furia was to actually flawless phase. That's just slowly changing. You know, then it becomes 7-1, and then it's 7-2.
5 seconds to insertion.
Camera in position.
Attacker's objective is to
Is there a world in which we only have one North American team on main stage?
And if it goes to overtime, well, then that round differential is even more impacted, especially if it goes to 8-7, then that's absolute worst case scenario on any kind of win for DC. It's a big round coming up. They need to win this. If they win this, they get +2. They've already got a +3 lead. That's +5. That's very difficult for Fury, right?
Yep.
Which, unironically, they need Fury to win, so...
Can they try
a phase win does kind of mean that for DZ, this does not really mean much.
It's just a little fed up with the siege, I'm guessing. But like I said,
They find out their communication.
also like I feel like a lot of
execute to make sure
my
everybody
friends forget
is, quote,
that
ready
you
to
can't
flood.
do the same that you've done for so long. You
player
can't
left
have the
behind.
same game style
Extension
or
above
same strat
from
and stuff.
G2.
You need to change it up
Holding the
from
cross
time
on
to
stage
time.
repels.
Like for me, I was a hard support player before,
DZ will be eager to break
but I
that down. They do
needed
have
to
the ramp
evolve
and
and
the bucket in
change
play.
that so I could
So if
be
they can
more
get
of
this control, they can
on-site
get
and
to work with the-
on-site. And now
I mean,
I'm
that's the
trying to be
primary
more
win con right now for
aggressive,
Dark Zero.
taking
Full
more
top four
kills
clear,
and stuff.
don't lose
Like,
any members, get the Ram, the
can't
Buck
play the same,
employed.
and like it's also like learning call outs, so maybe like take away looking from this and
The way
see
he's
if you can.
positioned
Otherwise,
and the way
it's
he
just luck
reacts
of
to
the
that drone
draw.
going by, I figured that might have been the case, but
Since this is a
couple of shots
strat
did
game
pepper through the wall.
in general, a team game, like you need to learn.
He is still hanging around front desk. And honestly, I like this for G2 contesting.
And for me
top
to get
four.
like shit on for
inside.
hearing that I
Hold on,
should
X-Player
like
of the Demon
rank.
who stands up and hits the
Oh my
second
God.
headshot onto Pampersu through the barricade.
Kidding me?
Deals with the Blackbeard, deals
fuck is
with the Buck,
Dark
and
Zero
right
doing?
now G2 are dealing with
You're
Dark
giving
Zero,
them.
who have had a couple of opportunities to get this one
What the fuck
done
are they
as
doing?
early
They're
and
just
as best
giving the
possible.
match.
And down to just Snave, who, while he does start with one, needs 3 more, and now spotted towards that hallway. But I feel and sense that this match is destined for overtime, destined to go the distance, and
fucking
maybe
kidding me?
destined for Dark Zero to just have one last capitulation.
Oh my god, they're
It would be a
just giving
sick
them
way
the
to be knocked out of
rounds.
the tournament.
They were in
Dark
the
Zero,
lead 6
after
to
their tactical
4.
timeout, still unable to execute these clears, now finding themselves in overtime.
Yeah, as what I was
G2
saying, like
holding
if
these
you get
power
told by
positions,
people saying that
key players
pro
landing their
strat
shots,
doesn't
and
work in
G2
rank, maybe not a full one, but if you don't take anything from the pro games or anything, you're not going to get better.
Let's abuse of the cow
That's the
pushing
thing.
pyro fast
You ain't
because the fan
getting
is
better.
open and it didn't show this match.
I know,
okay?
for
If they go
example,
basement, guys, for
two
the
free
attack, if they attack off the
people that I've been
like
playing
similar
with
we
regularly,
watch
2
yesterday
of them
with
were in my
Falcons. If you
team,
have the kills,
and
we,
now, to be honest,
plant
I'm
there,
way better
flash
than
the
them,
plant, like,
and
put
I
one
do
guy
have a
left for cover one,
disability,
and
and
if you
I'm
don't have
better
the kills, we
than
split.
them.
Okay, guys.
KD-wise than,
and
like,
Fascio is the
game-wise,
Windows
they
attack
have been
because
higher
he's
ranked
shooting
than
the
me.
shell. So
If they don't
this is
reinforce the wall, if they don't reinforce the walls like last time, I'm not taking Thermite. I'm taking.
Okay,
this
okay.
is-
The difference, just one thing. If you dirt the blast, I don't want you playing pussy.
I mean, you can get the kind of vibe there with the communication from G2 that they're
taking this way more
they're
seriously
in
than
this
I
game.
thought.
And the seriousness is definitely there with their tone. And it's not so much for them and what they would gain, because they don't really gain anything, but it's more like that competitiveness inside of you that's like, we can knock these guys out and make them just as disappointed from this event as us. And you can clearly see, once they get inside the server, these guys are taking this seriously. And that was a huge round from G2. And I mean, they've really
I
brought this
feel
one
like
back. It was a
Dark Zero
5-2
just
lead
gave
to
that
DZ,
round,
seemingly
literally.
in control. clearly the better
Yeah,
team.
G2 should not win this, but
match.
I feel like they made a mistake right
This
now.
much in favor to G2 with so much momentum now heading into overtime. Beginning on the defense as well.
I'm going to be so glad when I get a new phone. So glad. I was trying to jump into my Instagram, but like I said, my phone stops working. So if I press Instagram,
and that's the pressure side of things as well.
This is what I get. It gets stuck on this all the time.
Be there in the back of your mind, like,
I can't even go in.
And that could be us
And
out.
if I try going in to my
OT as well, and that's where we've seen some of these teething
if I go
issues for
into
Dark
my
Zero.
email,
Power positions
I get stuck like this.
and performing these floods in synchronization. It hasn't just quite been
I need
there.
to restart my
and
phone,
G2 really
that's
for the
the
first time
problem.
at this event are actually punishing it. So it's been a challenge for the North American squad.
I'm so hoping that I get the phone before Friday.
Did so rather comprehensively, 7-3.
Don't think so,
Their
but
opponent in this match, DZ. This might be the best we've seen of them at the tournament.
yeah,
At the
Samsung
point when they're already eliminated.
S25 Ultra.
Oh, this is incredibly aggressive.
Yeah, that is an incredibly aggressive run out from Blaz. NJR very much on top of that.
It's a bait. It's a bait.
Is it a potential bait? Indeed. There's two players there, and NJR gets absolutely sucked into that bait. That's your Habana off the board.
That's disgusting.
And Doki is just laughing at him in chat.
As the Habana for basement, by the way. That is an incredibly important
You can play
operator.
site now. You can quite literally just play site.
Why the fuck would NG...
And if it is round over and G2 find a
Why
seventh,
would he
the max
fucking go for that?
DZ can get from this is only +1 on their round div.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's definitely... It's basically the same upgrade, like, in the same way I got the new PC. It's going to be way different.
Goes through. Simplifies things a bit.
Oh boy.
I'm just wondering why the
So
fuck
who
did
can stand up now
NJR
for Dark
even
Zero?
go
90
for
seconds
that?
left. You're in a bit of a bad
There's
spot.
no
You've
point
lost
in
your
him
Heartbreak,
going
you've
for
lost
that.
your Habana. You've got Spirits on the Blackbeard, Citizen on the Deimos.
To be honest,
You've
that,
still got Avenue. I
that
still think
entirely falls
what
on
they've got as an operator
NJR there.
lineup
That was
can
one of
still
the
win
most
them this round, but
stupidest
they're gonna
move
have to
he'd
play
done
really,
during
really
the
well.
tournament.
100%. It needs to be a rear drop, right? And you're looking at the likes of Spirits to play aggro on the Blackbeard and get ground, and maybe Citizen as well on Deimos. I don't know with the pre-rip Nitro, though. Now, this has been droned, so DZ have a read.
Nitro cell in hand for Alamau.
He's just waiting for the drop sound.
Yeah. Not getting baited by the ROU.
Need to be
Still
shooting.
plenty of drones available as well for DZ. 5 with 50 seconds, so the drone economy is fine. Shield screen goes down. Another one comes up. Alamau is still prepped. Doki, by the way, towards CCTV, of which on the map right now, there's none there for DZ. Gets shot out. He went early. DZ haven't. Spirits is down in Vault. They commit. The Blackbeard with that diffuser. This has to be their
Are you
hit.
kidding me?
Position from Alamau, though, to wait for the second player. And with a little bit of help from Blaz, they combine to take down that shield man. And Nave is all that's left. And with that, G2 will get
Are you
themselves
fucking kidding me?
match point and are on the verge of eliminating Dark Zero from Reload.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Dark Zero. You actually
G2
had a
making it
good
work.
lead. You be holding
Dancing
the
here on
bar.
back.
You be holding the
First pick
entire
onto the
fucking
Habana
game, and you
with
can't
a
do
very
this at the
cheeky
end.
bait in towards Garage. Really helping fortify that round.
Really good play from Alamau to not get sucked into the
And
Blackbeard
Alamau, yeah.
and just wait for the second drop. And he knows there's a second drop. Why? His Nitro got shot. Where does that come from? Not from the man with the shield up, but the guy still watching Hatch. Really, really good game sense, really good positioning, good discipline. And G2 again.
So
Dare I
fucking
say, this might
stupid.
be the best we've seen him at the tournament. It's their last day.
Better now than never, I suppose. And the event potentially on a high note here and knock out DZ play spoiled.
They were up 5-2, Dark Zero.
Yeah.
They're in commanding position. And look, I know that if, of course, FaZe had a 1, they still would have maybe not gone through, but you got to do what you've got to do, and they just haven't been able to do that. Since then, they've dropped 5 rounds out of the last 6. It's a bottle job.
So basement repeat. Dark Zero now on defense. Can G2 finish the job? This is...
Well, we go back to the first half, right?
Let's just talk about the setup for a second. I mean, we're seeing triple Rio archives. Doesn't look like Open's being Rio'd at all. Again, no Kaid in play was banned out by G2, so Dark Zero really looking to amplify that aggression offsite.
Go back to that first half, and G2's pace was paramount, but it didn't always work out for them. So I wonder if they slow it down just ever so slightly, have a bit more control on their pacing. There was a couple rounds they lost because they went too fast. There was also another round they lost because they went too slow. Got to find that right little middle ground. Deimos, Deathmark onto the Goyo of Citizen. Little early information onto the man inside of open area.
Come on, you better get it now.
G2
You
now
better get
bringing
it.
with confidence, right, in comparison to that first half. So as they come into this attacking round, they get two opportunities. They know that they at least go defense in the next round if they do lose this.
They've locked in. Like
they have
closer they've gotten to winning,
locked
the more confident they've gotten. Dark Zero, the complete opposite.
They've locked in as soon as they've been locked out of the tournament. Full white onto Citizen. Drops. Retreats back to site. 2 Deathmarks still available for Doki, who did make contact, half health. Sends it back onto Citizen. Top blue stairs right now with Spirits, by the way, on the Warden. Which is a pretty big piece, because you've got the Ying employed. Nave almost dying through the hatch. And surely, why are you taking so long to leave the elevator, my good friend?
Well, he was getting pinched by Uno, I think, through lobby, so didn't have free exit. I mean, that's just a really good clear from G2.
Why would you even be standing in that fucking elevator?
As you said, though, really good clear from G2. Get through to Nave.
Top frag up from Dark Zero off the board, 4v5. Doesn't look great.
And I wonder if Spirits may now think, do I go for a swing? Do I go for something very special? But you're a Warden with a shotgun. Your job is to hold. You don't swing blue stairs here. And fortunately, he agrees and has retreated from that position.
Yeah, yes,
still
they
over a
lost the
minute for G2.
confidence.
Actually, their pacing in this round may
is the issue.
be a lot better than all their rounds in the first half.
They're just losing their confidence.
1 Nitro still for Spirits, 3 gas
Yeah,
babes,
this
and
tournament
JR
is so
default.
fucked up.
Probably an unlikely outcome here for G2. But they have the manpower and they have the utility to go for alternate routes.
2 Vulcan canisters still up that haven't been dealt with towards default.
Not happening.
And I think that's why Citizen is actually backfilled over towards Vault. Even though Nafe died in that position, you've got to get someone over there. Get bodies in that position. Very much looking like a Vault hit here from G2. Citizen can't win the battle towards
Why, Citizen? Why? Let it drop!
Inside of server goes Uno, who's actually going for that default hit.
Hold on.
But they're losing the battle towards the Vault side of the map. Still 1 player up though for G2, so they can throw bodies at this and no more gas babes to worry about. 1 Nitro for Spirits, but no longer accessible.
G2 is winning this. I don't believe this. G2 are fucking winning this. How?
Must win this. If they're going to stay alive in this tournament for a little bit longer, as the plant goes down, Blaz is gunned up, watching for this push, and he does not blink. Dark Zero from a 5-2 lead.
Fucking hell.
Reload. They are done. Sent home by G2.
Oh my fucking god, I don't
wow,
believe that.
wow. I actually cannot believe that result. G2 lock in, get that result across the line. And understandably, Dark Zero absolutely
they just threw that. I'm not even sure
that result. They
why.
lose 5 rounds in a row to get sent home.
Yeah, they just lost 5 rounds in a row. That's insane.
Like that. It's unfortunate for DZ, for a team that was playing so well at this event, doing so well with the new roster. And I think at the end of the day, if you want to be candid, they're going to take a lot from this entire event going into North America Stage 1. But I think they're also going to take the ghosts of this loss. A 5-2 lead, they go home. Oh, we go to a break. Of course, don't go too far. Later on now, it's straight up win and you go through for FaZe and Furia.
I'm fuming. Okay, so that means if Furia wins, they go through. That's the thing. Furia just needs to win against FaZe and they are through. So this is going to be the last game. It's going to be who will go through. If FaZe win, they will go through to the playoffs. If Furia wins, they go as well. Because SiegeX has already so many points right now. SiegeX is sitting on 23 points. And you have FaZe Clan on 16 and Furia on 7 right now. So if Furia wins, they're going to go past FaZe Clan and take the last spot. And if FaZe Clan wins, well, they will go through as well. So it's a win or lose match. I just don't understand how they threw. That is mental.
Even I can't run the same material into the ground forever. Ay, caramba!
Yeah. I think that's it. A bit differently. Sorry, I ate you babies!
Hey, you throw spaghetti sauce in my eyes. That's a bit.
Streama alla säsonger av
You frozen spaghetti sauce on me.
Sub of the Day är äntligen tillbaka på Subway. Hela dagen, varje dag.
No clue what caused.
5 minutes. Okay, let's do this then.
Remember when Smoke's gas could clip through walls? Here's even more.
Let's do this while we wait.
More things you might not remember about old Siege. Capital used to have a scope on his LMG. This sight was honestly super underrated and is one of the cleanest and best looking scopes we've had. It's still in the game, but only for DMRs, and it's now a 3.5 zoom instead of 3. Thermiting the classroom wall on Old Oregon so you could get both the wall and the hatch in one go, giving you the angle looking down into laundry.
Yeah,
honestly, once this hatch was open, the attackers won the round. The Twitch Prime Alpha packs. This was a cool idea even though everyone got the same thing and everything in the packs were mediocre at best. But they should bring these back in some way with better cosmetics. Jaeger used to have 31 in a mag instead of 26. Even after they took his ACOG, his primary was still really good and he still had a very high pick rate. Sometimes when you would do any action like placing a claymore, you would just randomly teleport. No clue what caused this. Zofia's AR was one of the best in the game. No recoil, good mag size, and solid ADS speed.
Yeah.
Not only was her AR really good, but she was a 2-speed, so you could get around the map quicker. It's kind of crazy how good she used to be. Her primaries and secondary were really strong. She had 4 stuns along with the 2 impacts. She could self-revive and was a 2-speed. Ella and Zofia used to be more resistant to each other's concussions. They would recover twice as fast compared to any other operator. The reason for this is something to do with the lore that the Polish sisters have been hit by this effect so many times, they've become more resistant to it. Legion's goo mines used to do 10 damage when you would step in one, as well as 8 damage per tick.
Yeah,
they were
that
also
was
cloaked,
so
stepping in one was a lock. All the Russian ops were forced to use the Russian sights. They had the Russian Reflex, Red Dot, Hollow, and ACOG. They are still in the game, of course, but now anyone can use them. Back when Siege launched, they had no anti-cheat at all. And believe it or not, they actually do have one now, although who knows if it's turned on. I know I've showed off that you can break Lion's drone, but what I forgot to show was after breaking the drone, trying to activate it would actually crash the server. The shadow figure glitch. No clue what caused this one to happen, but it was pretty funny. Your operator would just kind of glide while T-posing around the map and you were just a shadow figure. Even after you croaked, your body would be stuck like that. The bird box glitch. Prepare your eyes for this one because there's going to be a lot of flickering. For whatever reason, shooting at a soft wall with a ton of ammo would cause your screen to bug out and you literally couldn't see anything. Defenders could just change a setting to fix it, but for whatever reason attackers couldn't. So obviously this was super broken in ranked. The invincible Monty glitch. If you threw a drone and dropped your shield at the same time, you would basically become... Sorry,
invisible.
had to sneak that one in. But yeah, this was another game-breaking glitch. Getting under the map downstairs on old Hereford base. This made attacking downstairs nearly impossible.
Oh yeah, I
the
remember
only way
that
this was
one.
countered
I
was when
got
your head
so
was sticking
mad.
slightly out of the ground. I've talked about the Jaeger shield head before, which was crazy, but there was a point when any op with a deployable shield could do it. Defending 3rd floor on Favela when you played secure area. Shout out to Geeking from my Discord for sending me the clip. But this was insanely chaotic because any wall could be opened with thermite, or if a teammate didn't reinforce, since there wasn't a reinforcement pool yet. Sitting in that little closet on Chalet with a Mira. This was a nice little spot to defend since the only way in through the back was either the hatch or the wine door. You had to make sure the closet wall stayed
I
closed.
actually have a
You
clip
used to
where I
need to hit
clutched
enemies
for
in the head with
V1 on
Echo's
that.
yokai drone in order for it to work. And it most certainly did, since it made your screen all wobbly and you were basically stumbling around blind. Mute's jammer used to have a very bright red outline when you were going to put down a mute jammer. It also covered much more of an area. I think it was 3 reinforcements. When you were dilly-dallying not picking an operator, it would just auto-pick recruit for you every time, on both attacking and defending. When Zophia's withstand was taken out shortly after that one moment in Pro League, this had the whole Siege community divided, getting stuck in the infinite hatch drop. Not sure if this was the servers, or just the game itself being buggy, but when you dropped down a hatch, you would just infinitely fall and teleport back up. Kinda like when you're playing Portal. Climbing up on this rock on Old Chalet would just send you falling out of the map. Once you hopped over, that was all she wrote for you, because you just hit a barrier that would cause
I
you to
have
croak.
had an incident where
Dokkaebi
I
couldn't call
dropped out
Echo.
of the map.
Since
but it
Echo
was
used the
not
little
that.
gadget on his wrist to control cameras, he wouldn't get a call. Now he has a random phone he pulls out. Sometimes when you would thermite a wall, it just wouldn't fully open. I'm not sure if this still happens, because personally I haven't seen this in a while.
It still happened.
Another
It
random
happens.
glitch that I'm not sure what even caused it was the weird spectating glitch. Like in this clip, I was spectating my friend, and he vaults a window and teleports across the map. Being able to knife someone through a mirror window. If they got too close, you could melee through it. Defenders used to randomly fuse together with a reinforcement. It worked like a reinforcement too, making them partially bulletproof. No clue what caused this, but it was pretty funny. For whatever reason, they changed the sound of the SMG-12 for a little bit. This is what it sounded like.
Yeah, reinforced. Where the hell is it? He's down in the building.
Compared to what it sounded like originally, and now currently.
I like this one better.
Mute used to be a 2-speed.
Let's see. Have they started? I think alright.
I mean, you guys, you know, didn't let Dark Zero have at least a chance to qualify. How cruel of you.
Yeah, I mean, we love Leif. Like, he's like Duke's best friend, so like it's like bad for them, but like it's still like we're here for the competition, you know, like, and like we couldn't let it take the win on us. Like, we need that to win because like make it also like we more like confidence, yeah, confidence for UL that started like 3 weeks. So like, yeah, it was good for us, and that's it. Like, unfortunate for them, like, right.
But you're friends with them, so that's cool. Bank, as I said, is your best map, one of your best maps, but you had some like struggle in the beginning of the match to beat Dark Zero. Why do you think that?
I think like both teams play really bad the attack. I think it's a attack side the map. Like we have like some comms issues in the late rounds, but I think also because like we didn't warm up today, like so.
Really? Why?
Because like we like just communicating what we're gonna do about the game, you know, like so had a great prep, like, you know, so yeah, it was more of that, you know.
And when you have nothing to lose, you can use this match to try something new. Did you guys did that?
No, to be honest, no, we didn't try something new, just like play our game. Like we didn't prep like anything for the bank because like they are actually a new lineup, right? Like they changed like 2 or 3 players, so yeah, we just play our game and was enough for today.
Okay, and what are the expectations for the UL?
I think we have good expectations. Even like we did bad like here in the beginning of the tournament, but you know, like it's more like our mental than like something like outside the game, you know, like so.
What kind of stuff?
How can I explain? Like we feel so much the pressure like in server, and then like sometimes we don't even communicate. And I think like all the players need see 20% of the game, you know, like so we need every player communicating what they are watching now, you know, like what they're seeing, like, and then like we became like more dynamic team, like in the mid rounds, you know, like, so I think that was the problem, like we feel too much pressure, we feel too much pressure, and some people like was kind of quiet, like, you know, so yeah, I think like we can't like let it happen for UL, so yeah.
Okay, so really preparing for the UL. Yeah, that's it. Now we have one more game. Thank you, Ramalho, and we are back to the desk.
Yes, you are back to desk. My God, the throw of the tournament, the choke-out. It felt like I was watching 2019 Dark Zero in this one. It all fell apart. They had the opportunity. It was right there, and it just,
It's not Dark Zero messing this up, though, is it? It's G2 stepping up.
Fair
G2
enough.
playing really well. It's G2 finally showing the potential that they've showed in scrims. It's G2
At
playing
least the
without
freaking
pressure.
interview.
The no pressure definitely helps G2, but
Yeah.
obviously I will say that it does have a little bit to do with Dark Zero. Once they got that 5-2 lead and they were losing that first round, it really looked like the confidence of Dark Zero was shaken up. It feels like they maybe were overthinking it a little bit, because a lot of the gunfights that they should have been winning, or they were winning at the start of the game, that's what wasn't going in their favor. I mean, that last round, Citizen had the free kill on the guy on the hatch. He saw his feet first, and obviously he just missed the shots, and I felt like that's what happened with Dark Zero. They overcomplicated it once they started losing
I
the rounds.
don't know.
And then the rest was just
I really
G2
don't.
playing confidently.
Yeah, some missing points there of communication. You
It's
saw
the
that
same.
before, right?
They
Some
did not
out-of-base
hire
moments where
fast
one
Anne,
part of
and
Dark Zero
she
going
is
for the
usually
execute
the
and some
one
are not
doing the
ready.
interviews
you
and
heard that,
stuff
You heard that during the tactical
for
time of Kenny. He
tournaments
was saying
and
it.
such, but
Guys,
she was not
recollect yourself.
invited
When
this
you
time.
go for the execute, it's 3, 2, 1. Everybody goes together. If you're not ready, say it. And we could see that out of base moment
And
from time
to
to
be
time.
honest, like,
the flip here was when they
it
did
might
to
sound
attack.
weird,
And
but
I mean, to be fair,
every
the
time
fact that Dark Zero was
they
able
go
to amount such
into,
an early
Brazil,
on lead with
they
only getting
always
one opening
hire a
kill
Brazilian,
is still impressive, to say the least, that you're losing that first
host.
opening man advantage and you're still bringing it back, focusing on the
So
objective that comes
they
first.
always do that.
G2, I mean, it felt
was
like
the
it was
same
their
when they
game
were
from
in
the start.
SI
They
in
were just
Brazil
losing out
2
rounds
years
due
ago.
to miscommunication, but it slowly got
They
back
had a
on track once the
Brazilian as
sides
well,
swapped.
who was
They
speaking
pulled it all
English
together.
and
Lawyer was someone that kept them in the game, but there's somebody
Portuguese
that sent them that extra
for that,
mile
so
to
I think
close
that's
it.
the reason why,
Absolutely.
because
I think we need
majority
to praise
of
Blaz,
people
right?
that is
He
in
was
the
picked up
audience
as the
is
guy that
going to
needed
be
frag
Portuguese
on his own. He was picked
speaking,
up as the guy
so
that
they
will put
need
in
to
an
have
area,
someone
you'll give him a vision, something he needs to do, a job to achieve, and he will do that.
to
Well,
have,
today he
because,
was that guy with the RAM,
this
with
is
the
the main
vertical
channel,
plays,
but they
and
have
with
a
so
separate
many
channel
super
that is for
important
the
kills
Portuguese, and so I
when
think
he was on
she's
those windows.
talking
We've seen it time and time again
Portuguese
in attack
after
and in
the
defense
English
as a
interview,
runner as well,
so
stepping up double digits for him.
yeah, and it's
one
really
of the
good.
newest pickup and one of the ones that delivered
Can
the
be a
most
little
work
bit
for them.
stiff, but she
he's not a
actually
player that
asked
you're
the
looking
right
to carry out the
question
team,
and
but
have a
obviously
good, really
when Blast is able to
analytic,
gel around the other aggressive individual players and
like
connect the
understanding of
dots,
the game.
everything works out for G2.
Another French player that moved to North America and then this time went
So much
back
talent.
to EU.
Talent on the desk, talent in the game. So
Where's the
much
talent?
talent coming from France.
Probably not.
Milosh, French?
The one that I had
French.
on
He's not French yet, he's
6th
Montreal.
Invitational, he
French to
spoke
be.
he spoke
French? You wanna be
good
French?
English.
Ah,
Yes.
I'm
There
not
was
doing
nothing wrong with
that.
him at all.
I'm not doing
He
that.
actually spoke better than her,
Anyways,
so.
hey, give me a bit of a heart attack. Let's talk about our blacklight detail for our second to last, our penultimate matchup in the group stage. Oh, I thought we were just gonna move on to something, right? I got so used to Leo just going over and doing something.
No, not this time.
What do we have for it?
So it's gonna be about Blaz again. So we've talked about before the new SiegeX mechanics, and he's gonna be on those windows again, applying a lot of work. You're gonna see here the ping is making the meeting player move away and punished from Blaz, and you can see him running here from one window to another, getting ready to go in square straight after, and he was also rappelling here onto main and then switching from one corner to another. Now,
Yay,
for a
the
player
rappel,
that needs
you
to
don't
be on
have
the
to
windows
go
by
up and
himself,
down.
be ready for a full, but also is isolated. This new rappel system is way more fluid, gives him more opportunities to apply pressure from main, from CEO windows, all the way to square in a span of few seconds.
I mean, fluidity is the best way to put it, just because you can hold every single window
Oh,
a lot
hot
faster,
damn.
especially if somebody was going to flank up square. It just adds so many different elements, and then obviously, if you're ever going for that
It's
pick and checkers,
Blast
to
that
be able to just
decides who
instantly
they are going to be
transition to the
hiring
side
and not
window to be able to look
Ubisoft,
through.
unfortunately.
And you know, you can go even that much further, go all the way to the front of the building. It just makes things so much easier to where you don't have to dictate.
The funny thing is with the Coca-Cola can that we have right now, almost every year during the summer they will put out cans or bottles with the names.
Looping around the entire map all day,
So,
every day. These sorts of
this
mechanics
one
are
is
exactly
Noah,
right here. And imagine you go back from
and
this SiegeX
this
not
one
officially
you
out
have
to everybody and you're
William.
thinking, wow, man, I can't really do this. I'm so slow. And now Rainbow Six Siege, just the standard game, you just want to get into this.
Kind of
and
cool.
see it
I have
and
not
play and get
found
it
my
to
name yet
experience it
because I
yourself.
think
We are
it's
gonna get
too
to do
long.
that not too long from now. Gentlemen,
We'll see.
game number 4 for today is done. We can breathe for a second. but not
The best
for
one is
long.
coming.
Enough to get your breath together for this final one. It is the match of the day. One more spot in that quarterfinal. FaZe versus Furia, and it's only the group stage. Let's take a break.
Yeah, I know, but I really don't know what I don't really know what they are thinking. To be honest. Okay, let's continue on and see what other stupid
But he
siege
didn't have the
moments
SMG-11.
we have.
His jammers were definitely a lot stronger too. They covered way more of a radius. I think up to 3 walls. The old operator logos during Operation Chimera. I kind of like these better since they have more color and are a bit more vibrant. Getting under the map on Yacht. I personally never did this one, but it seemed like it was really easy to do. All you needed to do was prone into the ice and you'd fall under the map. Both sides couldn't shoot each other, so it was just for fun. The Chimera theme and menu. I definitely miss this, and I think Ubisoft should let you customize what theme you want.
My favorite
Patches used to be
season
double
is
the size in the
Chimera.
alpha. Still not big enough to fit gridlock through it though. They would need to be the size of the entire map. When Alibi and Maestro first came out, their shotgun was buckshot instead of slugs. This was obviously before Azami, but it would have been interesting to see how she would have played with it. I'm not 100% sure about this one, but I think you used to be able to hear enemy callouts, like someone saying reloading, or Smoke saying babes in position. This is the only clip I could find of hearing the enemies.
Yeah,
but it's just them reinforcing. There was a window next to the reading door and pillar that would give you a crazy angle all the way into mining and train. And this was great because it was the most popular secure area site. Cav's pistol used to have 16 in a mag instead of 13. Cav's old pistol was actually insanely strong, especially when they changed the recoil on all the pistols. She would dominate the lower rank lobbies. That little connector between dining and main lobby that everyone would fill with barbed wire and traps.
On Oregon.
There was almost always a
God.
frost mat there. If you stood in this specific spot on Favela next to this plant, you would just die. The exhibition side of Skyscraper was very small and condensed. Dragon also wasn't a thing.
Look at that
it was just
map.
a wall that led to outside.
Oh my God.
The minibar was moved up a little more, and in the actual exhibition room, if you broke the glass, an alarm would go off. How good the M1014 was. This thing would put people down so fast, and was actually viable on a lot of maps, because it was so condensed, like in the Goat Macy J's clip I'm showing here. It was ridiculous on plane. I mentioned in a previous video about this little connector on Old Chalet, and how it was always filled with traps, but I forgot to mention how people would always hide in the bushes on each side, relying on your teammates to reinforce on Old Favela football apartment site, otherwise the attackers could just spray through the wall at headshot level and get a free pick. On Old Border, there was no balcony connecting break room and east stairs. The only way out of the break room was impacting and dropping down if you couldn't push through CCTV. During the alpha, there were hit markers, and I'm not talking about when you kill someone, I mean when you actually hit someone. Instead of bar being all one bomb site, it was stocks and bar, so you could just plant right at the stocks door, making the retake for defense almost impossible. There was honestly no reason to ever choose this site, unless you were just messing around. Back when Hostage was in ranked, you'd just pile all the traps, shields, and barbed wire around the hostage. It was an easy way to win rounds and rank up back in the day. How dark old theme park was. Vigil and Cav were crazy on this map. You could basically hide in any corner because the lighting was so bad, especially on the night version. It was honestly like playing a horror game on attack. Ella's shotty was one of the best shotties on defense. If you swung anyone even from a slight distance, you were putting them right in a dirt coffin. On Old Oregon, when you played secure, you could contest the basement site from the stairs, so it was either a standoff until someone peeked, or if you had a teammate up, they'd go and flank since you had unlimited time. In the closed alpha, shield ops could aim with their shield up. This would have been outrageous if they launched like this. You used to be able to shoot through the little grates that were on the bomb chassis. Like in this clip, if you paired it with a shield, it led to some crazy peaks. On Old House, you could climb up on the shed outside and look right into master window.
I did that as
This was great because people weren't really aware of things like this when the game first came out, so you could really take advantage of it. Some of Hibana's pellets sometimes just wouldn't go off. As seen in the GOAT Anthony Pitts Hibana video, This was right after Operation Health. You only needed one Hibana pellet to break hatches. This was great because you could hot drop the hatch while taking minimal damage. Doing this with all 5 attackers was so much fun. Sledge used to be a 2-speed, and he had the SMG-11. I don't really understand why Sledge got nerfed so much. He was probably one of the most balanced operators of old Siege. He's still great now, but he was for sure better before. Getting in between the floors on bank. If you crawled under a certain part of the desk in main lobby, you would end up in between the floors, and you could shoot anyone that went into lockers. Spawn peeking with Tachanka's turret was crazy because you were almost invincible since you were covered by the shield and windowsill. The Ella mine in the drone hole on old Skyscraper. Of course I learned this trick from the GOAT Macy J, but you would throw a mine in the drone hole, wait for it to pop and hop out the prepped window for a free pick. A double down on secure area. This can still happen, but only in casual, so I'm talking about the intense ranked moment. When you would trade with someone on the secure site, and you would try and slow your bleed out faster than the other guy. This was super intense if it was the final round of a ranked match. There used to be 2 hatches in meeting on Old Oregon. The hatch that's no longer there dropped into the hallway, but was also really good for cutting people off.
Yeah, I hated
Imagine
that
how different
hatch
current
so
Oregon
much.
would be played if they had a hatch in the basement hallway. I've talked about how you could take people out in the prep phase with Twitch's drone, but I didn't mention that it couldn't jump. Alls it took was a deployable shield in a doorway to stop it from getting into sight. The Void Edge theme, that's all that needs to be said. On the test server a while back, they let Oryx jump up the rooftop hatches. It would be really interesting if they ever added this in. Believe it or not, Jackal mains used to exist. They are super rare nowadays since he's banned in about 80% of the ranked games that are played. But back before pick and ban, you would see a Jackal in almost every match. When Tachanka got his rework, they were originally going to give him the Zofia withstand. But I don't even think this made it to the test server. Ying's Candelas used to go off as soon as you threw them. Basically, they worked opposite of how they do now. But you could toss all of them into a room and blind everyone all at once. The basement on Old Canal used to look way different. Instead of yellow stairs and scuba, there was just a wall and a doorway that led right to outside. Only one way up and down for the defenders. No little downstairs part with the ladders either. And of course, the lighting looked different too. That peak where you would look out from second floor laundry on Old Hereford, that would give you an angle all the way down on the people in the trench. And also look at how bouncy the old Jaeger recoil was. The Mute Protocol event glitch. This glitch pretty much...
Let's see how they should have started. But there was a lot of glitching to be done at that time. Whew. Now we're like talking, that is intense. That was really, really intense.
Fired. Now, to the door to my right here, we've got W7M Esports, one of the top Brazilian teams, of course, the winners at Montreal. Just going to get some of their thoughts on what they do on their day off. Fortunately, already qualified for the main stage. In fact, even got a bye to do so. You can hear them laughing inside. We'll see what they're up to. See who answers the door. Hi, Palu. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you. We're just going to come on in and just see what you guys are up to. Obviously, your day off, and see what you guys are doing after you've already qualified for the main stage. Obviously, you guys got the bye, so you didn't even have to play any teams, which I guess, is that something that you guys were happy with? One less game to play before main stage?
Yeah, of course. Like, we knew that we couldn't face Dark Zero anymore, so like Fury and Dan has to face each other, and we were like, let's just chill another day, you know.
Well, what do you do on your day off? Obviously, you're at a tournament, you're typically prepping, you're practicing, you're obviously in that mindset, but then when you know you've got a couple of days off, do you unwind a little bit?
Yeah, of course. Like, there's not something specifically. The guys, like, some wants to do a few things, others other. So yesterday we went to the mall, but today a few guys went to the beach. We are just chilling because sometimes we just want to stay relaxed, you know, watching the games, and that's it.
What about the actual arena now? You're going to have a couple of days before that. Looking forward to playing in front of the home fans?
Yeah, of course. Me specifically, I have the chance to qualify for a few events in Brazil, and it's the first time that I'm actually playing at the arena, and I'm really excited for it. Like, the Brazilian fans are amazing, and I'm just so happy to be there.
Are you going to go to the beach tomorrow?
Who knows?
Well, it's better to still be playing, still be better participating. Obviously, best of luck for the finals. Anything you want to say?
I just want to thanks everyone that streamed for me, that streamed for W7. It's been a big step for me, changing. Like, I've been 6 years in Liquid or more. And yeah, right now, it's been so great playing with the new guys. And they are, like, amazing. I'm just happy to play with them and to, let's see, through the year, we are going to reach so much more, I guess.
Well, thank you so much, Paolo, and the rest of the boys for obviously letting us in, see what they're doing on their day off. They're just watching Siege like everyone else.
Just watching Siege at the moment.
How does this
I'm
man
looking
do it?
very
He's
tired,
here in the
but
studio,
yeah.
ready to cast, but he's also
We're
recording a
looking
piece
at
with
the
W7M.
final
Who, of course, are
match
locked
of
in.
today.
Liquid are not
and
going
it's
to
a
that
very
main stage,
interesting
but Palu
game. It's
is.
one of the
If you
top
told me this before the event,
matches
I would not have believed
at
you
the
actually.
moment. So
Since
two
we're talking about that main stage. Should we take a
former
little sneak peek at the
world
bracket?
champion
Yeah? Absolutely.
teams are
Arm
facing each other.
yourselves with knowledge, my friends. W7M and
Okay,
Team
you're not going
Falcons
to
are
do
locked in.
this.
That matchup alone
Look
will
at that.
be, I hope, for the ages. Elevate, take up a wild card on the other side of
That
that
is
bracket.
interesting.
Now, Loud and Kag Osaka are waiting for their
Damn.
opponent.
I would have
FaZe
actually
versus
want the
Furia
Falcons to
will
play
confirm
against
one of those
Elevate
two
because I
teams
want
to
W7M
enter
to
this bracket,
move a little
and
bit.
FearX is
on.
waiting. Should FaZe win,
I don't want it to be
they get the
eliminated
heads
right
up
now.
and take the number 7 seed, which means they play Kag Osaka. However, if FearX or Furia win in that case, then FearX retain the number 7 spot. They would play against Kag Osaka, and the number 8 seed will go up against Loud, which is currently the number 1 on
I'm doing good.
It's gonna be
Taking
tough
it
regardless.
easy
We're
right
in
now.
Brazil.
I have
Loud
like
fans are
pain
gonna
on
be
my
loud
wrist, so
on
I
top
haven't
of it.
like a
It's
guard
just
right now.
compounding
So
interest.
just
There's
waiting
a lot
until
of-
Friday to see a
A few
doctor.
things about this.
See what's
Obviously,
going on,
quarterfinal 2 will
but
be amazing.
otherwise I'm just
W7M
like
have been the best team at this
taking it
tournament.
easy
This
and
is
watching the
reason why they got
tournament
the
since
bye.
I'm working together
Now,
with
we'll say this,
Ubisoft
they're
for
gonna
this
come in
tournament, so I've been
quarterfinal
like
cold, whereas
streaming
Falcons,
only
as
the
they usually
games
do,
for this
warm
week.
up throughout the tournament. This is gonna be
Tomorrow
one
is
of the
my
best
day off,
quarterfinals
but then
we've
we
seen in a
have
long
like
time.
Friday,
Now,
Saturday,
all you wanna
and
do is your
Sunday.
Furia phase right now, and I will say this pretty convincingly.
So,
I think they're all aiming for that
and
7th
also,
seed.
of
all
course,
Cyclops
when
have
the
been doing
meeting
well.
is
They were
on
consistent
Sunday, it's
throughout
going
that
to
first
be
phase, playing against Kag in the
coming in the
quarterfinals,
way when I'm
probably the
alive here
safest
because
bet
I'm
in
not
the
like
BO3.
One thing to note, though, and
I'm like in
I've
the
been
middle of
corrected on it,
stream.
should Furia flawless FaZe Clan, in that
They can.
case, they would
Yeah.
overtake FearX and get that 7 seed. So it's still up in the air. But at least FearX are confirmed.
I don't
it depends
think that
on
we
just
get the
what
flawless
happens.
one.
Which
Are you
means our
kidding me?
final game for today, Fox, is just easy
Yeah, so
peasy,
this
simple
tournament
as
is a
whoever
little bit
wins takes it. Let's
special
take
because
a
they
look,
are
and
like
then
celebrating
FaZe
for
is
the
up
new
first, the
release
current
of
reigning
SiegeX
world
that is going to be released
They've
on
been
June 10th.
impressing
So
us
this is
the entire year, but
unusual
not at this
tournament.
event. And that's my main
So
thing,
this is
right?
not like
they were
anything
the world champions. They were the one impressing everyone in
that
Boston.
normally counts.
When they came into
So
this
you're
event,
doing
they
a
were the
whole
heavy
different
favorites.
like
If you
point
look at the
system
EP
and stuff
score
for
right
this
now of
tournament.
everyone, only a single player is positive, and
And
that's
they
Cyber
also
going
playing through
absolutely
SiegeX
crazy on
right
that
now.
back
Those
entry.
that are
We
in
used
the
to see
tournament are
everyone
playing
stepping up for this
SiegeX.
team, and they
So they
dropped
get to play
tremendously.
before
The comms, the sync,
the
the
official
coordination,
release.
all of this is gone, and we're wondering, can they make it against Furia?
Hopefully, I mean, it is nice to see that.
It's just
one of the
annoying that I have to
gleaming
wait until
lights for
Friday because I have
FaZe is
such.
Cyber, just because
I have a
throughout
lot
the
of
year,
pain,
up until SI and
and it's
Boston,
just
teams have been
it's
able
not
to
a little
understand
pain.
where he's going to be coming from. They've
so
been
I think
shutting
it's
him
like
down, and that's what's been
7,
keeping FaZe
8
from winning
in a
in
scale or
Boston.
so.
That was the main reason on why they were able to win was Cyber.
Now, bullets are loaded in. 7 in here that could be put up. Reminder, the limiter
Anima,
is your
Genki desu ka?
opponent's bullet pool. This is the rematch of the SI24 Grand Finals in Sao Paulo. Most definitely the
Yeah, I like
coolest,
watching it
most
as well. It's really good.
impactful game in the history of this matchup and this game.
Obviously, we are seeing the current world
Yeah,
champions
R6
face
is
the
going to be
former world
free.
champions.
So
yeah, it's going to be
when
an amazing match,
when
and for FaZe right now,
SiegeX
if they win this,
release,
they will got 24 bullets.
it's going to be free.
It's very simple. If they go and
all
get that,
of
they
the
will be
game
7th
modes
seed,
is
and
going
like
to
you
be
said,
free
they will
except
play
for the
Kagosaka in
ranked
the
one, which
quarterfinals.
is kind
This
of
is exactly
cool.
what they're aiming for.
The 7th seed is
but
where everybody
otherwise
wants to
it's
be,
going to
not
be
to
free.
take anything away from Cyclops.
And they could beat Loud still.
They could play. They,
Oh, nice,
At the end of the
Anima.
day, though, 7th
Good
seed,
to
if
hear that
your
you're
options
feeling
are
good.
CAG or Loud,
How's your
you want
back
to take
and
it. You want to be be able to go for CAG?
CAG has surprises in the past.
In a BO3, they've not surprised me.
Yeah, so there's the thing. That is the question of how do you transition
No,
now
it's
from
going to be
BO1
a totally
BO3?
free.
We've been asking that a
it's
long
going to be
time,
free.
really. But
It's going to be in the same league as Apex and Valorant. It's going to be a free game except for rank because they want to like keep the rank locked in, so there won't be cheaters in there. So
loud and
people would have to like still pay for it.
Crowd getting loud. That's what you said.
Hell yeah, big dog.
All right.
Big dog. Big dog. There you go. Let's move on then to their opponents. Furia,
not getting bad, but not
world champions. You
okay,
used
it's
to
not as worse as it was
W7M
before then. Okay, what?
And a bit ago, when they played their grand final in Sao Paulo at SI24, here they're on the back foot technically.
Well,
but
that's good to hear. It's like more stable.
The team
at
ahead
least.
of them can bleed. They can take them out and move into that quarterfinal spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the same way that FaZe necessarily have been looking the best throughout this tournament, Furia came in stomping. And the only question that was left was how will Furia respond to a team that plays slower, that is able to adapt to their aggression? And obviously against their...
Did you see that Gabby just she got
status update
gave birth to her son
Furia.
now?
We have extended
That's
Mag.
crazy.
That's how they remain in competition for one of those 8 spots.
It's crazy that she's a mom now.
Taking them up to 14
because when I met her the first
7
time,
14,
when
21,
she was streaming, she was so young, according to me.
Realistically right now, if they win 7-0,
like...
yes, it's all amazing, they get 7th spot, but they're not looking for this. All they want to do right now is win. They want to beat FaZe, they want to move on to quarterfinals. Like you said,
I feel so old now because she got her baby.
This tournament with W7M. They've stomped absolutely everyone. If it wasn't for that game versus
like...
Dog Zero yesterday, they were, in my opinion, back to the shape they were at in 2023.
But if we go off of the ideology that Furia's strategy is not really the primary driving force right now, it's their individual stats, them getting big opening kills. That is the main reason why Furia's been doing so good. And when they play against a structured team, so far, we've seen them struggle.
Now, a structured team is one thing, FaZe Clan is another.
Yeah, I do stop by from time to time and still subscribe to her, so...
Furia, for them, FaZe is their nemesis. If you look at the time, every single time,
it's still unusual.
Here in 2024, FaZe has beaten them consistently. The only time that Furia beat them, it was its 6th invitational in Boston during group stage. They actually even rematch, and then FaZe still beat them again. So in my opinion, we've
still
been
confused why Furia picked
has dominated Furia. Whereas in 2023, when they were still W7M, they were the best team in Brazil. Now the question remains, if they want to make it to quarterfinals, it's going to be about
this is good,
but
I like FaZe as a team, but I also like Furia. That
that's
is
what we're
going to
talking
be
about, the structure. I mean,
match.
FaZe has been so structured. Obviously, it's been lacking a little bit so far in the tournament. They also have their big performer in Cyber. But when it comes down to the history, it goes to show that is Furia's weakness.
Everybody has to step up, but some more than others on the Furia side.
Absolutely. I mean, this has been the event for IGLs. I mean, Felipox and JV92 have been playing so amazing. Felipox is the 3rd highest rated in the tournament as an IGL, and that kind of also leans onto the ideology of less strategy and more shooting, because if your IGL is
but you was looking up online about you mean the
really
birth?
Focusing too much of in the server, and it has been working up until DZ. But one
well, the thing is,
you guys as a big player that we've expected to always
well, she's nervous. It's her first time. She's never been in that situation. Of course, you're going to be looking up a lot of things.
What do you think KZ
and especially when you hear the chat, writing stuff as well, you kind of need to have a confirmation. So I do understand her. It's really, really scary.
He used to be a standard
player.
Where would you put him? Where do you guys think he's at right now?
There's like 100
so I do understand why she's but that is going to be simmering down when she gets the baby,
he's actually the
because you tend to be having more anxiety when you're pregnant, and when you had the baby, it's going to simmer down. Of course, if you like don't have any problem mentally afterwards.
Obviously, once you go up against a structured team like DZ, he's not going to shine through, but something needs to change, especially against
some people don't get that
here.
sensitive with
wow. Some good action going on at the camera.
Okay, well,
like I don't take it heavy when I look up stuff online. For example, I don't like I still look up health issues online, but I always take that with a grain of salt. I don't get stressed about it. So I think it's from person to person how they deal with looking up. I think maybe from Gabby's case, she likes looking it up, but she doesn't do anything about it. Like, it's a good, it can be a fun thing, because obviously internet is going to be like dumb most of the time on what you find.
This map doesn't give FaZe any favors in my opinion.
It's been a strong
So I think
match
it's
for
just
FaZe,
an emotional
however,
roller
and they're
coaster
starting
for
in defense.
her
And I will
in
agree with you
general.
on this. Furia has a very specific playstyle in defense on this map. They're fighting tooth and nail to prevent you to go in the building. They're extended roaming almost all the time, and it's super painful to have to clear that. And for me, that will be a huge test on FaZe's coordination that's been lacking this event.
A big indicator too to FaZe's success on this map will be Cyber, because when we're talking about lurking and roaming, he's the entry. Cafe is so difficult to entry on, especially against a defensive setup as Furia has.
The bans is a big thing for me, guys. The
100%.
bans. If you ban the Buck,
So
if you ban his main
3
operator, if you try to
PM.
prevent him to enter room correctly, that's gonna be an issue for him. Now, like I said, Furia starting in attack. Now is the real time to show up and show that synchronization.
Gentlemen, we can't have a rematch of the SI24 Grand Final of FaZe and Furia without having the casters -1 that casted it back
3
then.
PM
Well, Pengu is with
minus
his co-caster,
3
that's his name, right?
GMT.
Ah, yes,
Fair
Pengu's
enough.
co-caster.
Guzzenix, this time you get to do the repetition.
5?
If anything, it's a best of 1, so that's why Pengu is not there, right? That's,
Okay.
That's the connection that we're
So
trying
the
to make.
finals
A
and
bigger
everything
one
is
to
starting
see
at
who gets
5
that final
PM
spot in the
Swedish time,
quarterfinals, and
so
it's between
or
two of
CET.
the best teams in the entire world.
Yeah, and the last 2 SI champions as well, so something to consider, and the fact that it's as simple as win and you go through, lose and you go home.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think, and you're just reading into it a little bit too much. I think just, I think she mostly did it for fun, to look it up in general.
Well, gentlemen,
But
you're gonna get something different than what the
I don't
maps that were
think
played in that
anyone
matchup back
reacted
then.
to
It
it
won't be
too
that
badly.
max OT in basement between the two brothers. It'll be maybe on a completely different map, just in the same way. Cafe Dostoyevsky is all yours. Have fun.
Well, this is it, the final match before we see the arena itself, and we see whether it's going to be FaZe or if it's going to be Furia.
Yeah, absolutely. This
Jesus
is going to be a
Christ.
high-intensity matchup. Both teams with really good reads as to what the other is going to bring to the table. They're almost playing themselves inside of the server more than their opposition. Yeah, just really keen to jump in.
I think when you kind of look at this, you got to just breathe a little bit first.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big one, at least hopefully, right? We want to build it and hype it up and say that it's going to be a really good way to kind of close out the group stage of Reload between
You're not
the
supposed to
SI24
yawn, you're
champions, the
actually supposed to be
SI25
playing.
champions, the SI24 rematch. There's so
Ooh,
much
it's going to be
on
in the
line, but
favor
also so
of
much
FaZe.
historicalness,
Ooh,
and the social prediction, I
51%.
think, is absolutely spot on, 51%.
Damn.
You know, you kind of look at the two teams in their tournament so far, 2-2 record for FaZe, but they've played some really, really good teams. They beat BDS,
Lol,
they
animal.
beat, well, they almost beat Liquid. It was actually 7-8. That was a close one. But ultimately for Furia, they're 3-1. They've actually been having an incredibly good tournament. They beat out Elevate, who of course have qualified already. 7-1
Damn.
versus BDS, big stomping. And
I've been
7-4
live for
versus
like
Secret. The
6
real letdown
hours.
was yesterday
Like,
against Dark
here's
Zero,
like,
they got
I have no
beat
issue
2-7.
being
So
live
for
long,
Furia
that
coming
long,
into this game, I
but
guess
I
they've
need
lost
to
a
be
little bit
doing
of that
something
shine
during
off
those
of
hours.
yesterday's
Just
loss. They
sitting and
rebound.
watching is
What a perfect match
kind
to
of
rebound
hard
too
in a
against
way.
FaZe. As we get the band's Blackbeard Glaz.
If I was playing games and
Portal
stuff, that
by the
would be a
Islamian
different. I'm a weird
Yeah,
fluff
completely
like
different
that.
kettle of fish though here in the Brazilian matchup. We saw on the pre-show desk, so much historical data between the two. For the most part, it has been FaZe that have had their number. That being said though, Fury have had their glimpses of brilliance as well. And of course with that SI24 Grand Final.
And again, just to re-simplify, it is straight up win and you're through, which is really good, because had DC won, then we would have had weird shenanigans and round differentials and 7-0s. None of that. This is it. Straight siege. As easy as it can be. You win, you go through, you lose, you go home. FaZe will begin defense on Cafe. And very much excited to see how this one does play out. I almost don't want to overhype it and it ends up being like a 7-3 and it's never really a contest. It's very difficult to predict when it comes to these two teams. But very
Yeah,
much
let's see how
looking
this
forward to
game
this.
is going
And
to be.
also
This
for
is
two
going to be
teams that just haven't made
interesting.
roster changes for such a long time. Core stability, such a big strength when it comes to Siege. When you see this tournament, how many teams, of course, have made roster changes. To see these two teams still with that core 5 after all these years is very much good to see.
Well, I think regardless of the scoreline in this matchup, the reality is one of the best teams in the world will not be playing in front of their home crowd this weekend. That's the big storyline. This could be a 7-0, and it's still going to be exciting in that element, right?
At least we get one of them, right? But yeah, you're absolutely spot on. FaZe defending first up. 7th so far at the tournament, 60% defensive win rate. Fury has not exactly been lighting it up either on attack, 7th, with only a 48% attacking win rate. In terms of some of the start players, right, just to kind of give some dues and how they're playing, JV92 has been on an absolute tear. 2nd for EPS, 132, whopping plus 17, 4-1 on entry. You can't get much better than that.
Yeah, Philippux as well in the top 10, 6th. So they've had a couple of standout players. FaZe just inside the 10. Had a pretty good tournament.
First contact, it's heard, and it's Handy that will fall. That's a nice start for Fury. A little swift entry on the grid.
Yeah.
Full operators, and Handy will be the first death of this match.
I'm also getting a new stream avatar. Nice.
Plenty of time for Furia to continue to formulate what they want to do, clear out top floor.
You look better now compared to last time I was here. You weren't feeling too great. Yeah, there's been a lot of things happening in the last couple of months. Like I had a surgery in February, then I had a surgery in November.
The biggest fan of this map historically is its maturity.
Then I was
pool,
sick with the
that being
flu.
said, the attack with a lot more freedom now with the changes in SiegeX to repel a little bit
then I
more
got
freely.
and then my mom had a stroke last month, so I'm dealing with that. So for me to be looking good, as you say, like I take that.
Good look back into this round.
But I've been trying to lose weight, so I have lost about 5 kilos now, so I look a little bit better, and I've been eating less sugar stuff.
There's obviously a large hole towards backstore and does find a way to get involved. No, he got nothing from that. Spraying and praying, but no prayers answered, and in the end, only down to JV92, and it's an attack from Fury that has completely petered out. Never looked likely.
I mean, they had no execute utility at the end there. They were forced into a drop and a lurk to try and find that opening, which the rest of the attack could have collapsed around, but it never really presented itself.
Souls with a 3K.
Yeah, I'm trying to lose another 5 kilos, so it's going good.
Considering they lost Handy at the very
so to
beginning
speak,
of this round,
it's
we'll
going
be more
good.
than happy to
Right
take
now,
this
I'm
one
kind
in
of
a rather
busting
comfortable
my
fashion. There's 1 pixel, doesn't matter.
this I'm like drinking.
And FaZe have drawn first blood.
Yeah, but
So the tournament is kind of like destroying some of it. I'm like drinking this right now.
So benchmark for them, at least one to remain competitive, 2 probably.
Yeah, I feel better. I've been going to the gym as well. Now I haven't been to the gym a month because I've been sick and stuff. Now I like hurt my wrist, so I can't do anything. So I do have a lot of things going on with my body the last couple of like months now. There's been a lot.
Game and Kitchen will be a good example of that.
But yeah, I do feel that losing weight is a good
as we look through the replay,
good point for me.
Previous
and I feel like I am in a spot health-wise that I can do it without
that point of difference in the attack.
Couldn't find anything.
Yeah, FaZe are pretty switched on that.
Yeah, I'm a good spot health-wise where I can go and focus on like losing weight, go to the gym.
We saw in the last match what sometimes you can
now I'm on a halt because of my wrist and stuff. So.
In the end, G2 brought it back.
Still,
and if you wanted to go really deep into the historical books all the way back, map 5, SI24 Grand Final, FaZe 6-1 lead. Couldn't close out against this Furia roster, of course, then W7M.
Yeah. I sneezed away the game, apparently.
So the sense in play then for Furia in this round, and see how they
thank you, Anima.
Play around that, keeping in mind that
you got Sledge and you got Buck, so first floor is going to be kind of, or second floor is going to be what they're targeting.
I mean, keeping in mind defensively, there's no PPCs and no warden. So.
Try and get train control and mining. Open up the floorboards, put pressure down below.
Yeah, they're just waiting for Furious to do something here.
Phase, but not really employed. It's very much just kind of hold your default positions.
We are now protected.
maybe Cyber could be the one towards Bar if he wants to get moving around the map later in the round.
Reloading.
But right now it's full map control for Fury, which is honestly what they probably want with a lineup such as this. You can get straight in towards mining, straight in towards train, open up the floorboards. You got the Sledge and the Buck to do that, and then you've got your Sens for the late round execution.
Yeah, critical that FaZe don't give away anything for free here. Otherwise, that bunker strategy will be unlocked by Fury, and they'll have that flood enabled. Vert established.
But they're not playing on site. So if you're FaZe here,
Yeah,
and
there's
you're giving up second floor,
1:30.
you can't really
It's
play the
1
side
minute
as much,
30
so
seconds
they're gonna
left, and
pressure
they
you
have
from
not even
above.
bothered
Their
with.
positioning right now is actually really, really
going
good.
down.
It's like, okay, we'll give you second floor.
This is
Waste all
going
the
to
time you want,
be,
but we are in a power position where if you actually want to hit that site, you've still got to clear so much on this first floor. You're going to waste a lot of time on the second floor.
Yeah, they're trying to force individual
They're being a
clears
little
into
bit
these
too
power positions.
slow, actually. To be honest, a
will
little
need to
bit too
adjust
slow from
accordingly.
There's no pressure
Furia.
over towards Bakery. Souls is just sitting there. Same with Vidiking. So I wonder at what point Furia pull the trigger here. There's 60 seconds remaining. Do you go for a fast drop, try and clear out VIP?
Yeah,
oh, lovely overview
What
here
are
right
they
now to highlight
doing?
again, FaZe are not on site.
Attackers have
Ooh,
located
shield
a
down
bomb.
VIP. I mean, they'll probably look to unlock that and go default coffee, but still 3 gas babes available for Handy, and he's in a position where he might be able to deny that. Being said, over towards coat check rather at the moment, so
It's not uncommon, of course, for Kitchen to be played in this fashion. If you're Furia, take the time, get the vert angles, but the fact that they've not been capable of finding anyone so far onto the defense is going to really be dismal.
And Goyo
Canister, yeah, just spotted as well. So not really going to be able to plant there. 20 seconds left. Time is very much running out. This is one of the slower rounds that we've seen probably in the tournament. And KDS is still just positioned nicely towards VIP, even without that deployable shield. He's not scared. Eventually does lose his life to JV92, coming down from white stairs. Holds that position. Philippok stuck in towards Freezer. Needs to vault over, hash the shield screen up. Now goes for the plant. Big kill from KZ. Is there anything that can deny this plant from going down? It doesn't seem like it right now. No one even close to sight. Soul's running down the corridor. Needs to get a little bit of help as well.
What is Cyber doing?
Cyber can't win the battle and the retake above, and in the end,
Okay.
structured attack does pay dividends. It was slow, but it was methodical, and in the end, it works out nicely.
Yeah, I really like that. It took a while to get that going for Furia, but there was a little bit of groundwork that, of course, had to be done with the vert. VIP clear was initially a little bit sketchy, but the sense utility there, the ROUs were really well played around by Furia, facilitated the drop, then allowed the vault over in towards the more unconventional plant position, and that particular angle, it simply could not be denied by FaZe. The utility was dumped over towards the default on the chassis. They couldn't get line of sight in towards that plant spot because of the coverage elsewhere.
We've got a means for them as well. Yeah. And so far, blow for blow in the opening 2 rounds of this match. Final match of the group stage, 1-1. That's what we want. We want this back and forth. We want this to be close and go the distance. I will say for Furia in that round, it never looked like they panicked. The time wasn't a big factor for them.
Yeah, like,
you go to drop Freezy, you know what you got to do.
I do agree that did not look panicky, but still, that I kind of felt like that was a little bit too close to comfort with the time. Because if the diffuser would have gone down, they would have nothing to like gain.
Once Furia got in, there was no denial.
Back the diffuser time would be over. Like, you kind of don't want to do that.
Dining then round 3. Let's see
unless you're really certain you can plant it without having a C4 or anything
before we get
on
the additional
you,
bands in play and see how that shifts things.
That's going to be a big factor in terms of what do you kind of look to ban out. Maybe the Valkyrie if you're Furia.
Yeah,
I think Furia would ban...
You could triple down with util clearance, but pretty unlikely, I think.
Yeah, Valkyrie perhaps, but I know Philippok's like playing Valk, so it might be a
this
question
round,
mark.
so the effectiveness of that Valk should be exacerbated. Double flank watch on the cards though for Furia, so anticipating a full map clear and preventing the retake potential from FaZe. We saw a little bit of that in the previous round, not so with util, but any attempt to retake up above was cut off. On this side, it's a little bit different in how that dynamic plays out.
Hertz, by the way, is just sitting inside a dining right now. Not a deep position here for Furia. as they look for that top floor clear.
It's like they
KZ
know.
Shop. Yeah, Herd's roaming around on that first floor. Will be able to make his way up so they can go for a good vertical pinch. Right now it's very much, of course, top floor. Hold for FaZe, pretty standard. The Fury are getting themselves into a position where they can get some good map control in this round, but they've got to probably pick up that FaZe. So far, no one presenting for FaZe. No one over-peaking, no one swinging, no one giving really much of an option back. Good frag, trying to push KDS back down that corridor, and it works successfully. Clears him from that washrooms and pixel position. And Herd slowly making his way up. Now towards Killer. KZ, though, met Cyber towards Shop. Cyber got aggressive. And will lose his life for it and gives a slight pitch down to Furia. And a second one as well for KZ. Well, I said before, maybe that FaZe weren't really giving a lot back, but they start to get a little antsy on the defense, start to move out of their positions. Souls will hold deep inside a cocktail. Is his position known? Hasn't been fully cleared out just yet. Yellow ping information, but the swing from JV92 is absolutely perfect despite being yellow.
Really nicely done for Furia.
And he loves it so much, he's got to stand up. Furia take the 2-1 lead and 2 attacking rounds on Cafe. Bodes well for them.
Yeah, a massive round from KZ, as highlighted on the desk. The 60th
it's going to be Valkyrie and
player at this event out
maybe...
of 100. Player that historically has posted big numbers as well.
No, not
so
Gridlock. It's going to be Ying. Yeah.
Hasn't been his greatest event thus
Valkyrie
far.
was right, though.
A highlight round for him as we have a look back at
It
said
felt like,
highlights.
FaZe got a little bit
Cyber,
too aggressive, actually. They were peeking when there was, like, not
was pretty
needed.
clean. We saw the trade over towards Pillar. And then KZ with the presence of mind to hold off against that retake attempt, White Stairs. They work from Furia, building a little bit of momentum now on attack. And I sort of mentioned before, just the defender-sided nature of this map, at least in the limited data we've seen in this event thus far. Probably more generally, again with the bans probably leaning, or the new ban system leaning itself a little bit more over towards defense. 2 rounds, solid. Anything more than that actually positions Furia really, really nicely.
63% defensive win rate when it comes to Cafe so far at Reload. Total rounds played 35, 22 of those in favor of defense. It's a pretty decent sample size when you compare to all the other maps as well. It's around that sort of normal mark. It's not above, it's not below. So yeah, 63% defensive win rate does then mean for FaZe, they really cannot allow the Furia to find really many more attacking rounds, if any, to be honest. Pressure on them early.
Sort of interesting to note as well. Ying Valk banned out, but we see both Warden and IQ brought for round 4. Also kind of an influence that may have on this round.
I just wonder if FaZe might look to pick their pace up in the early portion of the rounds on the defensive side, because it's a lot of sitting back, hold your angles, and that's fine. And then when they kind of then went to actually get aggressive, it was a little too late. Fury were in good position.
Well, not on this side, though. This is the objective where you want
to yeah, probably not here, but even like a roam, a flank, trying to do something, maybe try and stop someone from getting second floor control. Which is kind of what maybe Handy might be the one elected to do. He is on that second floor, roaming around on the Mozzie. You can play the Nitrocell angles as well. Oh, that's a swing. Well, there you go. That's what I wanted. That's what I get.
Damn.
Window swing from Cyber, captures JB92. That's a big player to eliminate early in the round. FaZe get themselves the opening kill.
Able to drop down as well, forfeit that position, but get out safely. FaZe looking to consolidate in the back line. Furia now needing to readjust. The site proving to be a challenge. KDS, washrooms, trying to find a pick against that upside down rappel from Nade, who flips back to the right way around. KZ for info, over towards Pixel. Is this the plan of attack for Furia? The red drop into the classic clear. Do they want to maybe go for something a little bit different?
Well, last time out, remember, it was Philippox that dropped the skylight by himself and just ended up dying for free. This time now they lose JV to the window peak, so it's kind of playing out similar. FaZe, you know, an early kill, early advantage, difficult site to then take. You're down a player, got to get into better positions, try and push these players back out of positions like washrooms, and it kind of works out. Really good clear of KDS. That's some really solid teamwork from Furia.
Absolutely brutal. KDS had to move, line of sight, cut off. Good set play from Furia to get themselves back to a 4-4, but still a lot of work to be done, and only 50 seconds on the clock.
KZ is absolutely on a heater so far. 6-1 to begin inside of the opening 4 rounds. Herd's now into shop, so they can start to get some presence closer to the site.
Cyber's been able to retake washrooms in the meanwhile as well, so keep that in mind.
Handy still lurking a little bit down below, has a Nitrocell available, the only one for FaZe. 30 seconds, Fury at once.
No, don't pause there, come on. Are you for real?
Again, keeping with this slow pace, but it has been working so far on their attacks, and Cyber wasn't expecting the left side swing from Hers to keep that pressure going. As Vita falls, so does Handy, and Sol's now by himself in a 1v3, and again Furia
Kill
just
him!
strangling FaZe on the defense. It's a slow burn in all these rounds. Good headshot from Sols, but
Oh my
man to train
God!
is fully pops
Are you
immediately in
kidding
a
me?
third attacking round found
Wow,
early
that
for Furia.
was,
Setting the tone for this match already. FaZe
Jesus.
may just about be heading for the ropes, because I tell you, they are stumbling.
Tá, é o seguinte, os bombs de cima, eles estão muito lentos. Cara, vamos pegar bar de novo, só que, Randy, eu preciso que tu faça C4 e esse cara banando no Natal, tá ligado? Manter aquela pressão do trem tua.
Ninguém balou Natal, o cara comeu charuto.
Sim, mas pô, eu tô precisando de um cara lá mais presente de baixo pra dar uma dificuldade em cima dos caras, tá ligado? Pra fazer
sim.
peito seu charuto e tal, mas tipo, o round tá controlado, aí só literalmente ficar paradinho ali quietinho. E eles não estão gastando recurso em cima de vocês pra tirar vocês de posição nem nada.
Acho que a gente
Entendeu? É só literalmente, deixa os caras jogar um pouco, deixa os caras entrar no mapa.
So if about two guys, like, go together.
Tá. Eu não dou cozinha ou Randy?
Well, right now, 3-1 down, and can be said, FaZe is struggling to deal with the execution phase of these rounds. That's when Fury is really just closing it out nicely. It's 2-2 when it comes to the early entries. The early advantages have been rather equal, but in terms of the late round situations, Fury are setting themselves up nicely. They're not rushing themselves. They've got good pace control, and it seems like they've got good coordination as to where people need to be at certain points to play off of what they're trying to do. And FaZe just are not able whatsoever to deal with it. Multiple rounds now where it's that late round execution. Things are looking nice, that time's ticking down. Maybe you get that false sense of security because you've got numbers up in good positions, but then a couple of nades start getting thrown in, and then you get pushed out of position. You're in a corridor, you get swung. Unfortunately now, find themselves 3-1 down. Hello, Leo.
10 seconds left.
Camera ready to activate.
5 seconds remaining.
We can't hear shit, buddy.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Really can't hear anything.
Thank you very much, Leo. I only just heard the end of you actually there. I don't know if you went live or not.
I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you now.
No, you can hear me. All right. Sorry. I was just saying right now that FaZe is giving way too much space to Furia. You can see that right now. No challenge on the windows. They're not abusing the defender-sided side of Cafe at all. Now, the thing is that we're noticing KZ is back on the leaderboard. He was not fragging at all the entire tournament. Second thing, every execute or every utility usage from Furia is perfect. The sense for the execute on basement, the nades to remove strong positions. Furia is on the top of their games, both in terms of firepower, but also in terms of utility
really
usage.
good.
Thank you very much, Leo. So 3-1 lead for Furia, and yeah, I mean, as Alfama was kind of saying, they are on the top of their game right now, but they've kind of been on the top of their game all tournament. You can kind of look at their results and the way they've been playing yesterday, it seems like it really was just kind of a one-off blip.
And I mean, in stark contrast, the opening round, Furia looked shocking, and then they've really just turned it on recently. That, as Leah's mentioning, the utility, the timing,
Like,
the gameplay
you see their recoil all there,
leading the
it's
charge over
so
towards shot.
good.
Forced back again,
I
FaZe
want
deep
that
into
as
sight.
well.
No one feels comfortable to be able to push out, try and get aggressive, try and take these swings. They've been losing them. With that, the confidence then falls. Oh, big swing again. KZ doing as he likes on Cafe. He may as well grab himself a cigar out of the shop and start heading for the beach. Have the day off tomorrow and get ready for the finals and send FaZe home. 10-1. But where's the response? I mean, FaZe are just looking like they are
like
stuck
no
in
response.
quicksand.
He's getting a
another
third.
one. Keep the camera on that man. He is deadly. And Handy by himself, certainly in no position to be able to clutch this round. Does find the kill onto KZ, finally shuts him down. He's now 12-2. Handy needs to find the next 3. And as good as Handy has been, I don't know if he's got this in him, and it should be a 4-1 lead for Furia from here. So many good positions. Headshot from Handy. Can't win the battle. Picks it. Had he done so, would have been
KZ's ruthless.
But they need more of that earlier in these rounds. They need
Why
that kind
aren't
of
like
that play,
FaZe
that
fan
confidence, moving
refragging?
around
They
the
should be
map.
playing
They're just
closer together to
They're getting
refrag when
pushed
they
out of
die.
position.
Like there's no response. Actually,
I mean, FaZe are just
I'm
not
kinda
looking up for the
surprised.
fight.
Again, another really good example of what Leo's sort of alluding to, right? Where FaZe aren't leaning into the structure of the map. You've got to be doing a better job at contesting on the exterior. Once you allow boots on the ground on Cafe and you allow those opportunities to establish crossfires and expend utility, it's so difficult as a defending team, especially if you're playing this static, to survive. I mean, these players are getting caught in really weird positions. Cyber, sure, probably should have won the trade there, got it maybe a little bit unfortunate, but then the rest of the team under so much pressure to manufacture plays. And that's not going to work against the Fury that are playing so well. Yeah, the vibes are very good.
I mean, why wouldn't they be? They're getting a 62% defensive win rate on this map so far at Reload, and Fury are just doing all of the damage on the attack. I mean, if it was kind of sides flipped, probably wouldn't be as alarmed, but right now the alarm bell's certainly ringing in the FaZe headquarters. Must win this next round.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
FaZe haven't really been that great at attacking either at the event. 9th, 46% attacker win rate. They're 15th as well for plants and entries. So if they're kind of struggling in that department, imagine them bringing that over to Cafe. It's going to be even more difficult. And this is why I probably didn't want to hype this match up too much, because Furia have been playing really well this tournament. FaZe have been shaky, and we're seeing that before our very eyes in this match.
Yeah. This is going to be interesting to see. Here's the issue that FaZe is going to have. If they win, if Furia wins this round,
everybody on
that,
the first floor, the positions
like
that I'm seeing
before,
as well, rather static.
it's going to be a problem for FaZe because Cafe is very defender-sided, more than attack. This is it's hard attacking on Cafe. So they need to win 4 rounds or 6 rounds to in a row to be able to win this game, and that is a tall order for this map.
Game plan ultimately is. But once again, it's pretty free real estate.
There's no contest up above. There's no onus from FaZe to say we want to go up and challenge. We're going to just sit back ourselves in. But so far you've been doing that all half, and it just hasn't been working. Nothing is changing from FaZe. Don't get me wrong, I understand kind of backing in your systems and the core fundamentals, but something has to give, something has to change, because Fury are just running all over FaZe.
If you're a FaZe fan, then yes, I like Furia more than FaZe.
Very much that
at the moment. They've been playing way better than FaZe during this tournament. I like FaZe as well, but they have not been playing as good as Furia. So I'm sticking with Furia this
Nate
time.
still has one in pocket. Needs to make sure that the second does
Plus, FaZe
land
is
if
not
they
in
are
my
to
prediction,
clear
and I
that
want
shield.
the Furia to go through. I need extra points.
Leapox very much can overwhelm KDS's position.
But,
he is by himself on an island inside of VIP.
FaZe has...
Oh, KDS switched out. That's wild, but hey, they needed it. They needed some of that aggression. As the pressure was mounting from Furia, FaZe needed to be the ones to stand up, and KDS holds his position inside of VIP very nicely. Slow to the draw against JV92, allows him through that corridor position with the kit still in hand, and KZ still in the server, in freezer. And no, he's not very cold in there, because this man is absolutely blazing hot, but there's only 17 seconds remaining.
KC in Furia has killed 12 kills in this map so far. Like, it's crazy for Furia.
Yeah, really good work there from FaZe in punishing Furia on that particular occasion. KDS especially on that frost over towards VIP.
So last round before they changed sides.
They would make good.
Well, he got on the front foot, didn't he? He got aggressive at that point.
Yeah, he's catching that follow-up frag grenade
to
try and dislodge the deployable to then allow the blitz to come through. And not only does he kill the sledge, but then any follow-up threat from the blitz as well. So massive round from him. Keeps the rest of the systems intact there from FaZe on that static hold below, and
I'm not sure
doing so,
about this
they're still in with a shot here on Cafe.
Maybe Ying?
I mean, you're never going to count either of these two teams out.
Until the very end, yeah. That's
until the very end. That doesn't matter if it's 6-2 Furia. I don't care. You don't count either of these teams out. They're both one hammers for a reason. They're champions for a reason. But it's going to be difficult for FaZe. Now going on to the attack of Cafe. You need the first one. The first one would be so big, just for that confidence booster. 2 rounds in a row, something that they've not been able to do so far in this match. Bring that scoreboard pressure back down a little bit, then it's only 3-4. Set the tone nice and early.
So, by the way, Falcons are going to be playing against W7M on Friday.
3-3 in terms
and
of
Elevate and
so converted on 3 occasions and 3 times with Hassan's. Those opening kills also split 3-3, so the opening duels were really tight.
Elevate versus Wildcard on Friday as well.
It was mid to late round. I mean, it seems like 3 is the magic number in this match, but on
10
3
in the
occasions, KZ finding multi-kills, 2 3Ks, 4K round 5.
One of the games is starting 10 in the morning on Friday.
KZ is a 195 EPS.
Yeah.
In an elimination game.
Hold on.
The perfect moment to step up his game, 100%.
100%.
So they changed the time?
And I mean, again, it's not solely been him. There's been good displacement and information gathering from the rest of the team, but someone has to get in there and get the job done, and it's been him on this occasion.
Oh, so instead of 1:30 in the morning, which I do appreciate, so the match is going to start at 10 instead.
And who's going to set the tone early, though, for FaZe
Whoa.
on the attack?
So I'm going to be sitting from 10 in the morning
you know, for
to 10 in the evening, 12-hour stream.
Picking up frags left, right, and center. Now you've got to go do that.
We have to see. We have to see how that goes because I'm not.
Execution that we saw from Fury.
Like,
so FaZe need to kind of replicate.
I have to
decide
decide which game I want to stream, but I do want to stream the entire thing.
Looking for cat.
Plenty
I
of
might start the
as
stream
well
at 10, but I will not
to be
speak or
effective.
anything during that time because
Mirror as well in the back line.
if that's the case.
Pixel shield, okay.
Or like show face cam.
He's playing off of that Yokai drone that he set up as well towards Lounge. Which I don't know if that one actually got shot
I
out.
will have to see. I'm barely awake at that time because of my illness. I do wake up around 10.
He's likely positioning to assist that when push comes
because
through.
of that, and after 10, I usually am a little bit more energized.
At least Vidiking currently
like
self-sufficient on the
11,
Nomad.
so.
Does draw out 1 Nitro, so it could be impactful come late round. Lion scans come through as well, and Souls has taken control and shot.
KDS finds the opening pick. That's what FaZe needed. Souls, though, with the peek over towards backstore. KZ, though, well, he did find the kill, eventually traded. Numbers now in favor of FaZe throughout that little exchange. Diffuser kit towards shop with still plenty of time in the round. This is what you want if you're FaZe.
Hurts an age, you need to kill.
Edge it out in terms of that man count. And now you've got 60 seconds to think through a 3 versus 2 advantage on this top floor site. Cyber lit up, and the shot from Nade will hit the head and evens up that man count and gives away the slight advantage that FaZe had.
Damn.
This makes things a little bit more interesting now.
And they're not even inside of the building.
And they'll have to contest these long angles as well, which is going to be a challenge.
Yeah.
This is about playing tight and trading it.
Vidiking just wondering if Herds has gone roaming towards Lounge. Herds is still just stuck over towards washrooms. Nade playing the long angle like he said with the DMR.
Oh, Henry's going to play the solo repel, okay.
When's his brother going to get inside of the building though? Finally in towards Cocktail Balcony. It is going to be Handy. 15 seconds. Kit not even being a factor at this point. Herds will go for the swing. He can play the time if he wants to. They go for the pinch. Handy takes down his brother, and with Vidiking's pistol,
are you
they finally
running?
get a huge round. 2 in a row for FaZe.
I just didn't get it. Well, why do a lot of pro players run when it's not
That's how you played
necessary
as a duo.
for them to
Perfect
run?
way to isolate that player over towards Cocktail. Made it really awkward. Had to try and at least win one of those duels, did Furia, but unable to do so. Washrooms allowing that crossover towards Bar deep into that position as well, proving costly. Lots of quick trades through the mid-round.
Yeah, a bit scrappy, wasn't it? But I think that's how FaZe probably want to play this.
They need to go to the toilet, yeah, perhaps.
They did such a good job in nullifying Herds in that round and not allowing him to support.
But like the scheduling, by the way.
And the mental aspect now becomes a thing. You know,
So the schedule that I put for Fridays, the first match is at 10. The second one is 1:30. So 10, 11, 12. It's 3 hour different. Like the matches aren't an hour long each. it's best of 3, by the way, so that's why. So it's not going to be exactly around that time. Like, matches are not going to be 3 hours long. Come on.
They played together as a duo,
Like,
and it worked out for them in their favor.
that is actually way too hard.
And one thing to note as well, for the last 4 rounds played,
That is way too much for my pocket.
so they're starting to actually capitalize now on the early round advantages.
Damn.
And you're going to get to a point as well for Fury. If they lose a couple more rounds, it's like, who's going to help KZ? Can't do it all.
So this match is going to be decided. So whoever wins here is going to be playing probably... so if FaZe Clan wins, they're going to be facing Loud on Friday. If Furia wins, they're going to be probably facing...
we saw that on 3 occasions.
Facing CAG.
The attacking half of Furia, and so that trend now continues.
From my understanding.
FaZe's attacks. Twitch once more in play, and Cyber was able to get quite a bit of catch in the prior round.
I'm just going to start up the stream and go back to bed.
The BBC and default captures them both. ADS
And
devices
this is
though
the
could
last
have
match of
a
the day, so
significant
it's
impact in this
almost
round as well,
over.
especially for the holdover towards Cocktail, which I assume has seen some of that investment top white as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to overwhelm that with bodies and guns. You can't just, you know, flash them out and get a freebie. So lurk through Pillar. Cyber maybe just hoping to see if he can catch someone towards the site that's unaware of this lurk position.
He needs to watch his back though.
He does. Default was up, left it temporarily. I like the noise made though towards Brown Stairs. It kind of just said, yeah, watch your back. Yellow ping. Yeah, no surprise. Of course, someone's up there. Wow. Sniper, had he gone for the pre-fire, may have actually been able to find that kill. They're just posturing so much around this pillar side, which means they're not getting a whole lot done. Not clearing above, not taking site control. Herds. Does he look to get aggressive?
Got droned. Might not have seen it if he's playing 4-3.
Oh, he's going to go for the drop. There are players here, though.
What are you doing, Herds?
Everywhere
What the
inside
fuck?
a pillar. Herds not realizing it just dropped into the shark tank and gives FaZe the lead.
What?
50 seconds then.
That is so fucking weird.
JV moving towards White Stairs. Can he be the one to step up? Unable to really progress forward off the back of the fire extinguisher.
King looking for, I think, a default plan. Pillar inside of Reading, but Reading close by is for Leapbox. 2 gas papers available. He pushes out inside his smoke. Oh, but watching waiting.
Wow.
Talk about discipline from King. To wait for that swing, to expect that smoke, to get so aggressive. Yellow ping intel.
Yeah,
Towards the
you
site.
have
That's on
good box
Tanae.
display.
He sits for the time being with a Nitrocell still available, but he senses that pressure. He knows that he is very much stuck. Peek up, shot still there. King, though, you've got 10 seconds. You've got kit.
Does he go for the kill or does he go for the plant? JV92 steps up and King eventually does find it. JV92 though, can he be the one to step up? Only a couple of seconds on the clock and Souls needs to find the kill. He won't.
Whoa, what a calamity for FaZe! Tried to do a little too much towards the end of that round.
Not sure where
Rather than
his
keeping it simple,
teammates
going for
were
a
in
plant, they go
FaZe.
for the kills,
Why
it doesn't
was
work
he
out,
so
no
far
time
away?
left. 5-3 lead for Furia, and how costly will that be for FaZe Clan?
Very fine margins in this matchup. Any mistake, any round could compound. Tough. Furia, I think, smiling a little bit, probably sensing that they got away with one there. FaZe did a good job grappling the mid-round, but towards the end, maybe their prio towards that win condition wasn't necessarily the best decision. I mean, we're saying that with hindsight, though. Credit to Furia in stepping up. You look back at that replay package, King, really good presence of mind. So surgical in this attack until the final moments. King getting caught there on the vault, and Souls quite a distance away, so maybe a little bit disconnected.
It's a difficult one to dissect with so much happening and 2 quality teams going at it. Decisions that get made have to be followed through at that point. But I think you're right, Furia probably sensing they got away with one. FaZe have been dominating the opening kills now for the last 5 rounds, but not quite getting them all onto the scoreboard. 2 of those have not been converted into round wins.
But here's the
So
thing,
again,
though,
kind of think of the
Foxy.
first
Fury
half,
has
what was the
not
issue
been
for
playing their
FaZe?
best
Late round
during this
execution.
tournament.
What was the
That's
issue
a
in that
fact,
round?
so...
Late round execution. Setup was fine.
Unfortunately.
Got good picks, got good control towards Pillar, punished Herd's misposition. But ultimately, you couldn't get the round win. And those rounds are the difficult ones as a team to mentally kind of get over. You got to put it in the back of your mind, move on. 9th round ahead. Cannot allow Furia to get to that match point, which would give them a boon of confidence. Well, KZ's just walked into the nest and Cyber wasn't ready for it. Needed to spring that trap.
No!
Well, Vidiking does get picked up and finally shuts down KZ. It's 1 for 1, but damage done. You don't have that buck anymore, and your Deimos is on so low health that he can't really go hunting freely.
So they puts him in a tricky position now. Minute 50. Pressure mounting here from FaZe. Mindscan spots out Nado towards reading, so horizontal extension in play, and Handy may look to contest that
how are they going to
in a moment's time, but elsewhere eyes here on KDS.
That's not good.
Such a difference in the way that Fury are kind of playing this defense, and Cafe, they're happy to move around the map and swing and try and be aggressive. KDS, though, punishing that onto Herds. But like Vidiking as well, very low on health.
One shot
so while FaZe may have more players alive inside of the server, Fury are by no means in an awful position.
15 kills on this map.
Won't take much to shut down KDS and Vidiking.
Oh my god, he's just having an all-time day.
Feels like a very pivotal round.
Medical is going to be coming out, that you have one in
and it just
train,
feels like FaZe
which
are
is
just
Spiller
holding
Box.
on to this match. This round would just give them a little bit more grip strength.
Going to get a feel of everyone.
That tracker is active. And Nade under quite a bit of pressure now. Can Vidiking look to find the pick? Wallbang attempt from Handy.
Oh, so close. So close, another chance. No. Swing can't take him down. Certainly an opportunity there. Missed for FaZe. 30 seconds, and as that time ticks down, you start to panic, and the swing through the smoke, and JV92 is the smoke criminal. Pushes through, double kill. Furia are on the verge of gaining match point, 3 of which. And Vidiking, surely on so low health, cannot win 3 different battles. He does win 1-2 required more with 10 seconds left though. Surely not capable. And one up close, ready for it, hearing him running down that hallway. It is Philly Box and it is Furia. They've got 3 match points.
You might want to close your eyes
FaZe.
for the next 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Furia is certainly the better team inside of the server currently. Making it very difficult for FaZe to break down these systems on defense.
Now it's going to be Damus and
disciplined brand of Siege at the moment. That's proving challenging to break down.
Not the Rooney,
await the additional
thinking,
bans now.
Well, I think one of the biggest differences is you think back to the first half, Furia on their attacks could kind of do what they wanted because FaZe were just so far back. FaZe were just really doing such a service for Furia.
Yeah,
they
had
so
played
far back,
Twitch,
Furia could kind of set up the way that they wanted to set up.
I would have taken Fenrir to get KZ off
when Furia on the defense, they're active, they're moving around. You've got Herds, you've got KZ, they're swinging, they're getting in your face, they're disrupting your attack, they're forcing you to think about these positions like White Stairs. Do they come down? Do they look to push us? Just far more mobile. So service and cooking, match point, number 1 of 3. For Furia, looking to knock out FaZe from reload, looking to book their place in the arena.
Let's get in position.
And it would be somewhat of a disappointment as well for the reigning SI champions to not make main stage. There is that added pressure.
Expectation.
10 seconds remaining.
Say what you want about format of this particular event. FaZe would have been going in with the mindset of we are going to double down and win it. And they might not even make it to the stage.
Mine going out.
Still not out of it yet though. And it knows that they can fight back.
If Furia win this, it makes them such a threat going into the main stage.
Or they just rush it in, or
they would have
what?
a 4-1 record. They only one loss to Dark Zero 2-7. It just feels like such an anomaly at this point.
Yeah.
Vidiking on the Montang. Handy can play behind on the Glaz. Only got the 2 smokes available. Warden is in play though on Hertz. He's holding White Stairs currently.
Yeah, he likes playing Warden Hertz.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these slow build-ups in many of these rounds. It's just classic between the 2.
Yeah.
So.
It just comes down to the execution.
You've just got to find the slightest advantage whether it be on attack or defense, and it can make such a world of difference just due to the nature of the pacing and the execute style of these teams.
But and this is the thing where it comes down to that knowledge. We know both teams want that slow setup.
Oh, upside down repel.
Yes, upside down repel. The run out though is perfect from JB92. Good positioning.
Yeah.
Okay, good trades from both
quick
sides.
response.
So Nomad is gone, so the flank is open.
I mean, ultimately, it is a positive trade for FaZe.
And KC is gone,
slight
which
one
is
at
a
that,
top
and it is
fragger with
KZ
smoke.
though,
So I
you
would
probably
say
added
that
extra bonus
FaZe got
point
the
on top of
better
it. Vidiking making his way down white
kill.
stairs now.
In
Yeah,
general.
both teams
Not
are
sure
very
what
much employed
KC
this
was
very
thinking
similar slow
during that
build-up
time.
playstyle here on Cafe. Hertz lurking, reading.
I like it. He doesn't get cleared by Vidiking. It's essentially a free kill. If
Does he activate, and if so, when?
I think he chills and waits for someone to rotate Brown. Until the very late round, he goes for the late sweep.
Really making his way through reading.
Might be too little too late, though, potentially. I mean, Cybers surely stays up for Vert, though, right? Hertz doesn't have any certainty as to where these players are, so he has to naturally be cautious.
Cyber's not thinking about this too much. He's watching Brown stairs, and he may not be ready for Hertz. He's already tucked in on this pillar side. Cyber may feel like, although the way he is moving around the map and the timing, it's everything here in this exchangement.
Oh my goodness.
Cyber has to win this, and he cannot. Hertz shuts him down, and with that Furia, a well-placed and handy the solo and a 1v4, and FaZe, you can say goodbye to them.
from Hertz there.
Their place in the arena, the final team to do so here at Reload, and they do it convincingly. 7-3 against the reigning champions.
Furia ecstatic. Once again, the opportunity to play in front of their home crowd. They played a brutal brand of Siege here on Cafe, had a really good read on FaZe, and able to execute.
They booked their place into the main stage. The reigning SI champions knocked out by the former SI champions. It's a little bit fitting.
KC
It wasn't
played it
quite
really,
maybe
really well.
the greatest match of all time this time around between these two teams. But hey, for Furia, they have been playing exceptionally well at this event so far. Their 4-1 record going into the main stage is certainly something that you have to say is very much deserved for their position. For FaZe, a 2-3 record means that as they are eliminated, rightfully so. We'll go to a short break. Of course, when we come back, Desk will break it all down.
Yeah, so that was crazy. That was a really, really good quality game from Furia. They played it really good. At the end, it was kind of funny when Hertz was going around and they missed each other all the way. It was so hilarious to see that, though. It was funny. Furia won, fuck's sake, they won with 7-3. So it was a convincing win from Furia. They just played it better. To be honest, they just played it better. Yeah, so like there's not going to be any like draft or anything afterwards. So they're talking about the game, then they're going to be talking about what's going to be happening on Friday. And on Friday, it's going to be looking like this. So tomorrow is a rest day. So it's going to be looking so like this. Let me just do it. Because I have my face cam in the way. Are you kidding me? Gonna do it like this so you see. So it's going to be Loud versus Furia on Friday at 10 PM CET. W7M versus Falcons, Elevate versus Wildcard, and then we have the APAC is going to be facing each other, which is kind of sad, but one of the APAC is going to be leaving us. So CAG versus SiegeX, which is going to be interesting to see. And it's the best of 3 maps, so this is going to be a long day. I'm hoping it's not going to be a long ass day, but what can we do? And then you have Saturday is going to be 2 matches, and then you have Sunday. So I will go into more details on Saturday and Sunday, but on Friday we will be live again, and we will see how the matches is going to be. Yeah, so I'm really, really excited. to see how that goes. But yeah, so I'm going to go straight to bed because it's midnight and I'm super tired. Been streaming for almost 8 hours since Sunday, which I kind of don't do normally, so I'm hoping that I will not get too sick. I will have a rest day, I will take it easy, and I will be back on Friday. For everyone in Twitch, just stick around, we're going to be raiding someone in a minute. And for everyone in YouTube, thank you so much for being here. I really, really appreciate you stopping by, and I hope you're having an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are. And don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel as well. And I will see you on Sunday around 10 a.m. on Friday. So yeah, thank you so much for being here, and I will see you then. Bye.